Chapter 1 Flash Marriage, Man's Kiss. At the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the faces of the pairs of men and women were full of bright smiles. Only a young woman with a beautiful face and graceful figure lowered her head, and a sad crimson appeared in her eyes. She held a certificate on her slender fingers, and her knuckles were a little white because of the force. A magnetic male voice next to her attracted her to look up. Su Tang looked up and heard the tall, noble and cold man opposite said to the people around him, "Isn't it marriage? You can just pick an obedient woman and deal with it. The person who looks like a secretary around him should come down." Su Tang didn't know where the courage came from. She took a few steps to the man. "Can this gentleman marry me?" The man standing opposite, his eyes fell on her, with a little sight and gaze, as well as a touch of Su Tang's meaningless bright color. Only then did Su Tang find that he was too outstanding, with high nose and dark eyes, sexy thin lips and a smile. There is an amazing nobility between his hands and feet. "With you?" Closer, his voice is more pleasant, but not very warm. Su Tang plucked up his courage. "It's with me. You are going to deal with your family, right? So do I. Why don't we cooperate?" Afraid that he would not agree, she increased her tone. "I can be very obedient." The man's thin lips were slightly hooked, smiling but not smiling. Before Su Tang could react, the man's handsome face enlarged in front of her eyes, and his thin lips kissed her. Su Tang was so surprised that her beautiful eyes widened, and her hands suddenly pushed him away. "Isn't it said that you can be very obedient?" Guo Mochen lowered his eyes and looked at her. "I ask for marriage in order to cooperate with you." Su Tang clarified that he didn't want to have that kind of relationship. Guo Mochen leaned forward and breathed hotly, "But I want to seek further cooperation." Although Su Tang was not a person, she instantly understood what further cooperation was, and her face turned red. Guo Mochen said in a light voice, "Or, you can find someone else." His palm covered the top of her hair. This action was too abrupt like that kiss, but Su Tang did not hate it. His voice was cold and light. "Don't you think that someone can really be clear to you after marriage?" Su Tang hesitated for a moment, and Guo Mochen turned around without hesitation. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "I promise." Perhaps because of the tight time, she didn't have time to find someone else. Maybe it's because we have to get married anyway, at least the man in front of him is not disgusting. Guo Mochen took out the certificate from her hand, handed it to the secretary, and did it. Luo Xun was surprised for a moment and did not refute. He turned around to deal with it. The moment he got the red book, Su Tang was still in a trance. Unexpectedly, "I really got married so soon." To get in the car. Hearing Guo Mochen's voice, Su Tang woke up and got into the car. "Where are we going?" she asked in a low voice. "When you get married, where do you want to go?" Guo Mochen held the steering wheel, and the car blended into the traffic. Then he went home with a strange man, and Su Tang became nervous after knowing it. Suddenly, Guo Mochen said, "Why did you break up with Mu Juoting?" Su Tang was stunned. "How do you know me and Mu Juoting? Do you know us? The young master of the Mu family is quite famous in Xinchuan City. I have met you." Hearing this, Su Tang was aroused, her hands and fingers were twisted together, and her eyes turned red again. He fell in love with Mu Juoting for 4 years, and 3 days later was the day they got married. As a result, just at the red light, Guo Mochen turned his head and looked at, "I heard that your wedding is near." Su Tang held back her tears and smiled. "Yes, so I went for a marriage examination. The marriage test report said that I couldn't give birth. There is no wedding." She turned her head and looked out of the window, with bitterness on the corners of her lips. That's why she asked a stranger to get the certificate. Beside him, Guo Mochen's voice was 3-point mocking. "Because of this regretful marriage, the young master of the Mu family is just like this." When the car entered the villa area, Su Tang's mood had eased a lot. When she saw the word Jiayu Mansion, she looked down at the name on the marriage certificate again. "Guo Mochen. Are you Guo Mochen of Guo's group?" She reacted. The Xinchuan Guo family ranks first among the 4 major families, and naturally, everyone knows it. In particular, Guo Mochen is a legendary figure. He is already the absolute person in power of the Guo group at a young age. It's just that he has always kept a low profile, rarely appears in public, and never appears in the media. Very few people know what he looks like. Su Tang never thought that she randomly caught someone to marry and found Guo Mochen. If the car hadn't entered the high-end villa area in Xinchuan, which is more expensive than an inch of gold, she would not even dare to associate the name with the Guo family. However, thinking of the man's reserve and superior temperament, Su Tang felt that everything was so logical. Guo Mochen took Su Tang into a room and raised his chin to show the direction of the bathroom and cloakroom, take a shower and change his pajamas. "Is it at this time?" Su Tang's palm-sig face began to blush again. "Does he have to be so anxious? We are married. What's the difference between day and night? A man's decision should not be allowed." Su Tang went to the bathroom to take a shower. Knowing that there was a strange man outside, she was not used to washing. She quickly washed and rushed into the cloakroom. She found that it was full of women's clothes, which were available in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Pajamas alone filled 2 wardrobes. According to Gu Moche's meaning, let her choose at will. Among them, she chose the most conservative black nightgown to change into. The size was just right, not much but not much. After coming out, Su Tang found that Gu Mochen had also taken a shower and changed into pajamas. She didn't dare to look directly at Gu Mochen and missed the bright color of interest in his eyes. She didn't know that black pajamas didn't mean conservative in the eyes of men, but more mysterious attraction. Especially her face is as rosy as a blooming peach blossom. Gu Mochen stretched out his arm, took her into his arms, bowed his head and kissed her. Unlike the shallow kiss of the Civil Affairs Bureau, this kiss is much warmer and even a little unscrupulous. He hooked his arms tightly, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Su Tang broke free from his kiss in a hurry. Now that the marriage is over, Mr. Gu, you will help me deal with my family, right? Gu Mochen's voice is so leisurely, it depends on my mood and your performance. I think you are in a good mood now. Su Tang couldn't understand his mood in his dark and deep eyes. He only felt that his voice showed that he should be in a good mood. Now, it depends on your performance. Gu Mochen evoked a smile and crashed into Su Tang's eyes. Chapter 2. It doesn't matter, Gu Mochen will take action. Su Tang bit her lip slightly and didn't know what it was like for a moment. The man came to her ear and breathed hot. Or, shall I teach you now? Su Tang's ears turned red until her whole face and neck were dyed crimson. She stepped back a little helplessly, but was tightly clasped by Gu Mochen's arms. There was no way to retreat or escape. Are you scared? Gu Mochen's voice was in her ear, and the sense of existence was terrible. It was not like this when the Civil Affairs Bureau stopped me from marrying me. Su Tang closed his eyes and knew that this was a necessary process. For 4 years, with Mu Juoting for 4 years, she insisted on leaving everything on the wedding night. In this case, Now and Gu Mochen are already a righteous couple. What else can't we do? She tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss Gu Mochen's lips. The kiss without rules and skills made Gu Mochen lose control in an instant. His cold and reserved eyes turned blood red, and the anti-guest mainly controlled her under his own kiss. Su Tang himself didn't know when he had been brought to bed by Gu Mochen. Until the last moment of breaking through, Su Tang realized that the situation was wrong and whispered, Mr. Gu, wait. Gu Mochen forcibly controlled himself and was quite jealous. What? Stop at this time. Isn't it that she still wants to protect herself from Mu Juoting? I'm going to the bathroom. Su Tang turned around and ran into the bathroom. Sure enough, the menstrual leave came several days earlier. The ups and downs of mood these times will have an impact on the body. In the past, when the menstrual leave comes, it is slow and small, but today it is fierce and fierce. Su Tang was at a loss for a moment. She didn't bring her mobile phone in, couldn't order temporarily, and it was inconvenient for her to go out for a while. Do you want to ask Gu Mochen for help? The first time we met, we experienced flash marriage, kissing, and almost had sex. Now, you still want to ask him to do such a thing? While Su Tang was hesitating, there was a sound of the door shutting outside, and Gu Mochen left. In the situation just now, Gu Mochen seemed to be very angry. Su Tang bit his lip slightly, and he didn't mean it. Did you make such a fuss with Gu Mochen as soon as you got married? So what's the meaning of this wedding? Grandma's heart was not well. The doctor said that she only had a year left. Su Tang asked someone to marry because she was afraid that she could not get pregnant, and the engagement was cancelled by Mu Juoting to let her grandmother know that she got sick. Now it's okay. She offended Gu Mochen. While he was thinking nonsense, the sound of opening the door came from outside. And the footsteps stopped at the position of the bathroom. Gu Mochen's voice came, open the door. Is he back? Su Tang rubbed his face, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, just now She opened a small crack in the door and met Gu Mochen's calm eyes. Looking down, she saw him holding a pack of pink packed night pants in his hand. The bony palm was holding this thing. The visual impact was too strong, and Su Tang's face began to turn red again. She never thought that Gu Mochen went to get this. How did he know her predicament? Don't. Gu Mochen asked. Want. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Su Tang grabbed the thing, closed the door and began to change it. Gu Mochen returned to the bedside and put away a touch of red sheets. When she saw this just now, she realized that she was not hiding from herself, nor was she guarding Mu Juoting. People are already their own, and the rest is only a matter of time. Gu Mochen can wait. After Su Tang came out, Gu Mochen took his pajamas to take a shower. Does she remember that he washed it just now? A moment later, Gu Mochen changed into a shirt suit when he went out, brought her mobile phone, and entered her contact information. I'm going to the company now and I'll contact you later. Su Tang was relieved. It was good that he was not here. This man was full of nobility, but he gave people an invisible sense of oppression and pressure. When Gu Mochen arrived at the company, Luo Xu was very surprised to see him. Mr. Gu, didn't you say that you would take a week's marriage leave? Gu Mochen's face was slightly gloomy. He wanted to take a week's marriage leave and do such and such things with Su Tang. But now, Su Tang's body doesn't allow it. He stays at home, which means nothing but to take a shower. Bring me all my work. Luo Shu followed him for many years. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, he hurried to do it. He didn't know what was going on between him and Su Tang. Guo Moqing reviewed a document, and her mind was still full of Su Tang's appearance. She frowned slightly, her face was crimson, delicate, and she held back tears. Her tears and frown were all because of the other man. He closed the document and called Luo Shu again. What's Mu Juoting's recent project? Mr. Guo, I need a few minutes to confirm. Guo's group has never had any business dealings with the Mu family. Naturally, Luo Shu will not pay too much attention to Mu Juoting's situation. What's wrong with Mr. Guo? A few minutes later, Luo Shu reported, Mu Juoting recently won the land development project in the western suburbs, which is the largest expansion project in Xinchuan at present. A new business district and high-end office building will be built here. Only a few vacant spaces are left without planning. Buy these few vacant lands. Mr. Guo, these few open spaces are difficult to plan and use. Mu Juoting himself doesn't want it. Luo Shu, reminded out of his duty. Guo Moqing's voice was gentle and faint. What do you think of it to repair the cemetery? Luo Shu's scalp was tingling. How did Mu Juoting offend Mr. Guo? The construction of the cemetery does not require much open space. The construction period is fast and the progress is good. Once the construction is successful, all the plans on Mu Juoting's side, no matter how high-end and noble they are, will become bubbles. Guo Moqing can decide the life or death of Mu Juoting's latest project in a low voice. I'll arrange it right away. Luo Shu turned around and left, suddenly realizing that the girl who married Mr. Guo today was Mu Juoting's fiancée. No, she should be her ex-fiancée now. When Luo Shu left, Guo Moqing's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was not the name he wanted in his heart. He was inevitably a little disappointed and anxious. Mrs. Guo's voice came from the other side. Moqing, what's going on? Didn't you promise to get married? Why don't you allow Jiayao to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you? I promised to get married, but I didn't agree to Shen Jiayao. The Shen family and our family are friends, and Jiayao is your best marriage partner. How can you refuse her? So I refuse to marry any woman now. Are you satisfied? Guo Moqing's voice was cold. He hung up the phone regardless of Mrs. Guo, who was still talking. Guo Moqing pinched his eyebrows and found that there were no phone calls and WeChat messages from Su Tang on his mobile phone, and his eyebrows frowned deeper. This woman is really unscrupulous. Chapter 3, Su Tang's life. On Su Tang's WeChat, there was a message about Guo Moqing when he left. She explained the password of the door of the villa and all the clothes in the room, and she could wear them at will. Su Tang was going home and picked up a long skirt from the cloakroom. The skirt she changed before was gone, and it should have been thrown to the laundry room by Guo Moqing. Guo Moqing is absolutely obsessed with cleanliness. Su Tang just found out that he just handed her the night pants and hurried to take a second shower. Guo Moqing was not here, so Su Tang had time to look in the mirror. She has a beautiful face in the mirror, her skin is white and transparent like a baby, her eyebrows are black, and her eyes are dotted with stars. The curves outlined by a decent long skirt are beautiful that she has never seen before. It's just that she has been thinking a low days, and her complexion looks a little gloomy. She took out her blush and slightly replenished the color of her lips. The person in the mirror immediately radiated, as if she were a new Su Tang. Su Tang smiled at herself. Who said this was not a new beginning? Wait, a long skirt that fits well. Su Tang remembered that the pajamas just now were just right for her to wear, as if they were tailor-made. The same goes for this long skirt. How is this possible? She didn't know Guo Moqing before. Guo Moqing's clothes were not prepared temporarily at first glance. There were all kinds of styles, colors and brands, and some of them seemed to be left for a long time. She was stunned for a moment, but she didn't think deeply about this problem. Su Tang casually picked up his bag and went straight back to his mother's house. Mother Xu Wenqing is practicing brush writing. She is not very worried about Su Tang's not returning home overnight. Did she go there? Over there, it refers to the Tang family of Su Tang's biological parents. Su Tang occasionally goes there to stay there for one night, and Xu Wenqing is used to it. It's just that, except my mother and grandmother, no one knows that Su Tang is the famous young lady of the Tang family, the biological daughter of Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang. No, I didn't go there. Where is Grandma? Su Tang asked. I just took the medicine and went to bed. Xu Wenqing put down the brush. Have you eaten yet? There are still some left in the kitchen. I'll warm it up for you. I have eaten. Mom, I have something to tell you. Su Tang walked to Xu Wenqing and put his head on her shoulder. Didn't Mu Juoting break up with me? I married another man yesterday. Xu Wenqing was shocked. So fast. What kind of man is he? We knew each other a long time ago, and it was okay. Su Tang whispered to Xu Wenqing, and he didn't tell the truth completely, lest she worry. Are you sure, Tang? Marriage is a big deal, not a child's play. Xu Wenqing is still a little worried. Sure Mom, you really don't have to worry. Xu Wenqing looked into her daughter's eyes and saw that she didn't seem to be lying, and her heart gradually lowered. Su Tang was her adopted child. At that time, she was only over 2 years old when she was brought home. Over the years, Xu Wenqing has regarded her as his own, and has never mentioned that she was adopted in front of outsiders and her. The couple spent all their efforts on her. However, 3 years ago, the Tang family found them and told them that Su Tang was the daughter of the Tang family. It turned out that Mrs. Tang only gave birth to Su Tang at that time, and Mr. Tang regarded her as the pearl in the palm of their hand, and had no intention of having a second child. Mrs. Tang was eager to hug her grandson. Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law did not want to have a second child, she quietly sent Su Tang to foster care in the countryside, lying that Su Tang was lost, so that the two could give birth to a second child. Later, Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang, who searched for Su Tang in vain, could only be pregnant with a second child and really gave birth to a son. When Mrs. Tang wanted to pick up Su Tang, she found that her granddaughter had been lost and disappeared. Mrs. Tang felt guilty and did not dare to tell her son and daughter-in-law about this matter. For so many years, she had to secretly look for Su Tang. It was not until 3 years ago that Mrs. Tang couldn't hide it and told them about it. Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang increased their search according to Mrs. Tang's clues and finally determined that Su Tang was their daughter. After that, Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang quickly found Su Tang and the Su family, intending to take Su Tang home to make up for her losses for so many years. Su Tang did not agree to go back and insisted on staying with the Su family and Xu Wenqing. Su Tang now said that she was married to another man, but did not tell the man's situation in detail. Xu Wenqing secretly guessed that the Tang family should have reintroduced a good boy to her. In recent years, the Tang family has been very careful about Su Tang's marriage, and has also tried to choose a suitable candidate for Su Tang, but X was rejected by Su Tang. Now, Miu Zhuoting has withdrawn from the marriage because of Su Tang's health, and it is also human nature for the Tang family to take care of this matter. Thinking like this, Xu Wenqing was relieved. Since he was a boy introduced by the Tang family, it must be good. Xu Wenqing clapped her palm. When will you bring it back and show it to me? Tomorrow. I'll take him back to see you and Grandma tomorrow. What about the wedding? The wedding will not be held. Please help me tell my relatives at home. I came back today to pack up. Xu Wenqing came down one by one. Su Tang leaned against her arms and felt guilty for lying. Suddenly, she remembered that she was also leaning in Gu Mochen's arms like this just now. She hurriedly expelled the picture out of her mind. Perilei Tang didn't stay at home for too long. Seeing that her grandmother and mother were okay, she packed up her suitcase and took a taxi to leave in her mother's reluctant eyes. Back to Jiayu Mansion, it was not early. A woman in her 50s is busy greeting two cooks. Su Tang thought that this should be the housekeeper Jan that Guo Mochen explained on WeChat. She and the people who helped only appeared when needed, and did not stay here for the rest of the time. Sure enough, when he saw Su Tang appear, the housekeeper Zhang greeted kindly and elegantly, "Young grandma, I'm the housekeeper Zhou who is here to help. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Aunt Zhang, just call me by my name. My family calls me Tang Tang." Su Tang is not used to those names that strictly distinguish their identities. Butler Zhang smiled. "Okay." Su Tang walked in and saw Guo Mochen sitting at the dining table. He hooked his lips. "Drink this. It was a cup of dark brown, and Su Tang didn't know what it was. "I only know that it's a little hot in my hand, and it's just right for a mouthful." After taking a sip, it was sweet. Su Tang blurted out, "Brown sugar water." She turned her head and said to the housekeeper Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, thank you." Guo Mochen's eyebrows were slightly gloomy, and the housekeeper Zhang smiled. "I didn't prepare it, it was brought back by Mochen. He grew up so big that it was the first time I knew that he actually knew the brown sugar of the water." Chapter 4. Just thank me like this? Su Tang quickly glanced at Guo Mochen and pursed his lips awkwardly. "Thank you." She was also surprised that Guo Mochen was in charge of such a small matter. She sat down and asked casually, "How do you know you have to drink brown sugar water at this time?" "I don't know." "How could I know?" Guo Mochen's tone was careless. Oh, Su Tang thought that he was hit by mistake. That's right, the president of Tang Tang Gu's group can't care about these things. Although Su Tang didn't know him before, he also heard that he had never been interested in women. How could he know about brown sugar water? After dinner, Su Tang hesitated for a moment and asked Guo Mochen, "Mr. Guo, which room should I sleep in at night?" "Sleep with me. I always sleep restlessly during my menstrual period. Or I'd better sleep in the guest room first, so as not to disturb you." Although Su Tang's words have the meaning of avoiding him, they are also true. Guo Mochen glanced at her. "Just get used to it." Su Tang had no choice but to go to his room, which was the room where he was during the day. After taking a shower, she changed into the pajamas she brought. The style was more conservative, with long clothes and trousers, and wrapped herself tightly. Carefully nestling in bed, she chose a small part of the position to lie down and tried not to disturb Guo Mochen. After handing her the night pants in the afternoon, he disliked taking a shower more, and Su Tang didn't want to have more right and wrong. From her position, Guo Mochen was frowning and looking at his mobile phone, as if he was dealing with some work. Su Tang closed his eyes and hoped that he was already asleep when he came to bed. On Guo Moche's mobile phone, it was the brown sugar water that he searched for in the afternoon. Next, what should he do if he sleeps restlessly when he enters the physiological period? Gao Zhen's answer is brown sugar water, hot milk, hot water bag and a warm embrace. In a daze, Su Tang felt that her waist was buckled by a strong arm, and then a very warm thing was placed between her arm and waist. Just by touch, she soon found that it was a hot water bag. Subconsciously, she whispered, "Thank you, Mom. My mother has always been careful. During her menstrual leave, she always stuffed her with a hot water bag." The person beside him froze for a moment, and Su Tang also woke up and realized where he was. "Mr. Guo," Su Tang said, "did you give me the hot water bag? Otherwise, who else will be there?" The man's voice is slightly unhappy. Su Tang said, "Thank Aunt Zhang for me. It must be Aunt Zhang who is so careful." Guo Mochen's long finger pinched her jaw. "It's not Aunt Zhang, I gave it to her." Oh, Su Tang really didn't expect it to be him. "Just one?" Guo Mochen is obviously not satisfied. "Thank you, Mr. Guo." Su Tang held the hot water bag, and his body and mind were comfortable. It's not summer yet, and the temperature in Guo Mochen's room is cool, which is just right. The finger pinched on her jaw did not let go, and tightened slightly. "That's it. Then, how can I thank you?" Su Tang didn't understand for a moment. She felt his proximity, breathing together, and her lips were only a millimeter between her. The hint of the kiss is clear. Probably because it was too comfortable to hold the hot water bag, Su Tang also felt hot and took the initiative to kiss it. The arm around the waist deepened the force, and Su Tang was tightly buckled into Guo Mochen's arms. A moment later, Su Tang was relieved when he heard Guo Mochen curse "damn it." Then, it was Guo Mochen who got up and went to the bathroom. Su Tang waited for a long time before he came back. She remembered an important question. "Mr. Guo, can you accompany me home to see my grandmother and mother tomorrow?" Guo Mochen's voice was low and hoarse. "Don't talk, go to sleep." He doesn't want to take a shower back and forth. Su Tang had to turn over and close his eyes. Feeling that the man behind her was lying beside her, she stretched out her arms and pressed her into her arms. Su Tang felt a little uncomzy. After 4 years with Mu Zhuoting, these intimate actions did not exist because she insisted on waiting until she got married. She thought she would lose sleep tonight. As a result, I slept all night without a dream until dawn. Housekeeper Zhang has prepared breakfast. As usual, there is a glass of brown sugar water at just the right temperature on the table. Su Tang thought of what happened last night, and his face turned a little red. Strictly speaking, breakfast at this time is already brunch. After dinner, Su Tang received a call from Xi Wenxing asking when she would take Guo Mochen back. Su Tang called Guo Mochen, but no one answered. "I sent a WeChat message again, but I didn't get a response." At this moment, a private clothing customization store. The designer is making the final matching and sorting for Guo Mochen. The texture of high-end fabric combined with fine tailoring is incomparable. Wearing it on Guo Mochen's body is even more complimentary and elegant. The designer is very satisfied with the partner in front of him who is more popular than the top model. Shen Jinyan, the best friend sitting on the sofa opposite, shook the red wine glass. "Brother Chen, what's the matter? Do you have to rush such equipment temporarily? Is it a global financial conference? Haven't it been several days?" More important than that. Guo Mochen tidied up his clothes in front of the mirror. "Don't tidy up. Whatever clothes you usually wear, it's enough to make others look out. Do you want others to live like this?" Shen Jinyan looked depressed. This person looked like a jealous face, but he also had a supermodel figure. It's okay on the outside, and the ability and wrist are also outstanding. Why did God give him everything? What depressed him most was that Guo Mochen suddenly called him yesterday to recall the top designer in front of him who was preparing for the autumn and winter show in Milan, which made him worry about this all night last night. When did Guo Mochen lack clothes to wear? Shen Jinyan walked to Guo Mochen and asked, "So what is the job?" "It's a private itinerary, and you'll know it later." Guo Mochen raised his wrist and glanced at the time, turned around and left. "Private itinerary?" Shen Jinyan has known Guo Mochen for many years and knows that he has always been working. If he can marry work. In addition to occasionally going out for dinner with their group, Guo Mochen is also emotionally blank. What private itinerary is worth his great fanfare? How big is the other party? Su Tang couldn't contact Guo Mochen, and the housekeeper Zheng left after dealing with the matter. She was a little depressed. If she had known that she shouldn't sleep in the morning, she would have to hold Guo Mochen and confirm the matter of going home anyway. "I have promised my mother to take Guo Mochen home today. If she finds another excuse today, my mother will be suspicious." Su Tang had to go out first and go home by herself. "Take your time to make excuses on the way." Guo Mochen's car parked at the gate of Jiayi Mansion. When he heard the sound of the gate closing, he subconsciously raised his eyes and followed the reputation. Chapter 5 Guo Mochen's Princess Hug. Guo Mochen raised his eyes, and the girl in his eyes was as elegant as a willow branch in early spring. Ting Ting walked towards this side. For a moment, he didn't know whether the wind blew the willow, or the willow moved the wind. Seeing Gormochen's car, Saul Tang was very surprised. He didn't know whether he was waiting for him or something else. Gormochen got out of the car, opened the door, and signaled her to get in the car. "I'm going back to my mother's house, Mr. Gor," Saul Tang said. Her voice is also beautiful, and she has vigorous vitality like a willow branch. It made Gormocher's heart tickle. "I know, I'll go back with you." "Really?" There was an obvious surprise in Saul Tang's voice, like a child who got candy. He had seen her smile like this around Mujotting before, and now, such a smile is because he exists and belongs to him. Gormochen nodded and said in a low voice, "I just went out to do something urgent. It doesn't matter. It's good that he's here now." Saul Tang found that he seemed to be more handsome today than yesterday. He was like a god down to earth, but today he was indeed even more beautiful. "What are you looking at?" Gormochen noticed the girl's sight, looked ahead without squinting, and asked. Saul Tang smiled shyly. "It's just strange why some people look better day by day. If you want to praise me, you don't have to be so obscure." A fleeting smile appeared on the corners of Gormochen's lips. It seems that it is a wise decision to recall the designer overnight. Xu Wenqing had already bought the food and waited at home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she immediately stood up. Saul Tang opened the door and saw his mother staring at him. Gormochen, who followed her, naturally took her hand and wrapped her little hand with his palm, as if it was no different from a real newlywed. Saul Tang looked down at the hands he held together and smiled silently. When Xu Wenqing saw Gormochen's talented appearance, he knew that this man was not from an ordinary family, and he was more reserved than Mujotting's identity. It seems that this is indeed the boy introduced to Saul Tang by the Tang family. In this way, she is really relieved. The Tang family loves Saul Tang, and the person who picks her will never be wrong. "Mom, we're back. This is Gormochen. Mochen, this is my mother." Introduced by Saul Tang. Gormochen nodded his head, and then said, "Mom." Saul Tang never thought that Gormochen would greet people so sincerely. Xu Wenqing quietly wiped her tears and stuffed a red envelope into his hand. "Child, take it." "Thank you, Mom." Gormochen received the red envelope from kindness. He looked at the Saul family's house. After so many years, nothing has changed. The house is not big, but it is clean and tidy. Xu Wenqing is much older. After Saul Tang's father died of illness a few years ago, she had to take care of her family and grandmother, which was obviously tired. Gormochen couldn't help saying, "Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of Tang Tang in the future." Saul Tang turned his head to look at him in surprise, but he didn't have to act so realistically. How will she explain her divorce to her family in the future? Gormochen's words came from the bottom of his heart, and Xu Wenqing's eyes turned red again and again. "Mom, don't worry about everything." "Where is Grandma?" Saul Tang asked. "Grandma is saying that she wants to see you. She talked for a long time and wanted to have your wedding reception." Xu Wenqing immediately went to push her grandmother out. Grandma was sitting in a wheelchair, with grey hair and a haggard look. As soon as she heard Saul Tang's voice, her mental state improved a lot, and there was a light in her eyes. "Tang Tang is back. I heard from your mother that the banquet will not be held. Why don't you do it?" "Grandma, I'm too busy with work to coordinate, so I won't hold the banquet for the time being. But I still got the marriage certificate, and I will make up for it when I have time in the future. Look, I brought Mochen back to see you." Grandma said oh and said considerately, "Work is important, work is important." "Mochen? Grandma, look at you." Gormochen bent down and said, "Grandma." Grandma's eyesight is not very good, and occasionally she is confused. In the past 2 days, Xu Wenqing has told her a lot of things about Gormochen, all of which Saul Tang made up half-true and half-false nonsense with her on WeChat. With Gormochen here, Grandma was easily coaxed. She took Gormochen and Saul Tang's hands and pressed their hands tightly together. "Live a good life and be considerate of each other in the future. Tang Tang, don't be willful and naughty, you know?" "Grandma, who knows?" Grandma said again, "Mochen, she wants to bully you. Tell Grandma." Gormochen is quite patient. "Tang Tang didn't bully me. Grandma is old and has a lot to say." Many of them are repeated over and over again. Saul Tang was afraid that Gormochen would be impatient. But he didn't. He sat patiently in front of the old man, listened to her back and forth, and responded patiently. For a moment, Saul Tang felt that he was his grandmother's grandson. Saul Tang looked at Gormochen gratefully. He was really careful to cope with it to this extent. Xu Wenqing went to prepare dinner. Saul Tang glanced at the time. It was not yet 6 o'clock. But she was not sure whether Gormochen would stay and have dinner together. She was about to open her mouth when Gormochen said, "Let's eat together." Saul Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma had a very happy meal. Her mental state and mood were very good, and she ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. Only Saul Tang was afraid of being exposed, listened to their every conversation carefully, and did not move his chopsticks much. When it was almost 7 o'clock, it suddenly began to rain outside. Xu Wenqing smiled and said, "Look, this tells me not to stay guests. Tonight, you two will stay in Tang Tao's room." Guo Mochen frowned slightly and stayed there. I'm afraid it would be inconvenient for him to take a few showers a night. Mom, we still have something to do. Su Tang saw Guo Mochen's expression and quickly refused. But it's raining so heavily. It doesn't matter. Let's just drive slowly. When I'm free, I'll come back to see you and Grandma. Xu Wenqing didn't keep them anymore, but put a lot of delicious food for Su Tang, and she had to bring it. When she went out of the unit door, a cold wind blew, which made Su Tang's umbrella unstable. She tried to hold the handle of the umbrella tightly. This place is an old community. The terrain is not peaceful, and there are some problems with drainage. It has just rained for a while, and the ground is already full of water. Su Tang is thinking about how to get to the parking space as soon as possible. While thinking about it, a coat was put on her shoulder. She looked up and saw Guo Mochen looking at her with no expression. I'm sorry, I just called last time to ask the property to deal with the drainage, but I didn't expect that the rain would accumulate water again. Guo Mochen looked up at the sky and reached out to hold her wrist. When Su Tang was thinking about what he was going to do, his whole body had taken off the ground. This was a princess hug, and Guo Mochen picked her up easily. Chapter 6 I Guo Mochen's Woman. Su Tang subconsciously held Guo Mochen's neck with both hands to support his body. She didn't have time to exclaim, and had been taken into the rain curtain by Guo Mochen. She couldn't see Guo Mochen's expression clearly in the rain. She supported the umbrella instinctively, and she didn't know how much she could cover. Occasionally, sporadic raindrops fell on the body, and the place he held was warm and dry. The position she leaned against was Guo Mochen's chest, and there was a faint cold smell. The man walked very fast, and Su Tang was put next to the car for a moment. After getting on the car, Su Tang found that he was not drenched much, but Guo Mochen's whole body was wet, and he didn't know how to hold the umbrella just now. She hurriedly handed him his coat. You wipe it first. No need. Guo Mochen didn't answer and started the car. If I had known, I would have waited a little longer and left when the rain stopped. Su Tang looked at the heavy rain and said. Soon, Guo Mochen sent her to Jiayi Mansion. Fortunately, the rain has stopped now. After she got out of the car, Guo Mochen didn't get out of the car. You go back by yourself. The red envelopes given by your mother and grandmother are all in the pocket of your coat. Then, his car accelerated away. Su Tang thought that it turned out that he had something to do, so he was anxious to carry her into the car, instead of not being able to see her step on the water. Back to the mansion, Su Tang reported to his mother and grandmother that he had arrived home safely. Housekeeper Zhang was not here, and Su Tang didn't want to bother her. She went into the kitchen to make ginger tea and drank a big bowl. Another big bowl was left for Guo Mochen. Then she counted the red envelopes given to Guo Mochen by her mother and grandmother. This amount was a large amount for the savings of her grandmother and mother. Fortunately, Guo Mochen didn't like this. Su Tang thought about saving it tomorrow when the two old people could use it in the future. After taking a shower, Su Tang went to the living room to drink water. The phone rang. She picked up, and the voice of Tang Jingcheng, her biological father, came from the opposite side. Tang Tang, why don't you tell your father about such a big thing as being enacted? Tang Jingcheng was angry and distressed. He was preparing for the wedding before, but you asked me to ignore it, but I didn't care. Now you are bullied, and you don't let me care, do you? If Miss Xu Wenqing hadn't called me, I would have been in the dark. I'm sorry, Dad. Su Tang whispered that it had been more than 3 years since the Tang family came to find her. But in the past 3 years, she has failed many of their kindness. She grew up in Su's family, and she could never give up her adoptive father and mother's affection for her. This allows her to keep a close relationship with her biological parents. It seems that in this way, she will not be ashamed of her adoptive parents. Tang Jingcheng slowed down his tone, but Miss Xu Wenqing said, have you found a marriage partner now? Have you received the certificate? Because Xu Wenqing thought that Guo Mochen was introduced to Su Tang by the Tang family, he didn't mention much to Tang Jingcheng, but only talked about marriage. Tang Jingcheng was not relieved. He hung up the phone over there and immediately called Su Tang. Well, it's a boy I met a long time ago, and we have a good relationship. Don't worry. Su Tang said. She held the phone tightly. I broke up peacefully with Mu Jotting. Dad, I'm doing well now. Please don't worry. The past is over. This is also the reason why she wants to find a marriage partner. If she doesn't get married, Tang Jingcheng will definitely go to Mu Jotting to settle the score. After 4 years of love, even if Mu Jotting felt sorry for her, she didn't want the Tang family to interfere in this matter, so she grabbed Mu Jotting and didn't let go. What's more, I don't want the Tang family to introduce to her to the so-called family. Every time she gets closer to the Tang family and accepts the kindness of the Tang family, she will have a sense of betrayal of her adoptive parents. Only by choosing the object of marriage by agreement can these problems be temporarily avoided. As for a year later, after a year, time passes by and things is wrong. Let's worry about it then. Tang Jingcheng said a few more words, and Su Tang simply comforted him. Hearing the sound of opening the door, she immediately hung up the phone. Guo Mochen entered the living room and saw that she had just hung up the phone sneakingly. Su Tang just can't change it. With this habit, I always feel guilty when talking on the phone with the family members of the Tang family for fear of being bumped into by my adoptive parents. She secretly hid her mobile phone and found that it was Go Mokchen who came in, not the expected adoptive mother. Go Mokchen saw her panic and guilty look, his eyes were slightly deep, and his boredom came into. Did she contact Mu Juoting? Who are you talking on the phone? He asked. So Tang bit his lip slightly, a relative. He asked me about marriage. Not to mention that she is not familiar with Go Mokchen, she doesn't want to mention Tang Jingcheng. Even though she had been in love with Mu Juoting for 4 years, she had not told Mu Juoting about the Tang family until she was about to get married. She originally wanted to get the certificate and told Mu Juoting. Now, it is obviously not necessary. Go Mokchen's heart was suddenly tightened. I don't know if anyone had told her that when she lied, the tip of her nose would wrinkle slightly. Never be an exception. Mr. Go, I left ginger soup for you. So Tang went to take out the ginger soup. You got wet in the rain before. Drink some. Go Mokchen took it and touched her with his finger. So Tang subconsciously took it back. Go Mokchen's face was cold, his fingers tightened on the edge of the bowl, and his knuckles turned white. Then I'll go upstairs first, Mr. Go, come back. So Tang didn't know why. I heard Go Mokchen's cold voice, a person like Mu Juoting is not worth your longing. So Tang's voice also became colder, which of your eyes saw that I missed him? It's not the best. You are already Mrs. Go, my Go Mokchen's woman. I can give you time, but I won't give you too long. I won't waste any more time on him. So Tang didn't promise Go Mokchen, but to himself. The emotion in Go Mokchen's eyes is not clear, it's useless to say, you'd better do it. Don't look down on people. So Tang pinched his palm. And So Tang had to turn around again, what else? This. Go Mokchen handed over a box. So Tang opened it and it was a box of hot brown sugar glutinous rice cake, which she loved to eat since she was a child. She didn't eat much at night. When she saw the steaming food, she swallowed her saliva gently. Is it for me? Did you just go out to buy this? It's not easy to pass by and see the old man who set up a stall. Give me a hand. Go Mokchen had already found that she didn't move her chopsticks much when she was worried about dinner. Seeing her opening the box like a gluttonous cat and eating contentedly, it was not in vain that he had just gone out for a special trip. So Tang looked up at him. Mr. Go, in fact, you are a very kind person, but you always love to talk with a cold face. People who don't know you think you are very difficult to contact. If you don't be angry with me, I will have a better contact. So Tang didn't understand why she was angry with him. She didn't seem to have done anything, did she? Chapter 7 Memories of the Breakup with Mu Juoting. When she got up the next morning, So Tang found that Go Mokchen was taking a shower in the bathroom. In the past 2 days, the most thing she saw Go Mokchen did was taking a shower. I seemed to hear him take a shower in a daze in the middle of the night last night. The bathroom and the washroom are separate. She went downstairs after a simple wash. It happened that Xi Wenqing called and told So Tang that Mu Juoting had delivered a gift to his home. Mom, have you found the things that Mu Juoting gave me that I asked you to help me clean up last time? It's all found and cleaned up. I'll flash the next order. After the courier comes, Mom, please give it to him for me. At all. It's time to return it to him. Xu Wenqing said softly. So Tang pursed her lips and pressed the sourness back to the bottom of her heart. 4 years of love, it's a lie to say that it doesn't hurt. Every minute and every millimeter was eroding the bones when it was just pulled away. Time is the best medicine. In just a few days, she has adapted, and she has adapted very well. After So Tang finished posing the order for flash delivery, Mu Juoting's call came over. Looking at the familiar 3 words on the mobile phone, So Tang suddenly felt like the next day. She pressed the answer button. Mu Juoting's familiar voice came, do you like my new gift? Mu Juoting, don't send anything anymore. We have broken up. Stop it, So Tang, you know I'm busy and have limited time. Mu Juoting's voice showed the calmness of steady victory. Don't call me again. So Tang hung up the phone. Mu Juoting stood in the office, and only a helpless smile appeared on Jinlao's face, as if So Tang was just short-tempered. He has always been tolerant, loving, and condoning So Tang's all kinds of waywardness. He did propose to cancel the wedding, but So Tang proposed the breakup. He was surprised and could understand her mood. It was normal for the girl whose wedding was cancelled to have a temper. But it will be fine in a few days. So Tang sat on the sofa, and the picture of the last meeting with Mu Juoting 2 days ago came to his mind. 2 days ago at that time, she got the marriage examination report. The report showed that she could not give birth, which shattered all her vision of happiness in the future. She called Mu Juoting, and Mrs. Mu received the call. Mrs. Mu's voice and mood are very flat. So Tang, Juoting asked me to tell you that your wedding will be temporarily cancelled. The wedding was confirmed by So Tang and Mu Juoting for a long time. So Tang personally selected most of the wedding supplies. Seeing that happiness was just around the corner, Mrs. Mu's words were like a ladle of cold water splashed on her head. I want Juoting to tell me by himself. Saw Tang pinched his palm fiercely. Mrs. Mew said lightly, he is very busy and has no time. That's it. The phone was hung up. Saw Tang was stunned and shed tears for a while before she got up and rushed to Mew Juoting's apartment. Whether it's cancelling the wedding or breaking up, she wants to hear Mew Juoting say it in person. Mew Juoting's apartment is located in the Golden Zone of Xinchuan City, and the security measures are very strict. But those who knew Mew Juoting well knew the existence of Saw Tang, his favorite little girlfriend, so she entered Mew Juoting's apartment without much effort. Saw Tang has never stayed in this apartment, and she only comes during the day every time. Open the door. Mew Juoting is not here. Only in the room upstairs, there was a movement. At that time, Saw Tang only wanted Mew Juoting's personal response, and he didn't think that he would bump into anything upstairs. When she saw Mew Juoting hugging another woman, she didn't know how pale her face was. She only knows how cold her body is. Mew Juoting saw Saw Tang at the first time. Her slender figure swayed like a fallen leaf, and her wronged face was sad and helpless. He got up and put on his nightgown, walked to Saw Tang, and reached out to grab her wrist. Tang Tang. I'm just here to confirm the cancellation of the wedding. Saw Tang's tears slipped down, and her voice was so vague that she couldn't hear it clearly. Tang Tang, I'm sorry, I really arranged to cancel the wedding. But it doesn't mean that we won't get married in the future. Saw Tang asked him with tears in his eyes, do we have a future? Mew Juoting lit a cigarette. Tang Tang, you know, in the Mew family, I have 3 cousins, and my father has 2 illegitimate children. The competition is so great that it is unimaginable. You can't give birth. If I marry you now, Grandpa will definitely limit the equity I have worked hard to win. When I fell in love with you before, I was under great family pressure. Who knew that such a thing would be found out before marriage? The wedding is only temporarily cancelled. When I have another 2 years and my position is more stable, I will definitely give you a more perfect wedding. Saw Tang held back her tears. What do I count as you in these 2 years? You are still my fiancé, just hide it from my family for the time being. Mew Juoting has already made arrangements and plans. He is bound to gain the power of the family. Saw Tang, he can't give up. Jiahua, who has been taken care of for 4 years, is his most ideal marriage partner. Saw Tang, in terms of appearance, figure and knowledge, is enough to become the eldest grandmother of the Mew family, which is enviable. Saw Tang pointed to the woman behind him. So, is she also part of your plan? Mew Juoting threw away the cigarette and put his arms around Saw Tang's shoulder. It's just a joke. After 4 years with Saw Tang, he gave in to her everywhere. He respected her and waited for what she said she couldn't do. Such a delicate flower that seems to be able to break at any time, Mew Juoting is full of patience. But he is also a man, and occasionally he has a way to relax. He believes that Saw Tang will understand. Saw Tang pushed him away heavily and said firmly, Mew Juoting, let's break up. Mew Juoting laughed and knew that she had a small-natured attack. He coaxed her to be happy. It was my fault. I won't do such a thing in the future. I asked her to leave immediately. He waved his hand to let the woman go, and put Saw Tang in his arms. Good boy, wait for me for another 2 years, and I will definitely give you the grandest wedding. Saw Tang didn't know where the strength came from. She pushed him away and avoided his arms. I said, let's break up. Saw Tang. Mew Juoting's tone increased. Don't make trouble. Saw Tang knew that she was easy to coax in his eyes. She was soft-hearted. She could listen to whatever he said. He said he was busy, and she didn't need him to accompany her. He simply coaxed her, and if something happened, it would be over. She is sensible, obedient and delicate, but it does not mean that she is really opinionless. I didn't make a fuss. Mew Juoting, we broke up and had nothing to do with it in the future. Saw Tang's words are extremely clear. Mew Juoting pushed at her, grabbed her wrist, and forced a kiss. Mew Juoting, if you dare to kiss me, I will jump right now. Chapter 8. Saw Tang is not easy to coax this time. Saw Tang's resolute look made Mew Juoting dare not act rashly anymore. He raised his hands. Okay, I won't kiss you. You calm down first. Saw Tang didn't give him another chance. He turned around and ran downstairs and ran out of the apartment. Mew Juoting cancelled the engagement, and she proposed to break up. On that day, I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, which was the day I had agreed with Mew Juoting to get the certificate. In order to deal with her grandmother and the Tang family, she asked Guo Mochen to marry. In 2 days, the past has been untouchable for a long time. What Saw Tang thought had passed was on Mew Juoting's side, but it seemed that it was far from the past. Saw Tang's thoughts returned. She picked up her mobile phone and clicked on the page where Mew Juoting had just called, and was about to choose to black out. The lower jaw was suddenly lifted, and Saw Tang was slightly shocked. When did Guo Mochen come to her side? The man's eyes were slightly cold. He pinched her jaw, lowered his head and kissed her lips heavily. Guo Mochen's kiss seemed to be punishing, almost plundering Saw Tang's breath. When she thought she was going to be out of breath, Guo Mochen let go of her. Do you remember what you said last night, huh? Guo Mochen's eyes fell on her mobile phone. I didn't waste my time on others. Saw Tang is serious. She just recalled what happened 2 days ago, and she knew more and more that it was right to choose to break up. Miu Zhuoting has never really respected her, which is not true love at all. Guo Mochen's fingers stroked her eyes. That's not what your tears say. The girl's skin was too fair. When the tears were wiped off, a touch of red appeared on the skin, and the force of Guo Mochen's fingers subconsciously became lighter. Su Tang was shocked to realize that he had shed tears. But only she herself knew that it was not a regret for Miu Zhuoting. But at this moment, she can't explain clearly. Guo Mochen closed his eyes slightly to cover the loss in his eyes. He is not worth your tears. He let go of his hand, strode over Su Tang, and walked towards the door. Housekeeper Zhang sent breakfast to him. Seeing him, he said, Mochen, it's time for breakfast. I have something to do, so I won't eat. As the door slammed shut, Guo Mochen's figure disappeared in front of him. Housekeeper Zhang said strangely, didn't Mochen himself say to prepare and more breakfast? Does he want to eat it together? Su Tang said softly, maybe he is busy with work and too late. Guo's group. The president's office. Luo Shu was also a little surprised to see Guo Mochen's appearance. Didn't Mr. Guo explain that he would be late today? Seeing Guo Mochen's unhappy expression, Luo Shu did not dare to neglect and hurriedly sent the work to be handled. What's wrong with this contract? Luo Shu hurriedly picked it up and took a look. It turned out that there was a mistake in the clause. And this plan, type it back and redo it. Luo Shu took a look and recorded the two works and sent them back for reprocessing in a moment. At the door, Shen Jinyan strolled over and asked with a smile, is Brother Chen here, Mr. Shen? Luo Shu nodded. He was there, but a little. He made a hint. Shen Jinyan is strange, are you in a bad mood? Why do I think he is in a good mood and willing to spend time to try on clothes in person? Luo Shu also didn't understand. After following Guo Moche for several years, he thought that he could accurately understand his intentions in terms of work. But in the past 2 days, Luo Shu is really a little confused. Shen Jinyan was familiar with Guo Mochen. He knocked on the door casually and pushed it in. He asked with a smile, what's wrong with President Guo? Are you busy at work again? If you have something to talk about, don't disturb my work. What, did you take the explosives? Shen Jinyan stepped forward and drank together at night. The young master of the Miu family wanted to invite us to drink, but he didn't know what his intention was. Guo Mochen's eyes deepened slightly. Su Tang went back to his mother's house and took his car. This scooter was bought for her by her mother with her savings when she just graduated. The car itself is not expensive. It has been driven for a year. Su Tang cherishes it very much and is well maintained. Su Tang's car parked at the gate of a community and called her best friend, Liang Sijia, I'm here. I'm here, too. Come here right away. Liang Sijia rushed out, holding an ice cream in each hand, and signaled Su Tang to open the door for her. Su Tang opened the door, and she stuffed an ice cream. Hurry up, your favorite matcha flavor. Su Tang took it and then shook his head regretfully. I can't eat it. What's the matter? Liang Sijia said that I had been in line for half an hour to buy it. Jiajia is the best. Su Tang smiled, but my menstrual leave came. Okay, I'll help you eat. But why did you advance it? After saying that, she also remembered what Su Tang had experienced in the past few days. It turns out that mood can really affect the body. Su Tang smiled again, bright and touching. Liang Sijia looked at her face carefully. Your marriage partner should be good, which made you come out of the abyss of emotions so quickly. Is there any? Su Tang touched his face. There are not only, but also very unique. Look at how good you look now. On the day we broke up, your face was pale. Su Tang didn't feel it herself, but when she looked at herself in the mirror, Liang Sijia was right. Her complexion was indeed quite rosy. It has nothing to do with the marriage partner. I can think of it myself. Really? Are you sure? Agreed marriage partner, agreement, naturally, there will be no real feelings. How can I change because of him without real feelings? That's right. Never mind. From now on, I will accompany you today. Liang Sijia made a rushing gesture. The two of them ate and walked all day long and had a great time. After dinner, Liang Sijia took Su Tang directly into a bar. In the past, Miu Zhuoting always restricted you here and there, and the bar didn't allow you to enter. What is his basis? I took you to the bar today. Liang Sijia waved to the waiter and gave me a few bottles of good wine. Don't take too much. I'm not good at drinking. Liang Sijia said generously, drink as much as you can, and the rest is up to me. While the two were talking, Miu Zhuoting took a group of people into the bar. When he pushed the door in, his tall and handsome facial features attracted many people to follow him subconsciously. Su Tang looked up and felt amazing at a glance. Although she had seen this face for 4 years. It's just that when I suddenly think of Guo Mochen, the sense of surprise is much less. Comparing him with Guo Mochen, it is like a firefly than the sun and the moon. Miu Zhuoting walked to Su Tang's side, and the others did not follow him sensibly. Tang Tang. Miu Zhuoting's voice was a little hoarse, and his loose tie made him show a sense of 3-point expansion. After receiving all the gifts he sent back by Su Tang, Miu Zhuoting realized that Su Tang was not easy to coax this time. Chapter 9 Su Tang grows up. and the fox becomes a spirit. Su Tang didn't respond to Mu Juoting and didn't even look at him more. Mu Juoting doesn't mind. Beauties need to be spoiled. It's more normal for top beauties like Su Tang to give a little more spoiling. Liang Sijia said coldly, "What is Master Mu doing? Don't you understand that a good horse doesn't eat back grass?" Mu Juoting smiled, "Can't you say hello when you see your friend?" "Jia, let's change the place." Su Tang got up. "No need to change, I'll go." Mu Juoting put the brocade box in his hand on the table and took it. This gift was chosen by him himself, which is more valuable than the previous one. Before Su Tang refused, he got up and walked upstairs. A group of people followed him. Su Tang thought about it and did not follow him to return. Liang Sijia was very angry. Even if he is the young master of the Mu family, can't he come and go like this? "Don't be angry. I have nothing to do with him." Su Tang persuaded. "How can you not be angry?" Liang Sijia asked, "What about this gift?" "Just deposit it at the bar and let them remember to return it to him." Shen Jinyan's car stopped at the door of the bar. He threw the key to the parking boy and smiled at Guo Mochen. "Brother Chen, you don't come to this bar. You must have a good experience this time. The wine here is good, and there are countless beautiful chicks here. Vulgar and vulgar." Guo Mochen spit out 4 words. Shen Jinyan hooked his shoulder. Yes, I know that President Guo has a high vision. Anyway, I, a layman, like to see these beautifully dressed beauties." Entering the bar, Shen Jinyan identified the most dazzling beauty at a glance and said to Guo Mochen, "Brother Chen, look. Great beauty. You can enjoy it for yourself." Guo Mochen didn't squint. "It's really good looking. It's a pity not to watch it. Look at the shoulder and neckline, look at the skin, tsk. This is not a human, but a fox, right?" Guo Mochen was forced by him to look away. She saw several bottles of red wine in front of Su Tang, and she was taking a sip. It was about the wine, and a touch of red quickly climbed up her neck and face. The white and red visual impact made Guo Mochen's throat tighten, remembering the touch when kissing her. "Since you are not interested, I will ask for your contact information." Shen Jinyan's voice was full of expectation. "Aren't you going to see Mu Juoting first?" Guo Mochen stopped him. Shen Jinyan was taken upstairs by Guo Mochen and looked at Su Tang reluctantly. "Didn't you just say that you are not very interested in seeing Mu Juoting?" Seeing Guo Mochen and Shen Jinyan appear together, Mu Juoting was indeed a little surprised. Because he learned that Guo Mochen had bought the corner-like open space of the West Suburb project, Mu Juoting was a little confused about what Guo Mochen was going to do. The Guo family and the Mu family had no business intersection before. Mu Juoting was indeed a little curious about what Guo Mochen was going to do, so he asked his friends to make an appointment with Shen Jinyan next to Guo Mochen. "I just didn't expect that Guo Mochen really came in person." "Guo Shao, Shen Shao." Mu Juoting's accident flashed away with a smile. "Young Master Mu," Guo Mochen nodded. Mu Juoting looked at the young man in front of him without moving. At such an age, he had the momentum of an emperor, and he was indeed worthy of being the ruler of the Guo group. "Please take a seat, both of you. Wang Liang, bring me my bottle of 82-year-old Cabernet Sauvignon." Mu Juoting also sat down. Shen Jinyan smiled. "Master Mu also likes Cabernet Sauvignon." Slightly interested. "What? Does Guo Shao like it or Shen Shao like it?" Mu Juoting asked with a smile. "Brother Chen likes it very much. It turns out that I have such a similar taste with Guo Shao. I really don't want to get drunk today." Mu Juoting opened his mouth with familiarity. Compared with Guo Mochen's coldness, he is a person who is keen on socializing and socializing. Guo Mochen said in a light voice, "I drove here today. Let's drink next time." In the face of Guo Mochen's direct refusal, Mu Juoting didn't care and smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Then I'll ask them to bring drinks." Mu Juoting immediately sent all kinds of drinks next to him. After taking a few simple sips of drinks, Mu Juoting tried a few words about Guo Moche's plan for the western suburbs, but did not hear much useful information. He is not in a hurry. The area of those pieces of land is too small, and it is very difficult to use. No matter what Guo Mochen does with it, he has to follow the original arrangement of the Mu family. "Let's play cards, right?" Mu Juoting picked up a deck of playing cards. Guo Mochen did not refuse and joined them. Today, there are a lot of people following Mu Juoting, all of whom are people of the same age in the circle of the Mu family. Once the cards were played, the scene suddenly became lively. Several girls also joined in to help their boyfriends draw cards and shuffle. I don't know who asked, "Why didn't my sister-in-law come with Brother Ting today?" The sister-in-law, he said, and everyone around Mu Juoting knew who he was. Su Tang and Mu Juoting have been together for 4 years and have followed Mu Juoting to attend some public or private occasions. Wang Liang gave the man a gink, signaling him not to open the pot and pick up the pot. Mu Juoting didn't care. "Didn't I make your sister-in-law angry 2 days ago? She hasn't calmed down yet." He said so, and everyone else guessed that there should not be much problem between the two people. "It's normal for my sister-in-law to be a little angry." A long-haired girl next to her who was shuffling the cards said with a smile. Girls will inevitably get angry when they encounter such a thing as cancelling a wedding. Another short-haired girl followed. The short-haired girl's boyfriend patted her palm and signaled her not to talk nonsense. He said to himself, my sister-in-law's anger is only temporary. Brother Ting is really one of the best for her. He gave up Brother Ting and looked at the whole Jingchui. Where can he find such a good man? Wang Liang said in peace, this is a good word. The sister-in-law is of an ordinary background, and Brother Ting can convince his family to accept her, which shows that Brother Ting is deeply affectionate. There is nothing we can do when we encounter such a thing this time. The long-haired girl who spoke first just now shrugged her shoulders and said nothing. Shen Jingyan didn't know who they were talking about. He said casually, cancelling the engagement does have a great impact on girls. If Master Mu wants to accompany his fiancée, our game can end at any time, and you can't delay your business. Mu Zhuoting looked steady and showed a card, not in a hurry. 1-4. Wang Liang followed and said, Shen Xiao, don't worry about it. My sister-in-law hasn't been angry for a long time. Otherwise, how could she take the initiative to come to this bar for a drink today? Isn't this specially here to wait for Brother Ting? What's more, she also accepted Brother Ting's gift. With a bang, Guo Mochen knocked down a bottle of drink. As the glass bottle burst on the ground, the liquid flowed all over the ground. Chapter 10. Tell him in public, I'm married. The ground was covered with glass slag. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. What's wrong with this waiter? I can't even put a drink well. Wang Liang immediately apologized to Guo Mochen. Mr. Guo, didn't you hurt me? I'll have someone clean up right away. Sorry, Guo Sha. Mu Zhuoting also apologized. It doesn't matter. Guo Mochen's expression did not change, but there was a hint of hoarseness in his voice. The tip of his tongue rested against his cheek, and the juice in the air filled his mouth with a sour and slightly bitter taste. With his words, the whole tense air eased. Brother Ting. Shen Jingyan is worried that he doesn't want to socialize. Shall we go back first? It's rare to come out. Sit down for a while. Shen Jingyan sensed that Guo Mochen was in a bad mood and didn't know what was wrong. He thought he was just lazy to socialize, so he took over the burden of socializing and smiled, then let's continue to play cards. Keep going. Wang Liang said, what did you say just now? He said that his sister-in-law came and received Brother Ting's gift. When you say that, my sister-in-law really can't live without Brother Ting. The person beside Wang Liang said. That's for sure. Mu Zhuoting smiled, don't mention her, play cards first. The 4 I came out. He knocked on the 4. Fry. Guo Mochen lightly showed 2 cards and directly crushed Mu Zhuoting to death. Everyone coaxed, Mr. Guo, is this the king's explosion? Shen Jingyan held his forehead, isn't it, Brother Chen? Is this worth your explosion? Guo Mochen has always been a little talk, so he didn't participate in the chat just now, and everyone didn't care. At this moment, he couldn't see the emotion on his plain face, but everyone could clearly feel that the air pressure around him was a little low. That's a kind of temperament that can disturb other people's minds. Everyone was thinking to himself, it's just playing a card. Why does Guo Mochen look like he is bound to win? Mu Zhuoting couldn't help laughing, it's a bit risky for Guo Xiao to fight like this. Before the words were soon, Guo Mochen played a few cards in a row, and all the others couldn't stand up. They could only watch Guo Mochen play the last card. Victory is in danger, Mu Xiao, give in. Guo Mochen threw out the last card, and he won. Mu Zhuoting smiled, it was Guo Xiao who played well. I didn't expect that this card could still be played like this. Wang Liang shuffled the cards and saw that Mu Zhuoting was no longer bothering Su Tang's affairs, so he proposed, since my sister-in-law is downstairs, Brother Ting, why don't I go downstairs and invite her up? There are many people and it's lively. Guo Mochen's deep eyes surged, and then he closed his eyes to cover the emotions in his eyes. Shen Jingyan has long heard that Mu Zhuoting's fiancée is a top beauty, which is unforgettable. But I don't know if this big beauty doesn't like to see her. People, or Mu Zhuoting protects her too well. People who have little contact with Mu Zhuoting rarely know her true appearance. He is also very interested, Mr. Mu, yes, let me also meet the future young grandmother of the Mu family. He turned his head and said to Guo Mochen, Brother Chen, this is a great beauty. After saying that, Shen Jingyan found that Guo Mochen's eyes were full of dark color, as if someone had provoked him. Shen Jingyan was very surprised. No, who can provoke Brother Chen at this time? Brother Chen is not the kind of person who gets angry because someone else sipped a drink. Then I'll go down, Brother Ting? Wang Liang asked. Mu Zhuoting was originally quite hesitant. This time, Su Tang's angry attitude was obviously different from usual. But the words of the people around him persuaded him that Su Tang, who had never come to the bar alone, came to the bar today for what purpose? He must have specially inquired that he was here and specially came to wait for himself. It's hard for her to have a heart. Mu Zhuoting didn't want to be stuck with Su Tang. He let go of his past grudges early, and he didn't bother to continue to have a headache about this matter. No need. Let me call her. Mu Zhuoting stopped Wang Liang. Since Su Tang gave him the steps, he also had to make a gesture and call her up in person. Instead of letting someone work for him. Guo Mochen put down the drink in his hand and leaned on the back of the chair, pretending to be an indifferent bystander. Mu Jiaoting pressed Su Tang's phone, and the other party had been on the phone. When he called for the third time, he realized that Su Tang had blocked him. Mu Jiaoting was not angry either. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. She was still short-tempered with me and blocked me. Haha, it's okay. It's about the couple. They fight at the head of the bed and the end of the bed." Shen Jinyan joked. Suddenly looking at Guo Mochen's face, he stopped talking and took a drink to pour himself. What's wrong with Brother Chen today? Does Mu Jiaoting owe him money? Wang Liang dialed Su Tang's phone with his own mobile phone and said with a smile, "Brother Ting, my sister-in-law didn't black you. Sister-in-law, Brother Ting has something to say to you." Wang Liang said to the phone in a big tone. Su Tang received a call from Wang Liang, and her eyebrows frowned. "I have nothing to say to him." She will hang up after saying that. "Sister-in-law, please say something. I'll help you and Brother Ting to deliver it." Wang Liang is willing to be this peacemaker. He doesn't realize the seriousness of the situation at all. "Brother Ting wants you to come upstairs and have fun together." Su Tang's voice was a little cold. "Ori, then you can open the hands-free." Wang Liang opened the door free. "Brother Ting, my sister-in-law makes it so say." Guo Mochen held a glass of juice and drank it one sip at a time. The knuckles of his fingers holding the cup turned pale. The juice poured into the mouth is cold and sour, stimulating the muscles in the throat to contract and hurt. When Mu Jiaoting heard Su Tang's voice, he smiled and indulged. "Tang Tang, shall I pick you up upstairs?" "No need, Mr. Mu, I have broken up with you, and we don't need to have any more in the future. Please don't call me in the future and interfere with my normal life." Su Tang's voice was extremely firm, because everyone heard it because it was open. Wang Liang huddled in his seat and regretted dialing this number. For a moment, no one in the whole private room dared to look at Mu Jiaoting's face. Mu Jiaoting's face just sank slightly, and then his expression returned to his original state. "Tang Tang, I know you are angry. Let's talk to you when your anger subsides. There is no need to talk about Mu Jiaoting anymore. I just took this opportunity to tell you that I am married and don't want my husband to misunderstand my relationship with other men. Let's blacken each other and separate each other." Mu Jiaoting gritted his teeth. "Su Tang, don't joke." Of course, he doesn't believe that Su Tang will marry other men. "I'm not kidding. My current husband is tall, handsome and kind. He treats me well, and I will live with him seriously. I hope Mr. Mu won't bother us anymore." Oh, Mu Jiaoting felt more and more that she was joking. "Are you tall, handsome and good?" Chapter 11, My Husband. Stimulated by Mu Jiaoting's voice, Su Tang's volume increased a lot. "My husband is indeed tall and handsome, and he is a good person. You and I, it's over." After Su Tang finished speaking, he hung up directly. There was a burst of busy sound from Mu Jiaoting's mobile phone. Mu Jiaoting's face was a little unbearable. After a moment, he said, "The little girl hasn't calmed down yet, and she's still messing with me." He was already a little flustered in his heart, but his face didn't show. Others listened to his relaxed tone and breathed a sigh of relief. It is estimated that it will take another 2 days to calm down. Guo Mochen put down the drink cup and swallowed the last sip of the drink in his mouth, which was a little sweet. He got up with a relaxed expression. "Mr. Mu, we won't bother you for now." Mu Jiaoting was indeed no longer in the mood to deal with Guo Mochen. He nodded. "If you don't say hello, I will invite Guo Shao to drink next time." "Okay." Guo Mochen responded. Everyone found that he seemed to be in a good mood, with a smile between his eyebrows. Mu Jiaoting smiled and said, "By the way, this bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon hasn't been opened yet. Since Master Guo has a similar taste to mine, please take it back and drink it." Guo Mochen picked up the red wine from his hand and took a closer look. "Thank you for your love. I will cherish it." There was a deep meaning between his words, and Mu Jiaoting couldn't figure out what the meaning was for a moment. As Guo Mochen and Shen Jingye left, Wang Liang whispered, "Brother Ting, sister-in-law." She wanted to calm down and let her calm down for 2 more days. No one is allowed to look for her. Mu Jiaoting was lost face by Su Tang in front of outsiders, which was inevitably a little downed. Shen Jingyan followed Guo Mochen downstairs. Seeing that his face had improved a lot, he said with a smile, "It's a pity that I didn't see Mu Xiao's fiancé today. What's interesting about other people's fiancés? Look at it and don't lose." Shen Jingyan looked regretful, but the girl was quite rigid. Guo Mochen nodded in agreement. "Scumbags don't keep them for the spring festival." "Indeed, so I really want to know what this girl looks like. The girl who can take the initiative to dump Mu Jiaoting is so hot-tempered." Shen Jinyan came down all the way and admired this girl very much. When he was almost on the first floor, he said to Guo Mochen, "Brother Chen, are you sure you have no interest in the big beauty just now?" He is referring to Su Tang. Guo Mochen looked at Su Tang's location. Shen Jinyan said, "Then you go back first. I'll buy that beautiful woman a drink." "Good luck to you." Guo Mochen's tone was light. Alcoholic drink. The manager of the bar came over and said, "Mr. Guo, the 2 girls you just told me to take care of were not harassed. Where are their people?" I drank a little too much and just went to the parking lot. Don't worry, I'll let someone watch. You can withdraw your people. Go Mo-chan walked out quickly. Su Tang didn't plan to drink too much tonight. But when I was with my best friend, I complained about the scumbag and chatted, so I couldn't help but take a few more sips. Especially when she received Wang Lia's call and said that to Mu Jotting on the phone, she was so happy that she couldn't help drinking 2 more drinks. Divided cleanly, well done. Tang Tang. Liang Sijia and Su Tang helped each other and walked to the side of the car drunkenly. The day he cancelled the wedding. I made up my mind. Su Tang was quite drunk. On her pink cheeks, she was so drunk that even the ends of her eyes were red. Liang Sijia smiled, where is there no handsome man in the world? In the future. I will find you a taller and more handsome one in the future. I have already married. Su Tang has a little nasal voice, the whole Xinchuan probably can't find a taller and more handsome man than him. Liang Sijia stood firm and joked her, no. Isn't it? Is your husband so good? What I said is the truth. My husband is really handsome. He is also a good person. Su Tang said in a daze. Buy her night pants, accompany her to greet her grandmother and mother, as well as brown sugar water and hot water bags, her favorite brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Now that she thinks back, she can still remember the glutinous taste. When Go Mo-chan came over, he was hearing her last words. Follow the night breeze into his ears, as if there was her warm breath. The person arranged by the bar manager was taking care of Su Tang and Liang Sijia from afar and did not dare to go forward. Seeing Go Mo-chan approaching, he retreated to a further position. He asked the person who followed the two of them from afar to leave and strode forward. Su Tang. Go Mo-chan walked over and took the person into his arms. Liang Sijia didn't stand still. When she found that Su Tang was taken away by him, she was so excited that she woke up most of the wine. Who are you? What are you doing? Let go of Tang Tang. Tang Tang, tell her who I am. Go Mo-chan bent down to her earlobe, and his voice was low and charming. Su Tang smelled the familiar cold smell on his body, and the man's arms were hot. She subconsciously said, my husband, Go Mo-chan. Go Mo-chan tightened his arms, as if he wanted to put her in his arms. Liang Sijia was stunned for a moment and remembered that Su Tang had just said that the person she agreed to marry was Go Mo-chan. She also thought that Su Tang deliberately angered Mu Jotting when she said that this man was tall and handsome. How dare Su Tang not exaggerate a word? Tang Tang, give it to me, and I'll ask someone to send you back. Tang Tang, is it okay? Liang Sijia asked uncertainly. Su Tang saw Go Mo-chan clearly and smiled like a flower. Let go, don't worry, you go back first. Go Mo-chan asked the man arranged by the bar manager to see Liang Sijia off and hugged Su Tang tighter. She was drunker than Liang Sijia, and her hands clung to his neck to stand firmly. The dependent posture made Go Mo-chan in a good mood. Close to her ear, Go Mo-chan asked, so who am I? Yes, it's Go Mo-chan. You didn't say that just now. He clasped her waist and said dissatisfiedly, who the hell am I? Go, Mr. Go. Su Tang felt that this person was a little troublesome. Why are there so many problems? Who is yours? Go Mo-chan patiently coaxed. It's my husband. Unprepared red lips, he said what he had just said again. Well, Go Mo-chan is very satisfied. His voice is charming and seductive. Call out again. Su Tang clinged to his shoulder and called, husband. Go Mo-chan was particularly satisfied and was about to coax Su Tang to call again. When he heard Shen Jingyan's voice coming from behind, Chen, brother Chen, what are you doing? Damn it, is this Go Mo-chan he knows, who has never been interested in women, and has never seen the opposite sex around him? For a moment, Shen Jingyan suspected that he had been taken away. Go Mo-chan was interrupted and quite unhappy. It's okay here. I'll take Tang Tang away first. Shen Jingyan looked at him dumbfounded. Tang Tang? That's not. Chapter 12 The wedding dress that has been deposited for 4 years. Shen Jingyan has heard Su Tang's name many times tonight, and he was very impressed. Su Tang, Tang Tang, isn't that Mu Jotting's fiancé? The name of that girl with great personality. Go Mo-chan has nothing to hide from him. Su Tang is now my wife. Brother Chen, you play a lot. Shen Jingyan was completely subdued. So is this the power of the old house on fire? Is it the magic of the flowering of the iron tree? Go Mo-chan actually married Mu Jotting's fiancé whom he just broke up with. He thought that Go Mo-chan would never get married in his life. Shen Jingyan reacted with hindodness. Oh, so every time they mentioned Su Tang in the private room upstairs just now, you were not happy. You said earlier, I couldn't watch their group of people entertain Su Tang like this. They can't have a chance to entertain her again in the future. Go Mo-chan's voice was cold. Shen Jingyan heard a great coldness from inside. Go Mo-chan looked down at Su Tang. The drunken girl closed her eyes, with long eyelashes, and her innocent and harmless face was seductive crimson. He also thought that she had no feelings for Mu Jotting. It was his fault. Then shall I drive you back? Shen Jingyan took out the car key and said, oh, I'm going to the bar tonight and have a drink. The beauty I just liked is also gone. As he was talking, he saw Guo Mochen pick up Su Tang, and the beautiful face like a fox appeared in front of Shen Jingyang. Isn't that the big beauty he just fell in love with when he entered the door and couldn't find everywhere? He was stunned and took a long time to keep up with Guo Mochen's footsteps. Guo Mochen. After getting on the bus, Shen Jingyang looked sad and angry. Where are you going? Back to Jiayu Mansion. Hearing this, Su Tang shook her head. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Where do you want to go? Guo Mochen asked in a low voice and held her cool palm. Su Tang didn't know that she was lying on the car window and saw a flashing wedding dress shop outside the window. Her voice was a little crying. Tomorrow was my wedding. She turned around and hugged Guo Mochen. Jia, my wedding is gone. Guo Mochen clasped her waist, and a touch of pity flashed in his heart. She looked out of the window again. It's gone. It's okay if it's gone. Anyway, I won't marry Mu Duoting. She closed her eyes, and the lights outside the window flashed across her face. Confusion and hesitation are printed on her face, as well as indescribable regrets. Shen Jingyang couldn't help beating the steering wheel. Mu Duoting, that scumbag. Go to another place. Guo Mochen reported an address. He hugged Su Tang, who was still slinging, tightly. Marrying him, he will not make Su Tang have any regrets. The car stopped at the largest shopping mall in Xinchuan. Brother Chen, the mall is about to close now. Shen Jingyang reminded him. My private design studio hasn't yet. Shen Jingyang followed him suspiciously. Su Tang was passively hugged by Guo Mochen and entered an inconspicuous store. The store is unique, with a vast area and countless exquisite wedding dresses. Shen Jingyang sighed. Brother Chen, just spoil her. She deserves it. Do you have any comments? Shen Jingyang spread his hands. That's not there. Try it. I'll wait for you here. The owner of the store is called Alex. The mixed-race child looks very fashionable. He came forward to say hello. Brother Chen. Su Tang looked around with confused eyes. Where is this? Good boy, you'll know when you change your clothes. Su Tang's little hand grabbed Guo Mochen's clothes and refused to let go, feeling a little uneasy about the unfamiliar environment. Guo Mochen whispered, it doesn't matter. It's all my friends here. I will protect you. He turned his head and said to Alex, take the wedding dress I customized. By the way, let the female clerk accompany my wife to take a shower first. Alex nodded and do it. He was surprised. Brother Chen, you ordered this wedding dress 4 years ago. I thought it would be kept forever. It is said that Guo Mochen will not get married. After 4 years of wedding dress, he has been kept here. I didn't expect it to be a useful day. Now that you have done it, it must be useful. Guo Mochen said, bring mine too. He also washed it briefly before following Alex to change into the groom's clothes. The groom's dress was originally customized with the wedding dress, and it was also stored for 4 years. 4 years later, Guo Mochen put on the groom's clothes customized at that time, which was the same decent and fit, adding a little charm of a mature man to his reserve. Alex praised, Brother Chen, you are in good shape, and you don't need to change your clothes at all now. Your craftsmanship is also very good. Now, this style is not out of date. Alex smiled and said, it depends on how the wedding dress will be modified. After all, Guo Mochen himself measured the size at the beginning, and the groom's clothes were completely fine. However, the size of the wedding dress is only dictated by Guo Mochen. After 4 years, the size may have been very different. However, Alex is confident that he can make the perfect modification. In this regard, he is good at it. Su Tang came out after taking a shower, and his whole body was much more sober. Surrounded by a group of people and put on a wedding dress, most of her alcohol was expelled. The person in the mirror is very beautiful, and the beautiful design of the wedding dress outlines her fair and thin shoulders and necklines more perfectly. The complicated and elegant skirts are stacked with a very layered sense, setting off Su Tang's slender waist. Alex couldn't help saying, this doesn't need to be modified at all. It's simply tailor-made. Su Tang looked at herself in the mirror, and she was a little afraid to recognize each other. Far away from the mirror, Guo Mochen came towards her. The man was heroic and walked towards her with flowers in his hands. Her eyes touched him in the mirror, and Su Tang couldn't help clenching her palm gently. She turned around and just bumped into Guo Mochen's arms. His clothes were warm to the touch, and Su Tang heard a fast banging heartbeat. She couldn't tell whether it was hers or his for a moment. Guo Mochen handed her flowers. Happy wedding, Mrs. Guo. There was applause all around. Alex and all the clerks became their witnesses. The wedding was brought forward one day. I hope it won't be too abrupt. Guo Mochen whispered. Su Tang realized that in order to make up for her regret that she could not hold the wedding as scheduled, he specially brought her to the wedding dress shop and held this small wedding. There was warmth in her heart. In fact, her previous regrets had nothing to do with him. But it was him, trying his best to make up for her. She burst into tears and heard Guo Mochen hold her hands and whisper in a charming and hoarse voice, I am willing to marry Su Tang, no matter sick or healthy, whether poor or rich, love her, take care of her, respect her, accept her, and always be loyal to her until the end of her life. Chapter 13 The Husband's Responsibilities. Su Tang's tears slipped down. Guo Mochen hooked her tears with his fingers. Today is in a hurry. Wait for you to be ready before officially holding it. Su Tang felt that it was enough. He didn't have to do this, but he had done his best. Shen Jinyan didn't know where he found a large bouquet of lilies and handed them to Su Tang. I dedicate this flower to you. I wish Brother Chen and saw a good match with their sister-in-law for 100 years. It also commemorates my love that died before it began. Su Tang was amused by him, but she didn't understand his last sentence. Shen Jinyan introduced himself. Sister-in-law, my name is Shen Jinyan. I have known Brother Chen for many years, and I can be regarded as his best friend. Hello, Shen Shao. Su Tang smiled gently. I call you sister-in-law, and you call me Shan Shao. Don't be too sparing. Guo Mochen said to her, you can call him whatever you like. Shen Jinyan was sad and angry. If I had known that you were in love like this, it would have been better to watch you alone. Lend me the car key first. Guo Mochen took the car key from Shen Jinyan's hand. Shen Jinyan didn't rob him for the sake of his newlywed Yang. When she got into the car, Su Tang remembered something and asked, did you pick me up in the bar? What about my friend Jiajia? Don't worry, I asked someone to send her home. When you changed your wedding dress, she would arrive. Su Tang whispered, thank you for the wedding tonight. As your husband, this is my responsibility. Su Tang's eyes turned slightly red, this time because of shyness. It seems that he really takes their marriage seriously. Arriving at Jiayu Mansion, Guo Mochen took Su Tang, who was still wearing a wedding dress, back to his room and put him on the bed. He lowered his head and kissed her eyebrows and her face. It seems that every place should be marked by him. Woke up the next day. Su Tang rubbed her cheeks and her thoughts were back together. Everything about last night was like a dream. It's so beautiful that I can't believe it's true. Is it a drunken dream? Drink this. Guo Mochen came in with a bowl. Oh, Su Tang picked it up and drank it. What is it? It's a little sweet and not brown sugar water. You drank a lot of wine last night, which is to nourish your stomach. Thank you. Mr. Guo Mochen took the bowl, put it on the bedside table, and asked her, what do you call me? Mr. Guo Mochen approached her, and the smell of the afterbeard water was mixed with the original cold and loose smell on his body, which was very good. But the sense of oppression is also extremely heavy. He raised her chin and asked in a low voice, do you remember last night's wedding? Su Tang's face was slightly hot. It turned out that last night's wedding was not a dream, but a real one. She really put on her wedding dress and held the wedding under the witness of his friend. So the wedding vows he said are also true? Remember. Then what should you call me? Guo Mochen got closer, and Su Tang remembered his kiss last night. Every kiss was so warm and cherished. Looking back, every inch of her skin couldn't help shuddering. She heard the sound of her heart beating faster in her ear. Then I will call you Moche in the future. Guo Mochen gritted his teeth and put the tip of his tongue on his cheek. You didn't call me that last night. Really? Su Tang recalled quickly. After getting drunk, she really didn't have much impression. Her clearer memory was after wearing a wedding dress in the wedding dress shop. Did she call anything else? Yes, she called her husband, but only in the phone call with Mu Duoting, she said that he was her husband. She didn't say it at other times. Did you call when you were drunk? It's so shameful. Su Tang didn't admit it. I'm drunk and I don't remember. Last night, I arranged for someone to record the whole process. Isn't it only recorded during the wedding? Su Tang asked immediately. She remembered the simple and warm wedding, and someone was indeed recording it. It's impossible that someone recorded it when she was drunk, right? It was also recorded at other times. Do you want me to open it and show it to you? Su Tang's face was hot, so she didn't want to look at it. Don't look at it. I don't look at it. Then let me remind you that what you shouted last night was. Guo Mochen's nose penetrated into his ears, which was a little itchy. Su Tang was afraid that he would say something excessive, so she whispered, thank you, husband, okay? After saying that, she pushed Guo Mochen away and ran to the washroom to wash her face. Her face is on fire. Guo Mochen smiled in a low voice, which was really easy to deceive. The new wheelchair that Su Tang bought for his grandmother has arrived. Fearing that Xu Wenqing could not handle the installation, she specially drove home. When entering the door, Xu Wenqing was reading the instruction manual with reading glasses. Mom, I'll do it. Su Tang took it and looked at it himself. Why are you back, kid? Xu Wenqing took off his glasses and got married. He put his small family on his focus. Mom, do you dislike me? Xu Wenqing knocked on her head. Mom, I want you to stay by my side. But you have grown up and should have your own life. Su Tang bowed his head to help install the wheelchair. Xu Wenqing asked in a low voice, how are you, Mochen? Su Tang remembered that when she was about to leave, she was kissed by Guo Mochen and almost couldn't breathe, and her face began to burn. He seems to have a love of kissing. In just a few days, Su Tang has been kissed by him countless times. Seeing that his daughter was shy, Xu Wenqing smiled, that looks good. That's right, about your body. What did he say? Su Tang's hand stopped for a moment and remembered that she couldn't get pregnant. Guo Mochen is the person in power of Guo's group. His identity really needs to be inherited from the throne. Mom, Don't worry. Look, it's installed. You can ask Grandma to try it later. When Xu Wenqi saw that the wheelchair was installed, he didn't care about the topic just now and went to try the wheelchair. Su Tang remembered that there had been no convenient access in the community. Every time her mother pushed her grandmother downstairs, it was very inconvenient to pass through the door of the unit. Usually, when Su Tang helps at home, my mother will accompany my grandmother downstairs. She said, "Mom, I have agreed with the property manager that when you push Grandma downstairs, the security guard at the door can help through the door of the unit. I don't need it now. A wheelchair passage is going to be built at the entrance of the unit. Didn't you see it when you came up? It's almost finished." Xu Wenqi was overjoyed when he mentioned this matter. Really? Finally, someone is in charge of this matter. Yes, it's useless to make comments with the property management before. They are willing to take care of it this time. When Su Tang left, he paid special attention to it. It was found that the community was indeed being rectified. Not only does a special wheelchair passage need to be built at the entrance of each unit, but the uneven and water accumulation places have also been rectified. The uncles and aunts in the happy community gathered together like the spring festival. Seeing Su Tang, Aunt Li pulled her up. "Daughter, X would like to thank you more this time." Chapter 14. How do you want me to behave? Thank me? Su Tang didn't know why. Don't you know? I heard that it was you who reported the situation in the community that the rectification was arranged. Aunt Li said solemnly. Su Tang smiled. It's not necessarily my credit. It's yours. Aren't you a reporter in that media company? It is you who have written several manuscripts to reflect this matter that someone is willing to control it. Otherwise, in an old community like ours, who would take a closer look? Su Tang is a little suspicious. She has written her manuscript many times, but every time she sinks into the sea. Did it really work this time? However, after this rectification, the environment in the community has been greatly improved, which is indeed a great joy. While I was thinking about it, Liang Sijia called. Su Tang picked up, and Liang Sijia said with a nasal voice, "Tung Tung, are you okay after drinking?" "It's okay. How about you?" "I have a headache, sore throat and stomachache." Su Tang remembered the sober medicine Guo Mochen brought to him and said, "I'll order a sober medicine for you and a medicine to protect the stomach. Don't drink so much next time. I was happy last night. This is not to celebrate your escape from the sea of suffering. Drink more. A three-legged toad is not easy to find, and a two-legged man is not easy to find." Su Tang smiled. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm married." "Oh, is that the tall, handsome and good man who came to pick you up last night? Didn't you say marriage by agreement? Why is my husband's call so easy to mouth?" Su Tang blushed. Why was she so drunk last night? She asked carefully, "When I called his husband last night, did anyone record it? Why do you still want people to record it for aftertaste?" "No, I'm just worried that someone will record it. It's too embarrassing. I don't know about this. Anyway, your husband's name is quite sweet." Liang Sijia said so, and there was no doubt about what Su Tang told Guo Mochen about her whole process. She was so embarrassed that she really wanted to find a hole in the ground. She would definitely not drink so much next time. Guo Mochen is in the office. When Lu Shi came to deliver the documents, he found that he was in a good mood, and there was a rare smile on the corners of his lips. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Shi hurriedly reported two difficult things to him. Guo Mochen dealt with it by the way. Lu Shi thought to himself, and he didn't know what was dominated by Mr. Guo's mood these 2 days. While I was thinking, someone knocked on the door. Before Guo Mochen could respond, the door was pushed open, and a young girl's head poked in. "Miss Huo." Lu Shi hurried to say hello. Mr. Guo was busy. "It's okay. Let her in." Lu Shi nodded. Mr. Guo was really in a good mood, and he was not angry with such a reckless break-in. "Then I'll pour coffee for Miss Huo." Huo Qingqing walked to Guo Mochen's side, and there was a big faction asking for guilt. "Cousin, you didn't tell us when you got married. Don't you know it now? If I hadn't asked brother Jingye last night and got the news from him, how long would you have been hiding it from us?" Guo Mochen hooked his lips. "Su Tang and I just got married, and she hasn't adapted to the family situation yet." Su Tang. So her name is Su Tang. The name is quite nice. Isn't he also very good behaved? Huo Qingqing asked curiously, "Do you have any photos? Can you show me?" Guo Mochen just received last night's wedding photo from Alex. The photographer over there is professional, and the film will be released soon. Specifically, Su Tang, her pictures have nothing to repair at all, and every picture she captures is wonderful. If he hadn't been afraid of disturbing Guo Mochen's rest, Alex could have sent the photos instantly last night. Guo Mochen handed the mobile phone to Huo Qingqing. Huo Qingqing immediately picked it up and his eyes widened. "Cousin, didn't you say you didn't like female stars?" "Huh, a man, it's really disgusting to talk and be upright. She is not a female star." Guo Mochen took back his mobile phone and emphasized. "Huh, such her appearance and posture are not a female star." Huo Qingqing sighed. She remembered her business. "Grandma asked you to take your sister-in-law home for dinner. She is a grandmother and wants to see her granddaughter-in-law. Well, I'll arrange it for these 2 days." Guo Mochen also wants to go back to visit Mrs. Huo. Okay, then I'll go back to the intersection. Huo Qingqing didn't forget to tell him to arrange it early. Take care of yourself. Huo Qingqing stuck out her tongue. By the way, the Guo family, don't mention this matter. Huo Qingqing knew that Guo Mochen had a bad relationship with the Guo family, and Mrs. Guo always wanted to give Guo Mochen a woman according to her own ideas. In the past 2 years, the relationship between Guo Mochen and the other side has faded. She made a gesture of promise, can't you believe me? I have nothing to do with that. In the evening, after Su Tang washed up, she was still thinking about what Guo Mochen said about the video. Guo Mochen came out of the bathroom. Simply tied a bath towel, and his abdominal muscles were as beautiful as the strokes of a famous painter. A drop of water fell from the forehead, which happened to fall into the mermaid line. Su Tang's face was full of heat, and he turned away. 2 days ago, she was not feeling well and lay down first. She didn't have a chance to see such a scenery. I have to say that Guo Mochen's figure is really better than Su Tang's imagination. Such beautiful muscle lines are more amazing than the figures of those male stars who are popular. Guo Mochen was very satisfied with the unconcealed appreciation in her eyes. He approached Su Tang and held her slender waist from behind. Su Tang's spine is a little stiff. It's not that she hasn't been held by him. But there was no such visual impact effect through the pajamas before. Now, even if she has her back to him, she can't help outlining his abdominal muscles in her mind. Guo Mochen hugged the girl and was incredibly soft. After a long time, he said secretly, "Will you accompany me back to my grandmother's house tomorrow?" Su Tang turned around with a little sly in her sweet smile. "Look at my mood and your performance." Guo Mochen laughed. She really learned his words properly. Pinching her chin, Guo Mochen lowered his eyes. "I think you are in a good mood now. Then, it depends on your performance." When Su Tang was happy, her blinking eyelashes were particularly touching. Guo Mochen approached her earlobe and said in a low voice, "How do you want me to behave?" The heat flow penetrated into her ears. Su Tang's skin trembled with itching. She stretched out her palm. "Yesterday." Well. Before she finished speaking, her lips were hot and had been blocked by Guo Mochen. Su Tang struggled weakly, and finally found that it was in vain, and her body softened. Guo Mochen stroked her spine and deepened the kiss. The girl is as soft as water, like a whirlpool, as if to inhale people. Her lips were as soft as jelly candy, and Guo Mochen fell into it. It was not his fault, but her damn sweetness. Chapter 15. Are you satisfied with my performance? Guo Mochen let go of Su Tang, and his tone was hoarse. Is Mrs. Guo satisfied with my performance? Su Tang's cheeks were crimson, and her eyes were full of water mist. She nodded involuntarily. Realizing what she had done, she was so ashamed that she buried her head in Guo Mochen's chest. There was a smile in Guo Mochen's voice. "Come back with me tomorrow, huh?" "Okay." Su Tang responded softly. After finishing, I remembered that no, she just wanted him to hand over the video of her drunkenness, but she didn't want him to show this. It's over. It seems to be too late now. The appointment time with Mrs. Huo is in the evening. Su Tang began to prepare clothes in the afternoon. When she went to see Guo Mochen's family for the first time, she couldn't help but feel nervous. When I opened the wardrobe, I could see all kinds of clothes. Su Tang chose for a long time before finally choosing a set of generous and decent ones. When she looked in the mirror, a message came into WeChat. It was sent by Guo Mochen. He told her that there were accessories in the innermost safe of the cloakroom, so that she could choose to use at will. Su Tang opened the safe, which was full of jewelry. There were many kinds of ornaments, and the rare treasures were overwhelming. She was slightly stunned and saw that there were many styles, all of which were old styles of previous years. Of course, they were also the latest and limited editions of that year. There are all styles that have been pushed forward for 7 or 8 years. She has seen many of them in the catalogs given to her by the Tang family, which are of a lot of value. She didn't ask Tang's family to buy her things, but she was impressed by them. Her fingers were placed on the door of the safe and stiffened slightly. Then he took a long breath. Everyone has a past, and he has also had a fiancé. It is not uncommon for Guo Mochen to have one. She chose a necklace that matched her clothes and put it around her neck. When Guo Mochen received Su Tang, he found that she was a little depressed. "What's the matter? Don't like jewelry?" Guo Mochen asked. "No, I like it very much." Su Tang raised a smile and put it on. Guo Mochen took a serious look. "I also like this necklace." He reached out and tidied up for her and put the necklace in the most appropriate position. Touching the fair skin, the fingers stayed slightly. "What do you want to ask?" Guo Mochen looked down at her. Su Tang looked at his eyes, and the man's eyes were deep and dark. When he didn't move, he was so cold and ascetic that he couldn't understand her emotions, but he seemed to be able to see through her all at a glance. Su Tang originally wanted to ask about accessories and clothes. On the other thing, I didn't ask him such a thing at all. She smiled and put away all her emotions. "I just feel that you are not as cold as the previous 2 days these 2 days. Guo Mochen rubbed her sharp chin with his fingers. "Do you like me these 2 days?" Su Tang blushed slightly and didn't answer. Guo Mochen pecked her lips. Grandma is very nice. Don't be nervous later. If you are bored in the car, take a look at our wedding photos first. Su Tang lowered his eyes and found that he had received many photos on his mobile phone. Huo's family. Mrs. Huo is asking the servant to prepare things. Motherly, please rearrange the flowers here. This white X is not good. Change it to a red one. By the way, Uncle Zhang, go to the kitchen and see if the leg of lamb is baked. And the seafood in the kitchen must be fresh. I don't want the chilled one. Mr. Huo and Huo Dingbao looked at the newspaper calmly. You should sit down and have a rest first. Don't scare the new customers. Don't make trouble for those who don't work. After Mrs. Huo finished talking about Huo Dingbao, she went to ask Huo Qingqing again, so did you know what your cousin likes to eat? Huo Qingqing frowned. My cousin ignored me later. Humph, value sex over friends. Luo Shuying, the wife of the Huo family, smiled. Your cousin is married now, so don't make trouble for him. Huo Qingqing didn't follow. Mom, I'm not here to make trouble. Didn't I go to inquire about the news? Yes, 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 you are the best. Luo Shuying, who was setting up the fruit plate, quietly picked a grape and stuffed it into her daughter's mouth. When Su Tang entered the door, he seemed to have a little rabbit in his heart. I still remember that when I met Mu Zhuoting's family, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it seemed that a little Mars could explode. The Su family is a small family. His mother is a primary school teacher, and his father is just a taxi driver. When the Mu family looks at Su Tang, their eyes are on top of their heads. Su Tang never felt that there was anything wrong with her parents. She grew up happily in the Su family. After that meeting, her relationship with Mu Zhuoting fell to a freezing point. Later, I don't know how Mu Zhuoting convinced the Mu family, but the wedding was still on the agenda. At the door of Huo's house, Su Tang clenched his palm, and his face turned slightly pale. While thinking about it, Su Tang's fingers were warmly touched, and then the whole palm was wrapped in Guo Mochen's big palm. Being taken into the living room, Su Tang was listening to the Huo family's lively preparation. Huo Qingqing was the first to see Su Tang, looked up, said, and ran over. Sister-in-law. Huo Qingqing took Su Tang's hand familiarly. Wow, you are more beautiful than the photo. You have good skin. She said that she was going to pinch Su Tang's face. Guo Mochen knocked off her hand. Take your claws away. Huo Qingqing stuck out his tongue and smiled embarrassedly at Su Tang. Su Tang's nervous mood was extinguished by this scene. Mrs. Huo greeted me with a smile. Is Su Tang here? Come to Grandma's place and have a look. Su Tang's hand was loosened by Guo Mochen, and then he was put in Mrs. Huo's hand. What a beautiful little girl. Mrs. Huo looked at Su Tang with loving eyes and patted the back of her hand. In a gentle tone, Mo Chen was cold-hearted. If he treated you slowly, he would come back to Grandma and scold him. That's it, my aunt also supports you. Luo Xiying said behind her. She looks elegant and decent in her 50s. Grandmother, aunt. Su Tang greeted people one by one. Sister-in-law, my name is Huo Qingqing, and I am Qingqing from Qingqing Grassland. Let's add a WeChat account, shall we? Huo Qingqing has taken out her mobile phone. Luo Xiying poked her forehead. You, don't bother your sister-in-law if you have nothing to do. Su Tang took out her mobile phone. Let's add it first, and we can make an appointment to go shopping and have dinner together in the future. Huo Qingqing stuck out her tongue at Luo Xiying. You see, my sister-in-law doesn't dislike me. Su Tang couldn't help but glance at Guo Mochen. The whole Huo family was very kind, and he didn't know who Guo Mochen looked like. Suddenly, Huo Dingbao's majestic voice sounded. Su Tang, come here. Su Tang was shocked and realized the existence of this overly serious old man. Chapter 16. When will you give birth to a child? Mrs. Huo beat Huo Dingbao and speak well. Huo Dingbao let go of his seriousness, and Mrs. Huo pulled Su Tang over. Don't be afraid of your grandfather, he likes to hold that shelf. Grandpa. Su Tang stood still in front of Huo Dingbao and twisted his fingers together. Sit down. Huo Dingbao waved his hand to let her sit down. Su Tang sat down anxiously. Huo Dingbao signaled the housekeeper to bring things here. The housekeeper quickly took people and put a lot of brocade boxes on the coffee table. Guo Mochen came over, and Mrs. Huo asked him to sit down. Huo Dingbao regained his seriousness. Don't sit, you should stand. Guo Mochen touched the tip of his nose uncomplainingly. Mrs. Huo didn't persuade, but just watched Guo Mochen stand. Su Tang suddenly became more nervous. Don't be afraid, kid. Huo Dingbao comforted Su Tang and said that such a big thing as marriage should be done so carelessly. Guo Mochen should stand up. Su Tang hurriedly explained. Uncha, it's none of Mochen's business, it's my business. Why is it none of his business? It's his responsibility that he didn't do it well. Su Tang still wanted to speak, but Guo Mochen had already admitted his mistake first. I'm sorry, grandfather, I didn't do it well. I will try my best to make up for Tang Tang in the future. Mochen said so don't talk about him anymore. Mrs. Huo is in the middle and harmonious. Su Tang also said, Grandfather, Mochen has done a good job. Huo Dingbang barely calmed down and said, "These things are all gifts prepared by the family for your wedding. Saw Tang married into our family because she was wronged. Take all these with you when you turn around." Saw Tang was about to refuse, but Guo Mochen had already responded, "Okay, I'll take it to the car in a moment." Mrs. Huo specially classified, "These are for Tang Tang's family, and these are for Tang Tang." "Tang Tang, thank you, grandparents." Guo Mochen whispered. Huo Qingqing said, "Thank me again. I gave this gift. And my father and mother, they have also carefully selected for a long time." Saw Tang thanked her one by one, and a warm feeling appeared in her heart. "When Zhong Qian comes back, we will have dinner," Mrs. Huo said. While he was talking, a decent middle-aged man in his 50s came in. He is Huo Zhongxian in Mr. Huo's account, Guo Mochen's uncle. "Dad, come and see your sister-in-law." Huo Qingqing greeted him and pulled him to Saw Tang's side. "I have met Luo Zhongqian," and Huo Qingqing invited Saw Tang to play upstairs. It happened that Huo Dingbao also had something to tell Guo Mochen, so he called him to the study. "Sister-in-law, let me show you my cousin's old photos." Huo Qingqing turned out a lot of albums and took them to Saw Tang. Guo Mochen didn't have many photos in the past, especially those when he was a child. When most of them were young teenagers, their facial features were not much different from now. It can only be seen that his eyes are becoming more and more determined year by year, and his eyebrows are becoming more and more reserved. The arrogance and domineering in the eyes of the teenager gradually turned into mature and introverted, and the eyes were elusively plain. Looking at the background of this photo, Mo Chen used to study abroad. Yes, he stayed abroad for many years and only came back 4 years ago. "Didn't he tell you?" Saw Tang shook his head. "I haven't said this yet." "It doesn't matter. He will tell you later. Don't look at him as cold as a person, but in fact, he is very reliable." Saw Tang smiled, and Huo Qingqing took her arm. "Sister-in-law, tell me where you and your cousin's wedding photos were taken. I have a friend who also wants to go and have a look." When Saw Tang saw her sudden shy smile, she knew that the so-called friend was herself. She didn't break it and told her the address and name of the store. Huo Qingqing was very happy. "I told my friend. But thank you so much. I also wish your friend happiness." Saw Tang smiled. "I will." Huo Qingqing made a booing gesture, "But don't tell your cousin that I asked the address of your wedding dress store. It's a secret between us." Saw Tang whispered. When the two went downstairs, Huo Dingbang and Guo Mochen also happened to go downstairs. Guo Mochen asked Huo Qingqing, "What did you say to your sister-in-law?" Huo Qingqing didn't say. Saw Tang tilted her head and smiled like a flower, the secret between girls. "When the people are gathered, it will be time for dinner." With Huo Qingqing chirping on the side, Saw Tang's unconversation has long been eliminated. The family was very happy. Saw Tang sometimes looked at Guo Mochen and found that although he didn't talk much, he looked relaxed and at ease, which showed that he had a very harmonious relationship with the Huo family. Mrs. Huo and Luo Xiying picked up dishes for Saw Tang and built her rice bowl into a hill. Saw Tang has a small appetite and can't eat so much, but she can't finish it and lives up to their kindness. When she was in trouble, Guo Mochen's chopsticks stretched out and took away the chicken legs and lamb chops on her plate. Saw Tang looked at him gratefully. Mrs. Huo still wanted to pick it up. Guo Mochen said, "Let Tang Tang pick it up by herself. What does she like to eat?" "Yes, Tang Tang eats at will, just like at home." Mrs. Huo smiled. Guo Mochen put the snow crab in his hand on Saw Tang's dinner plate. Mrs. Huo and Luo Xiying looked at each other. It was rare to see Guo Mochen so good at taking care of people. "Let's chat at will." Huo Qingqing took out the wedding photos of Guo Mochen and Saw Tang to show everyone. "It's really a perfect match." Luo Xiying smiled and said that it was very appropriate for a talented woman. "Yes, both children are good-looking." Mrs. Huo agreed. Saw Tang had just received these wedding photos, but when she was in the car, she was thinking about how to deal with Huo's family, and she didn't have the heart to take a closer look. At this time, everyone took turns to hold the comments, and she felt a little embarrassed. Luo Xiying sighed to Huo Zhongqian, "Husband, look how much they love each other. It's very similar to our wedding photos back then." Luo Zhongqian said, "If you like it, shall we shoot another set? I'm old husband and wife. What else should I shoot?" Luo Shuying smiled at her husband. Saw Tang looked at the wedding photos. Many of the photos were taken. Guo Mochen's eyes fell on her at any time. There was deep affection in his eyes, as if the girl in front of him was the person he loved most. This is a scene that can only be shown from the perspective of a spectator in the photo. It seems that she herself has never seen Guo Mochen's expression. She subconsciously looked up at Guo Mochen. Just in time, Mrs. Huo took the photo and asked with hope, "Now that you are all married, when are you going to have children?" "Yes, when will you give birth to a little niece to play with me?" Huo Qingqing looked expectant. Saw Tang's chopsticks suddenly couldn't hold firmly, and the snow crab's leg meat fell on the table. Guo Mochen stretched out his hand to clean up the fallen food and said in a low voice, "Grandma just asked about it, and I also said it solemnly." The whole family put down their chopsticks and looked at Guo Mochen seriously. Saw Tang lowered his eyelashes and looked down at the food on the plate. hands unconsciously twisted together under the table. Chapter 17. If you marry me, don't think about leaving. Under the concerned gaze of the whole family, Go Mochen said in a relaxed tone, Tang Tao and I have made a plan. In the future, we will not have children. The whole family was stunned when they heard this. Su Tang looked at Go Mochen in astonishment. Go Mochen looked back at her, and his expression was as calm as before, as if what he had just said was not a temporary decision, but the result of long-considered decision. It was not until he was held by Go Mochen's palm that Su Tang came back to his senses. Mrs. Huo reacted and asked uneasy, are you sure? Confirmed. Go Mochen nodded. In this case, I won't advise you as a grandmother. Just arrange your own affairs. She was a little regretful, and finally decided to respect their own ideas. Huo Dingbang said, marriage without children is more difficult than ordinary marriage. Mochen, since you have made up your own mind, don't disappoint Su Tang. I won't, grandfather. Huo Qingqing was a little disappointed and muttered in a low voice, I also thought that if I had a little niece, I would buy her beautiful clothes and braid her for fun. I know how to play. Luo Xiying said something to her daughter. After dinner, Huo Dingbang directed Go Mochen to put all the gift boxes on the car. In the sight of the whole family, the car drove away from Huo's house. Turn round when she arrived at Jiayi Mansion, Aunt Zhao took 3 or 4 people to move 2 or 3 times before she finished moving all the things and put them into the bedroom. Go Mochen said, take a shower first, and you can take it down slowly tomorrow. Su Tang thought for a moment and said, I can't accept so many things. You can ask Aunt Zhang to take a look at it and store it for later use. Go Mochen turned his eyes and looked at her. Also, thank you for helping me talk about Dink tonight. Do you think I'm helping you solve the siege? Go Mochen's voice was slightly deep. After all, we didn't really get married, did we? Thank you for not telling me about my physical condition for discussion. Go Mochen came towards Su Tang. Sensing the sudden anger on him, Su Tang subconsciously stepped back. She retreated slowly, and Go Mochen's pace was slow. She retreated quickly, and his footsteps followed him step by step. In the end, there was no place for Su Tang to retreat in the big room. She was pushed against the wall by Go Mochen and pressed between her arms and the wall by him. Go Mochen's voice was very low, say one more thing, what's the relationship between us? It's a marriage agreement. Thank you for helping me relieve the siege. Before the words were finished, Su Tang's chin was pinched up, and the man's kiss covered it heavily. The kiss with a strong aggressive atmosphere swallowed her up fiercely. When she was out of breath, Go Mochen let go of her, and her fingers were still rubbing her chin. Have I said that marrying me, there is no cooperative relationship, only further? Cooperative relationship? Even if it is further, it does not represent the authenticity of our marriage. Su Tang gasped slightly and raised her eyes to meet his eyes. I can't give birth, and few families can accept such a situation. Especially for a family like you, it is impossible that you don't need children to inherit the family business. Mr. Go, I am self-aware and mentally prepared. You don't need to worry about it. I said that our marriage is for 1 year, and after a year, it has no to do with each other. She finished speaking in one breath. She didn't know which word angered Go Mochen, and she saw a surging coldness in his eyes. Don't you believe me? Su Tang lowered her eyelashes. Go Mochen pinched her chin and forced her to look at him. If I choose to get married, there is no difference between real and false. Go Mochen, every word, I hope you do too. Su Tang saw that his own appearance was clearly reflected in his eyes. The coldness in Go Mochen's eyes faded, and his voice was almost like a sigh, marry me, don't think about leaving. Su Tang's eyes were messy for a moment, and he pushed closer and closer. The great sense of oppression came, and Su Tang was almost completely manipulated and suppressed by him. His voice was low and hoarse, I know you don't believe it now. You don't have to listen to what I say, let me do it. The aggressive thin lips ran over her lips. Su Tang couldn't refuse, so he could only follow him to fall. Faded the coldness and abstinence during the day, the wildness hidden in the man's body was undisguised with shocking aggression. When Su Tang was awake, he moved his fingers, and there was a pain like being crushed by a truck all over his body. Thinking of everything about last night, her face unconsciously began to get hot. Last night, she didn't even know when she fell asleep. After getting dressed, she immediately subconsciously looked at the sheets. Last night, when she was carried to take a shower by Go Mochen, she clearly saw the red blood stains on the sheets that she had made. It's just that this time, it's not because of the menstrual leave. Finding that the sheets had been changed, Su Tang's face was even hotter. Fortunately, Go Mochen was not here, otherwise she didn't know how to face him. When he got up to wash, Su Tang spread his legs, and his legs were so weak that he almost fell down. Go Mochen answered the phone outside the door. The phone was made by my aunt, Luo Xiying. Did Ding Ke make the decision you forced Su Tang to make? Luo Xiying asked softly. No, it's our common decision. Luo Xiying is a little suspicious. I know that you have had big ideas since you were a child. If you do your own decision well, you won't allow anyone to put your beak. Su Tang, the girl, is well behaved and sensible. Whatever you do, don't force others. Guo Mochen respected his aunt and explained again, no. I will be nice to her. Speaking of this, Luo Xuying also understood Guo Mochen's idea. Since that's the case, I'm too talkative. Guo Mochen hung up the phone, pushed open the bedroom door and went in. He saw Su Tang limping out of the washroom. Seeing him, she immediately cheered up to hide the fact that her legs were weak and her back was straight. This action made Guo Mochen smile, and he walked towards Su Tang. Did you sleep well? He asked and helped Su Tang tidy up the folds on his collar. There are mottled red marks on the girl's white neck skin. Her skin was too tender and white. Guo Mochen remembered that every time his fingers and thin lips passed by, such a crimson would appear instantly. Thinking like this, his throat became a little dry. Su Tang didn't sleep very well. She slept quite deeply, but she really didn't sleep long. She remembered that the last time she was carried to take a shower by Guo Mochen, it was almost 6:30 in the morning, because at that time, the alarm clock she set happened to ring. Thinking of the alarm clock, Su Tang exclaimed, oh no, I almost forgot. Chapter 18 Work harder tonight. Su Tang asked the company for marriage leave before, and she should go to work today. The alarm clock reminds her to get up early for work. But when the alarm clock rang in the morning, Guo Mochen was in a good head and directly stopped it. She resisted in a daze, and was taken away again, so she didn't care. I haven't asked for leave yet. She found her mobile phone quickly. If you are talking about asking your editor-in-chief for leave, you have already asked for leave. Guo Mochen said behind her, when you were still asleep, she posted the work content on WeChat, and I replied for you. Su Tang just turned to the editor-in-chief's WeChat and found the content of asking for leave. It's okay. Does it still hurt? Guo Mochen hugged her from behind. Last night, he unexpectedly found that Su Tang was the first time. He originally thought that she and Mu Duoting had reached the point of holding a wedding, not to keep the last step. But that's true. The heat wave that dissipated on Su Tang's face rolled up again. The memory of last night is overwhelming. The original blur has also become clear. Guo Mochen is very aggressive, but he is also gentle. Although it was the first time, there was no discomfort for Su Tang, but when Su Tang remembered that he had indulged in it last night, he was too shy to look into Guo Mochen's eyes. Her expression made Guo Mochen's throat slide. She was also like this last night, delicate and shy, which made people unable to stop. However, she did need to rest, and Guo Mochen didn't have any more thoughts. Housekeeper Zheng has prepared ginseng flour glue chicken soup. When serving soup for Su Tang, she especially emphasized, Tang Tang, drink more to strengthen your body. Mochen specially arranged the preparation in the kitchen. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Su Tang couldn't help glaring at Guo Mochen. How could even housekeeper Zhang know about this kind of thing? Guo Mochen and Feng Tiyu, Aunt Zhang is right. Drink more. Su Tang pushed the bowl to him, you should drink more. You were more than me last night. Before she finished speaking, she realized that she was saying tiger and wolf words and hurriedly stopped. Housekeeper Zheng was the one who came over. He smiled silently and left the restaurant. Guo Mochen was in a good mood and asked with a smile, what's wrong with me? Not much. How could Su Tang say that he contributed more than her last night? It's really nothing. Guo Mochen teased her. Drink soup to make up for it. I mean, you need it more than me. Su Tang just wanted him to drink soup quickly and stop talking. Do I need it more than you? Guo Mochen brought the soup, and it seemed that Mrs. Guo was not satisfied with my performance last night. So I have to work harder tonight? Su Tang quickly defended himself, I didn't mean that. So what do you mean? Guo Mochen smiled playfully. Su Tang didn't want to talk to him anymore and lowered his head to eat the fried eggs on the plate. If a man doesn't get the answer, it seems that he will give up. Su Tang lowered his head and said vaguely, you don't have to work hard. I'm very, very satisfied. Guo Mochen laughed out loud. She could hear his laughter coming from above her head. It seems that I have never seen him so happy. Su Tang couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself. Guo Mochen still finished a bowl of soup. He re-poured the bowl and handed it to Su Tang. You also need to make up for it. Speaking of consumption, you also consume a lot. When she was emotional last night, tears welled up in her eyes. And she didn't notice that her voice was still hoarse. I can't drink anymore. Su Tang has eaten a fried egg, a piece of bacon, and drank a glass of milk. Good boy, drink some more. I asked Aunt Zheng to add Sydney Sichuan shellfish to moisten my throat. Su Tang took 2 sips in the bowl with his hand. After realizing that her voice was hoarse, did she use so much voice last night? Seeing her blushing, Guo Mochen laughed. Do you remember that you used your voice too much last night? I don't remember. Su Tang pushed the plate open and went upstairs to pretend to be an ostrich. Guo Mochen followed closely and hugged her from behind. Mrs. Guo's voice is beautiful, and I like it very much. Especially when he called me. His voice rolled into his ears with his nose. When he called my husband. Su Tang didn't dare to think about what happened last night, but he had to make her think of it little by little. Not only to make her remember, but also to make her call the word husband a habit again in such a situation. Su Tang was distracted by his kiss, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It's getting not early, it's time for you to go to work. I have explained that I can't go there today. Why don't I take advantage of this time to make up some sleep with you? Su Tang responded in one word. Then I found that the man's words were not credible at all. Guo Mochen didn't give her the opportunity to supplement her so-called sleep at all. In a private room of a bar, Shen Jingyan and his friends sat together. Today, Huo Qingqing also joined them. Mentioning Guo Mochen's marriage, Jiang Yuhao pushed his glasses. Is Mochen really married? Can there be leave? Marriage is not a child's play. Shen Jingyan is the most clear person involved. Jiang Yuhang expressed disbelief. I thought Mochen would only marry his job. Huo Qingqing smiled. That's because you haven't seen my sister-in-law. It's not surprising if you have. Shen Jingyan agreed. Zhao Mochi squinted his peach blossom eyes. How amazing is his sister-in-law so that our brother Che can settle down. Anyway, even if you see it, you will never question the level of her appearance. Huo Qingqing said. Ling Aimo said, do you have any photos? Take a look at the photos first. That's not good. I still got this photo with a hard time, and I can't share it casually. Huo Qingqing is very proud of this wedding photo. Ling Aimo asked, so, is this a marriage? Is it the person that the Gu family introduced to him? Huo Qingqing shook her head. How is it possible? My cousin's relationship with the Gu family is like that. How can he marry the person they introduced? Jiang Yuhong suggested, why don't you call Mo Chen and ask him to bring his bride over and sit together? We haven't been together for a long time. I'll fight. I have my sister-in-law's phone number. Huo Qingqing took the lead in saying. She immediately dialed Su Tang's mobile phone. She made a move gesture to the crowd, afraid that Su Tang would not agree to come over when she heard that there were many people. The phone was picked up, and Huo Qingqing said familiarly, sister-in-law. He heard Su Tang's violent gasp from the other side, and his soft and weak voice responded with tears. Then came Guo Mochen's voice, what's the matter? Oh, that. Huo Qingqing was stunned for a moment. If you have nothing to do, just call me later. When Guo Mochen hung up the phone, Huo Qingqing heard the crying in Su Tang's voice again. Chapter 19 In broad daylight, don't be ashamed. Huo Qingqing realized what Su Tang's voice was just now. She was a little embarrassed and couldn't help muttering, what, in broad daylight? These two-color embryos, really? Shen Jingyan asked, what's going on? Are they coming? Huo Qingqing snorted, no, I'm not free. It's better not to disturb the newlyweds who mix oil in Yanermi. Everyone smiled knowingly. Forget it, let's play by ourselves. The next day, Su Tang really had to go to work. On the first day, she was messed around by Guo Mochen almost all day, and her waist and knees were sore. Guo Mochen was so bright that he couldn't see the fatigue at all. Su Tang changed into the skirt she wore on a daily basis and suddenly saw herself in the mirror, and her neck was mottled red. This skirt obviously can't be worn. She went to the cloakroom again to choose, and only a high-necked thin shirt could cover the part of the neck. Fortunately, the weather is still cool now. While having breakfast, Guo Mochen glanced at her high-necked clothes. Isn't it hot? He asked. I'm afraid of the cold. Su Tang said that it was not all because of him. The man who made the originator bowed his head to eat. After breakfast, Guo Mochen drove to see Su Tang off. Su Tang didn't expect that he would send him there in person. Aren't you busy at work? Su Tang has interviewed many successful people, and everyone's schedule is accurate to minutes. I'm not busy to see Mrs. Guo off. Or do you mean that you don't want me to send it? Su Tang squeezed her lips slightly. I don't want to. In fact, she is just afraid of wasting his time. For example, Mu Zhuoting was particularly busy in the past. Even if he would see her off, he basically arranged a driver. In comparison, Guo Mochen spent enough time with her. The distance between Changla Media, Su Tang's company, and Jiayu Mansion is much closer than Su Tang expected. Soon, Guo Mochen's car arrived downstairs of the company. Then I'll go up first. Su Tang was about to get out of the car after picking up her bag. Wait a minute. Her wrist was grabbed by Guo Mochen. Su Tang is waiting for him. Guo Mochen got out of the car and took out a pull rod suitcase from the trunk. Take this with you. What is it? Su Tang tried it, and the suitcase was not very heavy. Go up and open it and you will know. Guo Mochen said. When he got upstairs, Su Tang was surrounded by his colleagues. Tang Tang, your wedding leave is finally over. Oh, my god, why do you look so good? She joked with her female colleague in the same group that it seems that your marriage is quite happy. Su Tang, you are a little unrighteous. Why didn't you invite us to a wedding reception when you got married? That's right. We often have dinner together, and we are not invited to witness the wedding. Su Tang remembered why he didn't send wedding invitations to his colleagues, because the Mu family didn't think it was necessary. What does her colleague count in front of the Mu family? Su Tang was shocked to realize that his relationship with Mu Zhuoting had never been equal. I used to hear people around him say how much Miu Zhuoting liked her, how much he loved her, and how much he paid for her. Miu Zhuoting's struggle with her parents and family is indeed enough to be shown by the people around him to show his deep affection. She also fell into this kind of emotion and didn't doubt it for several years. But in fact, is it really so? Su Tang, where did you go on vacation these 2 days? When will you bring your husband to show us? Colleagues are still joking. There is no vacation, just rest at home. Speaking of rest, there is no rest. Su Tang subconsciously touched the position of the neck. What's in the box? You're not going to ask for leave to go out again, are you? No, we have a lot of work without you. Everyone wants to see what's in Su Tang's box. When the box was opened, Su Tang found that there was a box of wedding candy in it, a total of dozens of which were filled with small gifts such as wedding candy and some lipstick. Everyone cheered. Su Tang remembered the spoiled look on Guo Mochen's face when he was about to leave, and found that he really considered everything. As soon as she finished handing out the gift, her mobile phone rang. The word husband is clearly displayed on it. Huh. She remembered that when she saved her phone, she wrote Guo Mochen's name. When did he change it? The colleague next to him said narrowly, "My husband called, why don't you answer it quickly?" Su Tang picked up the phone. Guo Mochen's magnetic voice sounded, "Have you sent wedding candy to your colleagues?" "Sent." Su Tang said softly, "Thank you." "Thank you, who?" Through the telephone line, the man's voice also has a sense of aggression and oppression. Su Tang whispered, "Thank you, husband." Then he heard Guo Mochen's happy smile, and the sound of the electric current fell into Su Tang's ears, and Su An flirted. She hung up the phone with red ears. Su Tang asked the editor-in-chief Song Xiang to report. After graduation, she interned in Changla Media, that is, followed Song Xiang. After becoming a regular director, she naturally came to her group. You should be busy with the work in the group these days, and several interviews will be arranged for you later. After you finish the interview outline, make an appointment for an interview. Song Xiang gave her a stack of information. Okay, then I'll look at these documents first. After finishing her business, Song Xiang asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be newly married?" "It's pretty good," Su Tang said. Song Xiang was a past person. Her eyes fell on her neck and smiled, "The weather is getting hotter." Su Tang began to swear Guo Mochen again. She wore a turtlenecked thin shirt. In the eyes of the clear eyes, she was completely wanted to show up. At lunchtime, Su Tang was about to be with his colleagues. Xu Meishan came over. "Su Tang, shall we eat together?" Xu Meishan is the deputy minister of the Ministry of Commerce, and Su Tang is from the content interview department. The two are not in a group. When the colleagues in the interview department saw that she had made an appointment with Su Tang, they greeted and left one after another. Su Tang and Xu Meishan went to the canteen together, and the two ordered and sat down. Xu Meishan helped Su Tang take a bottle of yogurt and handed it to her. "Thank you, Minister Xu, are you still so polite to me?" Xu Meishan said, "At least I am your cousin. It's better to be polite in the company." Su Tang smiled. Xu Mei Xshen is the daughter of Su Tang's uncle and Xu Wenqin's niece. However, because of the matter of recuperation and old age for his grandmother, Su Tang's two uncles once had an unhappy quarrel with Xu Wenqin, and Su Tang's relationship with Xu Meishan was also estranged. Both uncles' families are better than Xu Wen's. Qing is much better, and Xu Meishan's development far exceeds that of Su Tang, but they don't bother to pay attention to their grandmother. For so many years, Xu Wenqin has worked hard to take care of her grandmother. Xu Meishan rarely comes to visit her grandmother. Just because of this, Su Tang can't have a good impression of this so-called cousin. "Why haven't you come home these days?" Xu Meishan asked. "How do you know that I didn't go home?" Su Tang asked, and an unspeakable bad feeling flashed by. Chapter 20. She took the initiative to kiss him. "I went to visit grandma, but I only saw my aunt, but I didn't see you." Xu Meishan approached her and asked, "Why, did she really get married and move out? Where did you move?" Su Tang was suspicious and didn't tell her in detail. "Yes, I'm married." "Moved away. Tell me where you moved, and I'll give you a warm room." "No, it's not a new house, and there's no need for heating." Su Tang refused. Xu Meishan inquired about all kinds of things related to Su Tang's marriage. Su Tang changed the topic and didn't say much. Xu Meishan was obviously a little disappointed, but she couldn't ask anything from her mouth, so she had to give up. Su Tang went downstairs with her colleagues when she got off work in the afternoon. She saw a familiar Lamborghini parked not far away. Her heart tightened slightly. After saying goodbye to her colleague, she walked in the opposite direction. The Lamborghini started quickly and blocked Su Tang's way with a very accurate movement. Miu Zhuoting got out of the car, graceful and a little more than fluent. "Su Tang." Miu Zhuoting came to her. Su Tang could no longer avoid him, and the flashing thought at noon was also explained. When he was working in the company before, Miu Zhuoting knows her whereabouts like the back of his hand. She is very busy, but he can accurately arrange someone to take care of her. She originally thought that he really cared about her, but now she knows that it's because of Xu Meishan. Su Tang came to Changla Media first, and then Xu Meishan applied for the job. As soon as she came, she became the hottest and most profitable vice minister of the Ministry of Commerce. Originally, Su Tang also thought that it was because of her extraordinary ability. Now it seems that she is just doing things for him with Mu Juoting's money. An indifferent smile appeared on Su Tang's face. Mr. Mu has arranged it very well. As soon as I came to work, you knew that there was a traffic jam at the door of the company. If you don't come home, I can only come to the company to find you. Mu Juoting took out a cigarette and remembered that Su Tang once said that he hated the smell of cigarettes. This time, he held back and didn't light it. He asked, "Where have you been these days?" It was still a calm tone, as if Su Tang had lost his temper and went out for a few days. "I got married and moved to my husband's place. Mr. Mu, don't come to me in the future, lest it be bad to you and me." Mu Juoting smiled and twisted the cigarette. "Then let's leave. It's good to you and me." Su Tang looked at his expression and knew that he didn't believe in the fact that he was married at all. Maybe in Mu Juoting's heart, she will always wait for him. Su Tang smiled faintly. "Really? Are you separated from me? I promised to hold a wedding with you in 2 years, and I will definitely do it. What about the child?" Mu Juoting played with cigarettes. "I will arrange it naturally. Do you want to adopt? A boy or a girl?" Su Tang asked. Mu Juoting approached her. Su Tang had no way out and was forced to lean against the car door by him. She clenched her fists and looked at his face with disgust. Mu Juoting put his finger on her lips. Su Tang turned away disgustingly and was about to vomit. Mu Juoting smiled. "Such a big family property of the Mu family will naturally be inherited by my blood in the future. But in any case, you will be the woman of my Mu Juoting, the young grandmother of the Mu family, and the future Mrs. Mu. I can assure you of this. As for how the child was born, there is no need for Su Tang to ask. She just needs to be the mistress of this house with peace of mind." When Su Tang heard his words, she only felt uncomfortable in her stomach. "Is this the reason why there are always other women in your bed? Don't worry, after having children, they won't appear again." Mu Juoting died in the early morning. "What do you think of these women? What do you think of me? You have thought about a life like an emperor, and you want to embrace the left and right of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Just go. It has nothing to me whether you want to have many children or who you want to be the mistress of your family. Su Tang, you should be reasonable." Su Tang smiled. "Why, I reasoning? What you want is different from what I want. There is no need to force it together. If your body is good and you can give birth by yourself, why should I?" Su Tang's smile fixed on her face. "Yes, I can't give birth, so why do you come to me again?" Mu Juoting's cigarette was broken in his hand. Su Tang pushed him away and walked forward without looking back. Mu Juoting cursed in a low voice, took out a cigarette and lit it, and took a few mouthfuls. Then, he took out the phone and called out, "Wang Liang, check who Su Tang is with." After Su Tang went out, he stopped and calmed his breath when he reached the corner. Mu Juoting herself couldn't hurt her, but his words still stabbed her in the heart. If there is a physical problem, she can't make choices and changes. It should not be a tool for her to be hurt. She closed her eyes tightly, opened them for a long time, and pressed the dial-on button on her mobile phone. "Can you pick me up?" Su Tang asked on the phone. "Well, on the way." Guo Mochen's voice made her feel at ease. Hanging up her mobile phone, Su Tang saw a call from Huo Qingqing yesterday. At that time, she and Guo Mochen were. "I don't know what's wrong with Huo Qingqing." She called Huo Qingqing back. "Sister-in-law." Huo Qingqing's voice came soon. "You sold me yesterday. What's the matter?" Huo Qingqing smiled. "I called you yesterday, and you just saw it now. You guys are so physically strong." Afraid of embarrassing Su Tang, Huo Qingqing changed the topic. "In fact, it's not a big deal. If you are free, can you accompany me to choose some gifts?" "Sure, let's do it tomorrow night." Su Tang agreed to come down. "Okay, that's it." Huo Qingqing hung up the phone, and Luo Xiying asked with a smile, "Are you bothering your sister-in-law again?" "No trouble, my sister-in-law is happy to accompany me." Not long after hanging up Huo Qingqing's phone, Guo Mochen's car appeared in Su Tang's sight. There was an incoming call from the mobile phone, and he picked it up. Shen Jingyan said on the phone, "Brother Chen, Mu Juoting asked someone to find out who was with his sister-in-law. It doesn't matter. Don't stop him. It's better to let him die early. I'm a little looking forward to it now." When he knew that his sister-in-law's newlywed partner was you, what kind of face he looked like. "What, do you want to watch my good play?" "No, it's just to watch Mu Juoting's play." Guo Mochen's car stopped, and the phone just hung up. Su Tang was standing on the corner of the street. In the night, her delicate and beautiful facial features were not diluted, but added a little more alienated beauty. When she saw Guo Mochen, her smile squeezed away the lightness on her face. Guo Mochen got out of the car. Unexpectedly, the girl rushed directly into his arms. Before Guo Mochen opened her mouth, she took the initiative to tiptoe, put her shiny red lips on his thin lips, and kissed him. Chapter 21. Prove me how much you miss me. Guo Mochen was slightly stunned for a moment and didn't have time to keep up with Su Tang's thoughts. He bent down to kiss him. It was the first time she took the initiative to kiss him like this, and Guo Mochen's heart was filled with this kiss. Su Tang didn't want to prove anything with this kiss, but Mu Zhuoting touched her lips with his finger just now, and she hated the feeling of touch. Only Guo Mochen can wipe away that feeling. After a moment, she let go of Guo Mochen and looked at the man with a slight smile and happy eyes. "Miss me?" Guo Mochen asked in a low voice. Su Tang admitted that he did think about it. In just a few days, some things seemed to have become a habit. "How much do you want?" His voice is deceiving and low. Su Tang didn't think about it. Guo Mochen gently pinched her chin and rubbed her lips with his fingers. I thought like the kiss just now." Su Tang's voice became softer and softer, until there was only the sound of gas in the back. Guo Mochen was tickled by her nasal voice. He tightened her waist and kissed her again. When Su Tang realized, he had already been carried into the car. "Where are we going now?" she asked. "Go home." At this moment, Guo Mochen just wants to prove to her how much he misses her. In the end, Su Tang fell asleep in his certificate and woke up in his over and over again. When I woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Housekeeper Zhang brought a light dinner. Before leaving, she persuaded Mochen, "It's better to have a regular diet, which is good for the stomach." Guo Mochen responded in a low voice. Instead, Su Tang knew what she was reminding, and then her face returned to calm and began to burn again. Guo Mochen picked up food for her. Su Tang said, "I think what Aunt Zhang said makes sense. Should we eat normally in the future? Other certificates don't actually need so many times." Guo Mochen pondered for a moment and nodded. "It does make sense. In the future, it's not too late to eat something to prove after dinner." "I didn't mean that. But that's what I meant." Guo Mochen added vegetables to her. "Don't you want me to prove it?" Su Tang blushed. "It doesn't need so much." "Not so much, how to prove it?" Guo Mochen approached her. When she is shy, her face is full of crimson, which is not usually more touching, which always easily arouses his emotions. How can he be reluctant not to prove it many times with such a delicate and seductive cuteness? "You can eat." Su Tang put the dishes in his bowl and bowed his head to eat by himself. Guo Mochen still listened to the advice and didn't mess around at night. Su Tang got up early the next day. Housekeeper Zhang smiled happily and sent soup tonic. "By the way, Qingqing and I are going out for a walk in the evening, and we may come back late." Su Tang said. "Well, I'll arrange a driver for you." "No, I have my own car. I stopped at the bar last time, and then Jia drove back to my mother. I'll pick it up today. It would be more convenient to drive by myself. You don't have to see me off. I will commute to and from work by myself in the future." Guo Mochen has no objection. Because she wanted to see Hua Qingqing, when Su Tang was about to leave, she still went back to the bedroom and unpacked the gift from Hua's family last time. He specially took apart one of them given by Hua Qingqing, which was a small and unique necklace, which Su Tang put directly around his neck. When she went to the company, Xu Meishan seemed to be waiting for her. "What's the matter?" Su Tang asked. "No, I saw you and said hello." Su Tang put down his bag, turned on the computer, and took the water cup to the tea room to pour water. Xu Meishan followed, and Su Tang felt something strange. Looking back, she saw that she was taking pictures of herself with her mobile phone. She knocked over Xu Meishan's mobile phone with a slap. Xu Meishan was angry. "Su Tang, what are you doing? Before asking me what I'm doing, ask what you're doing." Su Tang looked straight at her. "Is Mu Zhuoting's money easy to take?" Xu Meishan was exposed and said angrily, "I don't understand what you are talking about. I'll take care of my mobile phone. What's your business? What are you doing with your mobile phone? Don't think I don't know." Su Tang is very soft, but not weak. Xu Meishan always reports everything about her to Mu Zhuoting. It's okay if she doesn't know. She knows that it's impossible to let her rampant. "What are you two doing?" Song Xiang came over and asked with a smile. Xu Meishan did take a picture of Su Tang's back in her mobile phone. Last night, Mu Zhuoting told her to record Su Tang's events in great detail and report to him. How did she know that she was discovered by Su Tang, and Su Tang also knew that she also did what she had secretly reported before? She knew that she was at a loss and smiled. "It's okay, pour water." Minister Xu dropped his mobile phone. Song Xiang helped Yi Meishan pick it up. Su Tang said as if to say, "Editor-in-Chief Song, there are a lot of things in Minister Xi's mobile phone, which are also very precious. Please take it carefully." Xu Meishan was beaten continuously and picked up her mobile phone and left. Song Xiang asked, "Do you have a conflict with Minister Xi?" "No, just chatted casually." Su Tang smiled very simply, and Song Xiang did not doubt anything. On Wang Liao's side, he didn't find out who Su Tang was married to for a while. Mu Zhuoting sent a message to Xu Meishan, asking her to take a look at Su Tang's situation. Xu Meishan has just been seduced by Su Tang, and it is not easy to observe Su Tang blatantly. She sent a message to Su Tang on WeChat. "Su Tang, what on earth do you think? Mu Xiao whispers to you enough. Are you still going to ignore him?" Su Tang didn't reply to her. Xu Meishen squeezed her mobile phone angrily. As cousins, she and Su Tang went to school together at the beginning, and the university was also in the same school with different majors. The sisters were originally very similar in origin, and their abilities were similar in all aspects. Later, her father made a fortune, and her family background had long been far behind Su Tang. As a result, Su Tang was so lucky to meet Mu Zhuoting. At the beginning, Mu Zhuoting pursued Su Tang. He was so happy that he was moved and held her in his palm. It is said that Su Tang is destined to be the young grandmother of the Mu family in the future. In the past 4 years, Xu Meishen has been really uncomfortable because of this matter. After 4 years, Su Tang was finally dumped by Mu Zhuoting for health reasons. Xu Meishen was not happy for a few days, and she was stabbed by Mu Zhuoting's pursuit of Su Tang again. If it were her, how could she be willing to let Mu Zhuoting eat like this? However, Su Tang is so wayward and arrogant. However, Mu Zhuoting really eats this set. Su Tang ignored Xu Meishen. She had an interview in the afternoon. After work, she went straight back to her mother to pick up her car. She also brought back the gift from the Huo family to her mother. "You are so kind, and you still give me a gift." Xu Wenxing is very happy. "Mom, take it apart and see what it is." Su Tang dismantled it with her. After taking it apart, Su Tang found that this was a set of pen, ink, paper and some maintenance products. "My mother, Xu Wenxing, likes to write brush words, and she is also good at writing. This set of pen, ink, paper and ink can be said to be delivered to the heart." Su Tang remembered that as soon as he went to Hua's house at that time, these gifts were ready. Chapter 22. A check, leave him. At that time, the Huo family didn't know that their mother was a teacher and liked to write with a brush. Then, Guo Mochen had only mentioned it to them in advance. He actually noticed these little things. Xu Wenxing looked at the gift, sighing and relieved. Mochen, a child, and his family really have a heart. After thinking about it, Su Tang sent a WeChat message to Guo Mochen. "I brought the gifts from my grandmother to my mother and grandmother. They like it very much." Guo Mochen was holding a shareholders meeting. Everyone held their breath and stared at the content on the big screen and listened to the explanation of the person in charge. Guo Mochen, who was sitting in the main seat, looked dignified and cold, with a careless reserve for everything. Everyone knows that he can control the whole Guo family at a young age, relying on his demeanor and outstanding ability. When Guo Mochen's mobile phone screen lit up, everyone thought that he would not read irrelevant content. Who knew that he saw Guo Mochen bowing his head, and a smile appeared on the corners of his lips. I don't know what he said, and there was a look between his eyebrows that everyone had never seen before. That seems to be a kind of ripple that can only be seen in people who are in love. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Guo Mochen regained his straightness and said, "Continue." Su Tang looked at the 4 words Guo Mochen replied and blushed slightly. "I miss you." Yesterday, the topic of thinking and how much to think and how to think came to Su Tang's mind again. Guo Mochen was keen to discuss such a topic. She hurriedly expelled those sweet things out of her brain. "I heard Xu Wenxing ask, then, will you send some of these care products back to the Tang family?" Su Tang hurriedly clicked on his mobile phone, with the reverse side facing up, as if the content on WeChat could not be seen. She hurriedly said, "Mom, the pen, ink, paper and ink are for you. The care products are for you and Grandma. The Tang family has other arrangements." Su Tang didn't tell his mother that Guo Mochen and his grandparents did not know the existence of the Tang family. When Xu Wenxing heard this, she didn't insist. Because he made an appointment with Huo Qingqing, Su Tang didn't stay with Xu Wenxing for long, so he took the car and left. Su Tang and Huo Qingqing made an appointment in a shopping mall. She parked the car and went upstairs first. In a beverage shop, Su Tang asked for a cup of coffee and sat down. She sent a location to Huo Qingqing. "Qingqing, I'm waiting for you here. Sister-in-law, wait for me a little longer. There is too much traffic here. I'll park the car and come up." Huo Qingqing returned to her. "It doesn't matter. Drive slowly." Su Tang drank coffee in a small sip, and the fragrant taste was on the tip of his nose, which made people feel comfortable. While waiting, there was suddenly another figure in front of Su Tang. She looked up, and in front of her was a precious lady, looking at her arrogantly and condescendingly, familiar and strange. Su Tang looked up at her. She looked at her coldly and always looked down on people. Su Tang didn't intend to pay attention to her. But she sat down straight in front of Su Tang, as if she disliked that the table had been used by many people. She hesitated for a moment, but did not put it on, but gave it to the driver beside her. "Hold it for me." After saying that, she looked at Su Tang. "Why don't you say hello when you see the elders? Is this your upturing as a cultured person? I was not educated by Mrs. Mu, and Mrs. Mu didn't know it on the first day." Su Tang looked at Mrs. Mu indifferently and didn't know why she came to him. Mrs. Mu snorted coldly, "A woman who can't get on the stage. I don't know what my son likes about her. It's nothing but beauty." Su Tang and Mrs. Mu don't have a good relationship. When she was with Mu Zhuoting, Mrs. Miu disliked Su Tang's background, and further disliked her parents' occupation, origin, and upbringing. It is true that it was Miu Zhuoting who insisted that the two of them got married. Originally, Su Tang also planned to get along with her as a guest, just politely. Later, he realized that he had an unequal relationship with Miu Zhuoting, and he also realized that he was out of fit with the whole Miu family. Naturally, there is no need to respect Mrs. Miu anymore. Mrs. Miu didn't want to talk too much, so she said, Su Tang, I heard that you are still pestering Zhuoting. Su Tang smiled, I'm afraid you have to ask your own son. Su Tang, Zhuoting has quarreled with his family many times for you. Although I agree with the divorce now, it is also his own original intention. You must know better than anyone what kind of family the Miu family is. Now that you have withdrawn from the marriage, I hope you can do it yourself and don't bother Zhuoting anymore. Su Tang responded with a straight son, Mrs. Miu, since you have found me, I also ask you to take care of your own son and stop looking for me all the time, which will delay my normal work and life. Your Miu family, I really can't climb high, and it's best to have no relationship with each other. How can Mrs. Miu believe Su Tang's words? The Miu family is a newcomer to the rich family in Xinchuan City. It is a family that the four major families have to give a little thin noodles. His son Miu Zhuotung is dignified in appearance and outstanding in ability, and is likely to control the entire Miu family in the future. There is only a woman who grabs her own son and doesn't let go, and there is no reason for her own son to pester other women. Su Tang is really good at sticking gold on her face. Mrs. Miu's face was full of sarcasm and mockery. Su Tang, no matter how nice it is, you don't want to be separated from Zhuoting, but it's just for money. I have found someone to investigate. You also met Zhuoting yesterday. Su Tang's face was slightly cold, so, here is a check. Fill in the number by yourself. Mrs. Miu issued a blank check. Su Tang was unmoved. Take this check and leave Zhuoting. You can get everything you want. Mrs. Miu doesn't believe that Su Tang can refuse such a temptation. A check X is a woman from a small family like her, who has struggled for many years. Su Tang thought for a moment, took out a pen from his bag, took the check, and wrote the numbers on it. Mrs. Miu smiled with satisfaction. She knew that a woman from a small family could be sent as long as she had money. No matter how nice Su Tang says on the surface, what's the use? Isn't it that you can't bear to check when you see money? Su Tang finished writing quickly and pushed the check over. Mrs. Miu picked it up and looked at it, and her face suddenly changed. You. Mrs. Miu, this number can be exchanged by the bank, right? Su Tang asked with a smile. A string of numbers with 18 zeros is written like dragons and phoenixes dancing. Not to mention that Mrs. Miu can't get such astronomical numbers at all. Even if she can, she can't give it to Su Tang. Seeing that she was stiff and silent, Su Tang asked, no, right? If not, forget it. I thought Mrs. Miu was very sincere. Su Tang. Mrs. Miu is angry. You are so bold. Chapter 23, Mrs. Gore asked me to wear this. Su Tang kept a decent smile. Mrs. Miu, don't say that. I just think a son born in a big family like the Miu family is worth counting. Or does Mrs. Miu think that her son is not worth so much money? Mrs. Miu was so angry that his face turned pale. Su Tang, are you kidding me? Mrs. Miu is joking. I'm sitting here so neatly. How can I play with you? Su Tang, take the check here, look at it carefully, and hand it to Mrs. Miu again. Since Mrs. Miu thinks this number is too high, I won't exchange it. I'll give you this check. What do you mean? Please take this check and take care of your son. Don't come to me again. He is not worth so much money, but I deserve it. Su Tang put the check on the table and pushed it to Mrs. Miu. Su Tang. Mrs. Miu has always been respected and good, and it is the first time that she has been so popular with anyone other than her son. Wow, that's wonderful. Huo Qingqing came over with her mobile phone. Mrs. Miu, who can't control her own son, will take care of others, right? When Mrs. Miu saw her shooting herself with her mobile phone, she was about to get angry. Huo Qingqing said with a smile, well, I'm broadcasting live. If you have the ability, you can kill my mobile phone. After all, the Miu family is a family with a head and a face in Xinchuan, and Mrs. Miu doesn't want to lose it. Face, maintain a graceful demeanor, live broadcast or whatever, take pictures of others less, don't cry when you receive a lawyer's letter. She got up and snatched the platinum bag from the driver, turned around and left. Huo Qingqing sat down in front of Su Tang. Sister-in-law, you are awesome. You can make this kind of popularity like this. Su Tang covered her face. You broadcast live first, don't take pictures of me. I didn't broadcast live to scare her. I just recorded a video and recorded all your domineering posture just now. Huo Qingqing also didn't expect that Su Tang, who looked gentle and soft, had such a side. Although she didn't know what was going on with Su Tang and Mrs. Miu, she also guessed it. Only then did Su Tang let go. How long have you been here? It's not long. It's almost before and after you write the check. Huo Qingqing smiled and said, let's go. Let's eat first. After dinner, Su Tang accompanied Huo Qingqing to buy something. Huo Qingqing is lively and cheerful. Su Tang likes her very much and asked her carefully what gift she wanted to buy. What kind of friends are you giving? Su Tang asked. Boy, in his early 20s, I want to buy some clothes and accessories for him. Mentioning this, Huo Qingqing rarely became shy, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked more and more shiny. Su Tang understood in her heart that she should buy something for her boyfriend. Maybe it's because the Huo family is strictly controlled, or maybe it's because they are worried that Huo Qi's youth is not old, so Huo Qingqing always has a sneaky feeling. Su Tang didn't make fun of her, but asked about the other party's height and character in detail to help her refer carefully. Soon, Huo Qingqing bought a lot of things, several sets of luxury clothes. Su Tang saw that Huo Qingqing basically didn't wear big brands in her own clothes. They were mainly simple and generous, and the clothes on her body basically didn't see the logo, but she was very willing to spend money to buy things for this boy. She joked, if you buy so much, will he accept it? He doesn't accept what I bought. Who does it accept? Huo Qingqing said that he was just working and needed better clothes. She bought a few more valuable accessories and secretly said to Su Tang, don't mention it to my family. I bought it with the money I saved. I know. Su Tang should come down. I won't mention it. I'll tell them by myself when you wait. Huo Qingqing suddenly felt a little melancholy. I don't know when I can say it. But in an instant, she was happy again. Don't care about him, I have to believe him, it will be soon. What does your boyfriend do? Her mood made Su Tang inexplicably a little worried. I'll just tell you quietly. He is an artist who made his debut in the draft. Now he has no works, no fame, and can't even guarantee his income. If you take him to my house like this, no one will agree. But he is talented, so he lacks an opportunity. When he really stands up, I can take him to see his family. Su Tang thought, no wonder she was so sneaky. She said with a smile, this day will come soon. Huo Qingqing nodded, I think so too. Let's choose something more. After helping Huo Qingqing choose, Su Tang also liked a men's shirt, but the color was a little picky. Not only was it pink, but there was also a more picky 3-color embroidery print on it. But Su Tang felt at a glance that it was very suitable for Gu Mocheng. Huo Qingqing's eyes widened. Anyway, as far as I know, my cousin's clothes have always been black and white and grey. He has thick facial features and beautiful shoulders and necklines. Wearing such clothes should be very outstanding. It can be worn during non-working hours. Su Tang thought for a moment and bought this one. Huo Qingqing also followed after thinking about it. When I paid for other clothes, I chose a set of women's underwear with very cool and economical fabric and secretly put it in Su Tang's shopping bag. Su Tang returned to Jiayi Mansion after sending Huo Qingqing off. When I just got home, I saw Gu Mocheng coming in a hurry. Before Su Tang could react, he directly took the person into his arms. Feeling his urgency, Su Tang asked in a low voice, what's the matter? I heard that Mrs. Miu came to you. Gu Mocheng received Huo Qingqing's video and immediately asked her about Su Tang's arm. Knowing that she had gone home, he immediately rushed home. What did Qingqing tell you? She sent me the video. Does that woman trouble you? Su Tang smiled. No, I sent him away. In broad daylight, she didn't dare to do anything to me. Let me have a look. Gu Mocheng raised her cheek and looked at her smiling face. It was true that there was nothing wrong, and a hanging heart let go. In the video, Su Tang did not suffer, but Mrs. Miu, who has always been arrogant, was very angry. Su Tang's hedgehog-like side is really enough to kill, which reminds Gu Mocheng of Su Tang in his memory. He was also like this. He was small but full of energy. Su Tang looked at his concerned eyes and whispered, it's really okay. By the way, I bought you clothes. Give it to me. Gu Mocheng was quite interested and took the shopping bag from Su Tang. Try whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. Su Tang is also not sure whether he can accept colors other than black and white and grey. You change it first, and I'll take a shower and change my clothes. Su Tang went upstairs. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he heard Gu Mocheng's ambiguous voice, Mrs. Gu, are you sure you want me to wear this? Chapter 24 Change your gift for you. Su Tang had to come out of the bathroom first and look at him with a smile. The color of this dress is so picky that ordinary people can't control it. But I think with your figure and face, it must be. Before she finished speaking, she saw the unusually cool women's underwear hooked on Gu Mocheng's fingers, and the fabric was as thin as cicada wings. Gu Mocheng looked at her ambiguously. Su Tang's face became hot in an instant, and even her body was hot for a moment. She didn't buy this at all. It's not me. Before I finished this sentence, Su Tang remembered that when Huo Qingqing was about to leave, she mysteriously said that she had prepared a great gift for her to thank her. It turns out that this is the gift. No wonder Huo Qingqing smiled so unusually at that time. This was bought by Qingqing. She said she would give it to me as a gift. Su Tang can't wait to go back to that time and put this thing back into Huo Qingqing's shopping bag. Gu Mocheng rubbed the thin fabric with his fingers. This gift suits you very well. I didn't plan to collect it. No, I didn't know what she bought at all. Su Tang felt that the more he explained, the more unclear he became. The man has been close to each other, beyond the safe distance, and his voice is hoarse. Then you can try it now. Let's forget it. Su Tang now just wants to find Hua Qingqing and criticize her in person. It doesn't matter. I'll help you wear it. Guo Mochen lowered his eyes and sprayed his burning breath on Su Tang's face. Su Tang clenched his fingers. Why don't you try on the shirt I bought first? Guo Mochen nodded. It makes sense. In front of Su Tang, he tore off his tie and unbuttoned his shirt. In Su Tang's sight, the man's beautiful muscle lines appeared. Su Tang, didn't you let him interview in her face? Okay, you help me try on my shirt. Guo Mochen whispered close to her ear. Su Tang picked up his shirt and tiptoed to help Guo Mochen put his shirt on. He has broad shoulders and long legs, thin and strong waist and abdomen. It's not that he hasn't seen it before, but under the light, while helping him change his clothes, the visual impact effect is still first class. Su Tang finally knows why some girls like to see the abdominal muscles of male stars. No one can refuse such a sense of strength and beauty. It's just that her fingers occasionally touch X, and she will still feel shy and move away in a hurry. After changing into clothes, Guo Mochen frowned slightly. The pink really exceeded his expectations. But Su Tang's eyes were bright, and it was obvious that Guo Mochen controlled such clothes. There is no sense of disharmony in Guo Mochen, which can only be mastered by top male models. He only needs to use his face to control it perfectly. Good looking. Su Tang sincerely admired that even this color and style can be controlled. There should be no clothes in the world that Guo Mochen can't control. Guo Mochen nodded. So now, it's your turn to change. Su Tang woke up the next day, and Guo Mochen was no longer there by the bed. The quilt on the other side is only slightly cool. She sat up with a sore waist and weak legs, and wanted to complain about Hua Qingqing. Guo Mochen was already a mess at night. How could he stand such cool clothes? In front of the dining table, housekeeper Zheng is arranging. Seeing her get up, he said with a smile, Mochen had a meeting early in the morning and went to the company. He told you to eat more for breakfast. Well, thank you, Aunt Zhang. Su Tang took a sip of the soup. The fingertips have little strength, and they are sour and soft. After breakfast, she went back upstairs. Guo Mochen's WeChat message had just arrived. There was a bottle of neck cream on the dressing table. I'm looking for someone to allocate it. It was delivered this morning. You can try it. Su Tang picked it up and looked at it. There was no sign on it. It should be specially arranged separately. She applied it to her red and purple mottled neck and suddenly realized that it was used to remove the kiss marks. Su Tang looked at herself in the mirror, and her face instantly turned crimson. Hua Qingqing sent her a message. Sister-in-law, do you still like my gift? Su Tang sat on the workst, sorted out yesterday's interview manuscript and handed it in, and then replied to her, Hua Qingqing, the gift is very good, don't give it next time. Since it's good, why don't you send it? I'll give you a full box next time. Hua. Green. Green. Hua Qingqing sent an emoticon pack to hit me. Su Tang doesn't want to pay attention to her. Guo Mochen went to the company early in the morning, and there are quarterly meetings of Asian branches that need to be held today. The people in the group also arrived early and are preparing for themselves. When Guo Mochen's figure appeared, everyone was surprised and thought that he got up too early and was blinded. Mr. Guo, who has always been meticulous in his clothes, came to work in pink this morning. This is an important meeting. However, I have to say that Guo Mochen really wears everything brilliantly. Such difficult clothes are worn on him, and his taste and reserve are not bad at all. On the contrary, he shows a little elegance. No wonder there was a saying in the company that Guo Mochen's face fell down. Luo Xu looked at Mr. Guo dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to return to his normal expression. Guo Mochen asked him, What's the matter? No, I just think your clothes today are quite unique. Does the company have any regulations on dressing? That's not there. Luo Xu recalled the company's articles of association. There was no special regulation. Everyone wore it casually. Before the meeting, Guo Mochen specifically told Luo Xu, take a picture for me later. Luo Xu understood in a second, okay. All of Mr. Guo's abnormality began with the marriage. Luo Xu thought that the young grandmother should be very important. If you have the opportunity to contact, you must not wait slowly. Xu Meishan received a call from Mu Zhuoting and sneaked to the bathroom. Mu Xiao. Did you look for my mother? Mu Zhuoting's voice was very cold. Mrs. Mu went to find Su Tang about eating, and she didn't hide it from him. If you think about it for a moment, you will know who wrote it. Xu Meishan didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. She couldn't reach Mrs. Mu in the first place. It was Mrs. Mu who came to the company to find Su Tang and met her. She enthusiastically provided information to Mrs. Mu. With Mrs. Mu's interfering, the breakup between Mu Zhuoting and Su Tang should be more certain, and Xu Meishan does not want to bear too much pressure. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, Mrs. Mu asked me, and I. Mu Zhuoting's voice was cold. Don't get involved with things you shouldn't get involved with. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, I really didn't mean it. This is the last time. Mu Zhuoting hung up the phone. Xu Meishan squeezed her mobile phone, and her fingers turned white. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Mu couldn't figure out Su Tang. She is also about to lose her trust in Mu Juoting. After thinking for a long time, she sent a message to Mu Juoting, Mu Xiao, Su Tang has an interview on the 4th floor of Shuying Clubhouse tonight. Chapter 25. This woman, I want it. Got it. Mu Juoting replied very simply. Xu Meishen knew that she had won his trust again. Su Tang was working, and a message was sent on WeChat. Open it and see that it is a photo sent by Guo Mochen. He sat in the crowd in the clothes she bought yesterday, which was very conspicuous. This man is very similar to the sun, moon, and stars. No matter where he is, he can't be overwhelmed by the light. The dress was worn on him, as if tailor-made, and was also worn by him with a unique and reserved charm. A smile appeared on Su Tang's face. I also want to say that you can wear it on weekends, and you don't have to wear it in public. The clothes given by Mrs. Guo should be worn for everyone to see. Su Tang smiled and sighed sincerely. You really look good in this one. The one worn by Mrs. Guo also looks good. Guo Mochen replied to her meaningfully. Su Tang blushed. What he said was not what Hua Qingqing said, was it? But she doesn't have to wear it tonight. The fabric is so thin that it has become a cloth in Guo Mochen's hand last night. I can't wear it even if I want to. Thinking of this, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little happy. What she doesn't know is that Guo Mochen is currently choosing a similar style on the shopping platform. In the past, whenever he saw good-looking clothes and accessories, he would buy them first, and gradually add the wardrobe at home, with all kinds of styles and colors. I didn't know until yesterday that there were fields that she had not been involved in. It turned out that Su Tang had clothes that were more suitable for her. The one last night can't be worn. He needs to add more. In the bar, Shen Jingyan saw Hua Qingqing and asked with a smile, are you here again? Why can't I come? I'm an adult for a long time, okay? Don't treat me as a child. Hua Qingqing is actually about the same age as Su Tang, but because of Guo Mochen's relationship, they always regard her as a child, and she really can't stand it. Jiang Yuhong, Zhao Muqi and Ling Aimo are playing cards. When Ling Aimo saw her coming, he gave her the card. Qingqing, you come to play? No, I'll watch you fight. Shen Jingyan also sat down, raised his head and took a sip of red wine, and asked, where is Brother Chen? Will he come today? Hua Qingqing smiled mysteriously, I definitely can't come today. Why, the newlyweds are not over yet. It's been more than a week of getting married. Shen Jingyan really didn't expect that a Su Tang could tie Guo Mochen to home for so long. Anyway, I definitely can't come. Hua Qingqing is particularly confident in the gift she gave to Su Tang yesterday. Let's do it. If we can't come, we'll drink by ourselves. Shen Jingyan asked the waiter to come and order. I just ordered wine, and the waiter stood up. Mr. Guo Mochen's figure appeared at the door. Today, he dressed a little abnormally, but it did not hurt his nobility and alienation. Zhang Yuhong and others didn't play cards, staring at Guo Mochen's clothes. Hua Qingqing was surprised. Cousin, why are you free to come over? Tang Tang has work tonight. Guo Mochen sat down on the sofa. His tone was always light, but the word Tang Tao made everyone's ears full of sugar, sweet and greasy. No wonder. Shen Jin smiled and said that Brother Chen could come because of his sister-in-law's appreciation. However, Brother Chen, your clothes today are different from your daily style. Tang Tang bought it. Does it look good? Guo Mochen raised his arm and showed it to everyone. Zhang Yuhong poured a glass of wine for Guo Mochen. I can see it. Are you here to show us your clothes? Ling Aimo corrected him. To be precise, it's Qiu Ai. Guo Mochen's face was quite arrogant. Everyone had known him for a long time, and he hadn't seen such a look on his face for a long time. Shen Jingyan sighed. What kind of kindergarten children's behavior to show off clothes? Su Tang's evening work is in Shuyang Clubhouse, a high-end private clubhouse with good privacy. Her interviewee is the head of a new listed company. After Su Tang's interview, the person in charge had to be interviewed by another reporter. Su Tang came out first. The walkway of the clubhouse was circular. Su Tang planned to return the same way. He only took 2 steps and heard the voices of Mu Juoting and Wang Liang. What are they doing here? Before they saw him, Su Tang turned around and prepared to go downstairs from another elevator. Passing by the door of a private room, the door suddenly opened, and Su Tang was pulled in. She reacted and looked. There were several rough men sitting in the private room, accompanied by a woman who was drinking. The strong smell of smoke made people unable to breathe. What are you doing? I'm just passing by. Su Tang immediately realized that this box was different from the box she imagined, and I'm afraid what the people here did was not serious. The man who pulled her in was a bald man, smiling obscenely. Then what are you doing? I'm a reporter. I just finished the interview. Su Tang was about to leave after saying that. The bald head stopped her and laughed. The acting skills of the new waiter are getting better and better. What kind of reporter? I think it's a. The whole room burst into laughter. Su Tang also found that some of the women who accompanied him to drink were wearing flight attendant uniforms, some were wearing nurse uniforms, and some were wearing sailor uniforms. You made a mistake. I'm not a waiter here, but a guest here. Su Tang tried to reason. However, no one listened at all. A Scarface sitting on the sofa stood up. Brother Meng. Everyone also stood up. He approached Su Tang step by step, showing a very satisfied look. I want this X. No one cares what Su Tang is saying at all, and no one cares about the professional suit she wears and the badge she holds, which is completely different from the women serving here. Someone pushed her towards Brother Meng, and someone followed her. Brother Meng reached out and touched Su Tang's waist. In a hurry, Su Tang kicked over, just kicking the key part of Brother Meng, and the pain made the scar on his face twist. You want to die, don't you? A group of people want to beat Su Tang. Brother Meng waved his hand. Stop. Brother Meng, this little lady is very fierce. Do you want to teach her a lesson first? Brother Meng's pain disappeared and soon recovered. Rude horse, I'll tame it myself. Su Tang spat out a mouthful of saliva. The scene was silent, and the women who were drinking were stunned. Brother Meng's face was swept and he said, Yay, you're good-tempered. You can't serve me well today. I cut your tongue. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Mu Zhuoting's voice came, Brother Meng, are you playing so hard today? Mu Shao. Brother Meng recognized Mu Zhuoting. Mu Zhuoting looked at Su Tang. Her hair was scattered on her shoulders, her clothes were intact, and her frightened eyes were like deer. At the same time, she was full of firmness and courage. Delicate, but not weak. Chapter 26. Thank you, Master Mu, for not marrying. Mu Zhuoting smiled and said, Brother Meng, today's expenses are on my account. Let's make friends. Brother Meng is a fool, and Mu Zhuoting naturally doesn't want to offend such a person. Brother Meng also smiled rudely. Yes, everyone is a happy person. The girls here, except for this, the rest of the Mu Shao can choose and play together. He pointed to Su Tang, and he was going to order this one. Sorry, Brother Meng, this Su Tang happens to be my fiancée. She came here today to complete an interview, not the waiter here. Mu Zhuoting said. He and Wang Liang came here just now to find Su Tang. Everyone at the elevator exit on both sides said that they didn't see her, and there was no Su Tang at the interview site. Mu Zhuoting was sure that she was here. As expected, Su Tang was here. Fiancé, do you think so? The bald head asked dissatisfiedly, if you see a beautiful person, come to grab it from Brother Meng. Tung Tung, come to me. Mu Zhuoting looked at Su Tang with a smile. At this time, he doesn't think Su Tang can still reject him. Su Tang was slightly stunned for a moment and saw that Mu Zhuoting was solving the problem with the attitude that one more thing was better than one less thing. At this moment, if she admits that she is Mu Zhuoting's fiancé, Brother Meng probably won't continue to embarrass her. However, Mu Zhuoting will also take advantage of this to make a big deal. It is too difficult for her to clear up the relationship between her and him. What's more, she is now a married woman. How can she admit her relationship with Mu Zhuoting? Seeing the struggle between Su Tang's eyebrows, Mu Zhuoting's voice became more serious. Why, at this time, you still have a temper with me? As soon as he said this, Su Tang was even more unlikely to admit that he had anything to do with him. She said, everyone, I'm not a waiter here, but I'm not Mu Shao's fiancé either. I just know Mu Shao and have a working relationship. I'm sorry. After she finished speaking, she had to leave quickly while Mu Zhuoting was in front of her. Mu Zhuoting's face changed slightly. At this time, why is Su Tang still arrogant? Although he is not afraid of Brother Meng, the King of Hell is easy to mess with, and there is no need to make enemies with such a person. The bald head slammed the door and blocked Su Tang. Since you are just an ordinary friend of Mu Shao, you can't allow you to leave now. Brother Meng also smiled loudly. Mr. Mu, I really like this chick. If it's your fiancé, I have to give you this thin face. If not, I have to take it back. Mu Shao wants to steal a beautiful chick from me. Let's do it next time. Su Tang and I are about to get married, and she is losing her temper with me. Mu Zhuoting reached out and grabbed Su Tang's wrist, and his fingers secretly pressed hard, hoping that Su Tang would understand the current situation. Brother Meng stared at Su Tang. Little girl, choose by yourself, with me, or with him. Su Tang's fingertips trembled slightly, but her voice was still firm. I don't choose anyone. You bitch, who gave you the confidence? The bald head slapped Su Tang. Mu Zhuoting didn't expect that he would suddenly take action and didn't have time to stop it. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and the bald slap had not fallen, but was directly slapped open. Only then did everyone see clearly the man who came in, wearing a shirt of a choice of color, with thick darkness and surging anger in his eyes. The bald head was slapped away by him, and then his wrist hurt. With a click, it was actually broken by him. Brother Meng's people were shocked and angry, and surrounded Guo Mochen. Brother Meng recognized Guo Mochen and stopped his men from doing it. Guo Mochen. Su Tang's eyes flashed brightly and rushed directly into his arms. Guo Mochen looked down at her, pinched her chin, and there was pity in his eyes. Did they bully you? Su Tang blinked her long eyelashes, and then realized that she felt grievances and burst into tears. It's okay. I'm here. Guo Mochen wiped away her tears. Su Tang felt a long-lost peace of mind. As long as he said a word, it seemed that there were no difficulties. She responded in a low voice. Guo Mochen rubbed her red eyes. Also, what did you call me just now? Su Tang said shyly. Husband. When the word husband was uttered, Mu Juoting's ugly face was even more gloomy to the bottom. What is Su Tang's name? Guo Mochen. Wang Liang, who was standing behind him, was stunned. Mu Shao, I haven't found out yet. He had always thought that Su Tang could not really marry someone else, so he just checked casually. Naturally, he didn't expect that Su Tang was really married, and the marriage partner was still Guo Mochen. Mu Juoting's voice was unbelievable. Su Tang, what are you doing? Guo Mochen's sharp eyes slightly hooked. Mr. Mu, please be polite to my wife. How is this possible? When did you? Mu Juoting couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Tang Tang and I have been receiving the certificate for a while. Tang Tang, haven't you thanked Master Mu for not marrying yet? Guo Mochen looked down at Su Tang. Su Tang said seriously, thank you, Master Mu, for not marrying. Mu Juoting's face was iron blue, and he watched Su Tang lean softly on Guo Mochen's side, as soft as water, bright and touching. Brother Meng said, what kind of drama are you staging here? Guo Mochen looked at him with a little coldness. Su Tang is Mrs. Guo, I'm here to take her away now. Do you have any comments? The person who hurt me, that's it. The bald head was still lying on the ground, struggling and moaning. What's the matter with bringing my wife to your private room? Guo Mochen had no intention of compromising at all. Brother Meng thought for a while. In fact, he had long seen that Su Tang was not the waiter here, but because he saw that she was good-looking, he wanted to make a mistake with her. In the face of Guo Mochen's questioning, after all, he was at a loss. He didn't want to provoke Guo Mochen and picked up his bald head. Did you bring Mrs. Guo in without long eyes? Before the bald head answered, Brother Meng took action and clicked. The other hand of the bald head was broken, and he lay on the ground and moaned weakly. Mr. Guo, I have dealt with my people. The person who hurt me, Mr. Guo, also has to give me an account, right? Brother Meng took a cigar and stared at Guo Mochen. Guo Mochen's eyes were full of coldness. He offended Su Tang and still wanted to ask for something from him. He looked around. Does Brother Meng think that Xinchuan is an outlaw place, and any club can bring in innocent girls? If the person who injured you, I won't call the police for you, it will be a write-off. With Su Tang here, he doesn't want to be born outside the festival. If he doesn't call the police, it's already a special kindness. Brother Meng was stunned for a moment and realized that Guo Mochen was not Mu Juoting, and he would not have a chance to have a good relationship like Mu Juoting. Chapter 27, Kissing a Fragile Porcelain Doll. Let's go. Guo Mochen picked up Su Tang and strode out. Brother Meng stopped his men from following him out. At this moment, he didn't want to do much. Mu Juoting's expression bloomed for a few moments and left with Wang Lian without saying a word. In the car, Guo Mochen held Su Tang's hand and carefully rubbed the red mark on her wrist. That was left when he was pulled in by the bald head. Her skin is fair and delicate, and it is easy to leave red marks when easily touched. Guo Mochen himself is reluctant to hold her wrist tightly. Those people didn't do anything, and the red marks on Su Tang's wrist were shocking. It was imprinted in Guo Mochen's eyes, and a manic blood color was printed on the bottom of his eyes. Just now, he was still light at the bald head, but he broke one of his arms. How could he make up for the shock suffered by Su Tang? Putting Su Tang's wrist to his lips, Guo Mochen didn't say anything for a long time. Su Tang whispered, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Apply some more ointment." Guo Mochen picked up a ointment and rubbed it on her wrist. The slightly cool medicine was applied to the skin, and Su Tang shuddered. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Guo Mochen stroked the red mark, and there was guilt in the blood in his eyes. "It's very timely. Don't blame yourself." Su Tang didn't expect him to react like this. Obviously, it was not his fault. After she was caught by the bald head, she subconsciously groped for her mobile phone and quietly called for help. But she didn't give her much chance at the scene, so she could only dial Guo Mochen's phone and didn't have time to speak at all. She can't even be sure whether Guo Mochen is connected, whether he can hear about her situation, let alone whether he will come over. Everything is unknown. It was Guo Mochen who turned her unknown and uneasiness into a sense of security. Guo Mochen held her palm. "If you have something to do, call me as soon as possible. It's worth the reward." Su Tang was pulled closer by him, looking up at his overly stunning facial features, and his kiss approached. It turns out that this reward is his ex-kiss. It's not like the fanaticism when you are emotional, and it's not like the aggression when you punish. This kiss is cherished, like a fragile porcelain doll, gentle, with fist love. Su Tang leaned on him like a kitten. Guo Mochen held her in his arms. After many years, she finally trusted him wholeheartedly and was defenseless as she did at that time. When Su Tang was let go of by Guo Mochen, she suddenly thought of something. She twisted her fingers and didn't know how to open her mouth for a moment. "What's the matter?" Guo Mochen asked. The man leaned closer, and a pair of dazzling black eyes always seemed to be able to see through her heart. Su Tang whispered, "That fierce brother just now, they were taking drugs in the private room, and some girls should also be forced. I want to call the police. Then report it." Guo Mochen took out his mobile phone. But you just promised him not to call the police. Su Tang was worried that Guo Mochen would anger those people and cause trouble. Is their ideas important or yours? Guo Mochen held his mobile phone with his long fingers. He didn't want to call the police before because he didn't want Su Tang to be involved too much. But Su Tang opened his mouth and he didn't need to be afraid of anything anymore. Seeing that he was about to broadcast the phone out, Su Tang said, "They must have cleaned up the scene now. Tell the police that there should be medicine under the sofa. It was when I saw them taking drugs, while they were talking to me, I put the medicine bag on the ground and kicked the medicine bag into the bottom of the sofa with my foot. The main sofa is very thick and heavy. Even if they want to clean up the scene, they should not take away the things in such a secret place." Guo Mochen reached out and pinched her cheek, in a low voice, "Don't do such a dangerous thing next time, huh?" Seeing that there was still struggle in Su Tang's eyes, Guo Mochen laughed and knew that she had her own persistence. The window was knocked, and Guo Mochen put down the window. Mu Zhuoting stood outside the car, looking indifferent, and trying his best to hide his decadence. Guo Mochen and Su Tang got out of the car. Su Tang looked at him coldly. "What else does Mu Xiao have to do?" Mu Zhuoting looked at Guo Mochen. "When Guo Xiao came to drink with me that day, he had already received the certificate with Su Tang. Is it interesting to see my joke? Coincidence?" Guo Mochen took Su Tang's hand. "Didn't I also thank Mu Xiao for his love that day?" Mu Zhuoting remembered the bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon that day, and finally returned to the deep meaning of Guo Mochen's words that day. His iron blue face turned red and white, and he endured it before he broke out. "Why, does Master Mu still want to congratulate us on our wedding?" Guo Mochen asked indifferently. Mu Zhuoting gritted his teeth and did not respond. Su Tang stands in front of Guo Mochen. Beside her, her face was delicate, which he hadn't seen for a long time. There was no safe distance between the two people, so she let Guo Mochen hold her hand. She was wearing a high-necked thin shirt, and the collar covered her slender white neck. Mu Zhuoting can understand what else is covered with a little thought. Su Tang, who he has been spoiled for 4 years, is a person who has never been infected by himself. Mu Zhuoting is short of breath. Su Tang didn't want to be entangled with him anymore, so he said in a low voice, "Mr. Mu saw it. I'm married. Even if Xu Meishen will deliver any news to you, I hope you won't bother us anymore." Looking at Guo Mochen and Su Tang's cars leaving, Mu Zhuoting clenched his fists, and the blue veins on the back of his hands rose. Wang Liang stood behind him and didn't dare to talk to him. Back home, Su Tang took a shower. Guo Mochen saw that she was obviously tired. After kissing, he didn't bother her anymore. Hugging her, he asked in a low voice, "Who is Xu Meishen?" "One of my cousins. She didn't know when she met Mu Zhuoting, and she always passed on my news to him. I didn't know until recently. Tonight, I accidentally passed by the group of people's rooms and was pulled in because I saw Mu Zhuoting there and wanted to avoid him. I guess what I interviewed at Shuyang Club tonight was also what she told Mu Zhuoting." Su Tang frowned slightly and said that this matter had nothing to do with Xu Meishen. When she said this, Guo Mochen still had a vague impression of this woman. Guo Mochen pondered for a moment and kissed her forehead. "Don't think about her and go to bed early." After Su Tang fell asleep, Guo Mochen called Luo Xu. "Check Xu Meishen, everything." Xu Meishen is not a difficult person to find out. Half an hour later, Guo Mochen received the relevant information. There was not much useful information. Guo Mochen looked through several of them, including private photos of her and Mu Zhuoting. Mu Zhuoting played so well that even Xu Meishen didn't let it go. Guo Mochen picked out the photos and said to Luo Xu, "Mrs. Mu should be very interested in these photos. You should find a chance to send them to her." Chapter 28. Will I allow you to hurt Su Tang? The next day, Su Tang received a call from Xu Wenxing and was a little surprised. "You said your cousin had a car accident." "Yes, your uncle and aunt are very anxious. I have to take care of my grandmother. I can't go to the hospital to see your cousin. Please take a walk for me." Xu Wenxing only knows that Xu Meishen is arrogant, and she doesn't know what she has done to Su Tang. She can't say anything if she doesn't go to her relatives. "Okay, I'll go there when I'm free after work," Su Tang responded. Guo Mochen hugged her from behind. "Who is wrong?" "Xu Meishen had a car accident. I don't know what the injury looks like." Guo Mochen bowed his head and kissed her. Then she was really unlucky. Su Tang went to the hospital after work in the afternoon. According to the company's personnel, Xu Meishen was hit and broke her leg. The driver was willing to take responsibility, but the car did not buy insurance, and the driver had no money, which was a little troublesome to deal with. When she arrived at the hospital, the eldest aunt's eyes were swollen like peaches, and the second aunt was comforting her. Seeing Su Tang coming, the eldest aunt put away her tears. "My mother asked me to see my cousin." Su Tang put down the fruit. Su Tang used to be with Mu Zhuoting, and her two aunts complimented her on the surface. Now that she was dumped by Mu Zhuoting, her eyes are not as kind as before. "Put it there," the eldest aunt said. "How is your cousin?" Su Tang didn't want to know very much, which was nothing more than to give an explanation to Xu Wenxing. Aunt Li Ronghua snorted from her nose. I'm fine. Wu Bifeng, the second aunt, also said, your eldest aunt is in a bad mood now. Isn't it to make matters worse when you ask like this? Then I'll go first. Su Tang didn't plan to stay any longer. Wu Bifeng said, that's not what your aunt means. Mei Shen is at the age of the trick. Seeing that her career is also the fastest rise, she didn't expect such a thing to happen. The driver who hit her couldn't afford to pay the money. Fortunately, the company paid her in advance. Thanks to her outstanding ability and being reused in the company cares about her so much. That's good. Wu Bifeng asked Su Tang, by the way, I heard from your mother that you are married. Yes. Wu Bifeng looked regretful. Oh, they don't have a wedding, and they don't invite us to a wedding reception. Su Tang, how can you think about it? Just find a man without money and marry you. If I had told you earlier, I would at least introduce you to a man who can afford to hold a wedding. Su Tang heard that there were quite a lot of gloating in her words. These two aunts have always been like this. Su Tang is too lazy to explain. In Xu Meisha's room, Lu Shi stood in front of her with the document. She had just finished the operation, and her face was very pale. She reluctantly said, please sit down, Lawyer Lu, what did the driver say? I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not here to deal with the driver's affairs. Lu Shi sat down in front of her. Even when sitting, Xu Meishan felt the sense of pressure from him. Then you are. I'm here to warn Miss Jin not to do anything to Miss Su Tangsu in the future. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as one leg. Xu Meisha's face suddenly changed. Who are you? You don't care who I am. You just need to know that Miss Su Tangsu is not the person you can provoke. After saying that, Lu Shi stood up. That's all I said. Miss Xu, you can do it yourself. Xu Meishan pinched her hands into her palms fiercely. Did what happened last night have been exposed? Taking advantage of her work, she knew that there would be some bad social figures in the Shuyang clubhouse, so she specially asked the company to arrange the interview in the clubhouse. After Su Tang went there, it was very likely that he would meet those people. With Su Tang's ostentant appearance, it was difficult to escape the eyes of those people. But she was not fully sure. After all, Mu Juoting would also come to find Su Tang. But it doesn't matter to him. She is happy to cause some trouble for Su Tang. Who knows, has it been discovered? So her car accident was not entirely caused by Mrs. Mu. Thinking of Mrs. Mu, Xu Meisha's fingers pinched tighter, and bloodstains appeared on her palms. Mrs. Mu didn't know where she learned that she had slept with Mu Juoting, and threatened her to get out of Xinchuan immediately. Xu Meishan, naturally, refused to agree. After refusing Mrs. Mu, she left. Within a few minutes of going out, the leg was directly crushed by the car. Oh, why does everyone treat her and Su Tang like this? When Mrs. Mu sent Su Tang, she let her fill in the blank check at will. If she sent her, she would break her leg. Where did that person just now come from? Xu Meishan was angry when the phone rang. It was called by Mu Juoting. She was like a savior and immediately picked it up. Mr. Mu, give you 3 days to move abroad. I don't want to see you again in Xinchuan for 3 years. Mu Juoting's voice was very cold. Mu Xiao, why is this? There is no reason. If you don't leave, just wait for the second leg to be broken. Xu Meishan cried bitterly. Why? I won't go. Then don't blame me for not being able to protect you. It's Su Tang. It was Su Tang who asked you to do this, didn't it? It's her. She is not as boring as you. Xu Meishan, if you want to touch Su Tang, don't you see what you are? Mu Juoting said ruthlessly, do you think I will allow you to hurt Su Tang for your secret things? The phone was hung up, and Xu Meishan was about to burst into tears. Outside the door, the second aunt Wu Bifeng is persuading the eldest aunt Li Ronghua, the company is so important that she will definitely not ignore her affairs. Just relax. Li Ronghua looked more comfortable. Yes, she is the deputy minister of the Ministry of Commerce in the company, and her performance is the best this year. Anyway, the company will handle it well. Yes, in our family, Mei Shen is still the most capable and powerful. Unlike some people, they only rely on men, but they can't even catch a man. Su Tang has left, and Wu Bifeng has no scruples in her speech. Li Ronghua pushed the door and came in. He saw Xu Meishan wiping her tears. Oh, what's the matter? Does the wound hurt? Mom, the company has arranged for me to go abroad for a period of time. Foreign countries, I don't know how the medical technology is. Li Ronghua is very worried. This is also what Xu Meishan is worried about. She can't afford to go to good countries, and the medical conditions of bad countries are too far from those in China. But this time, she has no choice at all. In Guo Mochen's office, Lu Shu is reporting to him, yesterday, the police had taken away the grey industry in the clubhouse. I've said hello, and the matter won't involve the young grandmother at all. Have they found evidence of drugging? Chapter 29. Find dozens of men to choose for Su Tang. I found it, and the medicine that had not been cleaned up was also found under the sofa. Lu Shu doesn't understand why Guo Mochen cares about these small details. Guo Mochen looked indifferent. That's good. In fact, it is not a big problem involving Su Tang, but it is naturally better if there is no connection. lest it be used by people with intentions to make an article. Su Tang went to visit Xu Wenqing and his grandmother and briefly talked about Xu Meishan. She was really a little unlucky. How could she be hit like this? Xu Wenqing still feels a little sorry for this niece. Su Tang didn't say much about Xu Meishan, but just said, "Don't worry, the company will help her solve these things." Well, that's okay, otherwise you will be injured and lose your job. Your grandmother knows, and you should be worried. I can't, Mom. Su Tang was sure that Mu Zhuoting would come forward to help Xu Meishan solve the matter. When he came out of the house, Su Tang's mobile phone called. The name shown above is Tang Yi, her younger brother in the Tang family. In fact, Su Tang knew Tang Yi long before she knew that she was the daughter of the Tang family. At that time, she gave a makeup class to a student. Tang Yi and that student were good friends. They always brought food to her and the student. They always listened to the class and pulled Su Tang to ask questions. Later, when he learned that Su Tang was his own sister, Tang Yi was so happy that he rolled around at home and was the first to run to confess his marriage. It is also because of Tang Yi that Su Tang will not feel too strange and pressured every time she goes back to Tang's house. However, Tang Yi is in his senior year of high school this year. His schoolwork is under great pressure and he has been living in the school. Su Tang has not seen him for a while. She answered the phone with a smile. "Call me when you are so free today. I won't hit you. I don't even know that you were bullied by Mu Zhuoting." Tang Yi was very angry. "If the nanny hadn't sent me a change of clothes today, I would have been kept in the dark. You have a heavy schoolwork, so I didn't tell you about this little thing." "This little thing? It's such a small thing after cancelling the marriage. You just treat me as a child. Wait, I'll get the field back for you." "Hey, Tang Yi, don't mess around." Su Tang stopped him immediately. However, the phone over there has been hung up. Su Tang dialed back again, but no one on the other side answered at all. She was worried. Tang Yi's tone. Was she going to trouble Mu Zhuoting? He is young and vigorous. If he really fights, with Mu Zhuoting carrying a bunch of people around him every day, Tang Yi will definitely suffer. Su Tang didn't have time to think much and immediately called, "Guo Mochen, can you help me find someone?" Su Tang sat in the car, his fingers holding the steering wheel tightened slightly, and he didn't know how Tang Yi was doing now. 5 minutes later, Guo Mochen's call came, and she picked it up immediately. "I found his location, and it should not be far from you. I'll arrange someone to go there first, and I'll be right there." Guo Mochen's voice was very steady, and Su Tang's heart calmed down a little. "I'll go find him first," Su Tang said. "Who is so important?" There was a faint trace of gloom in Guo Mochen's voice. "I am a tutor." Su Tang didn't pay attention to Guo Mochen's mood and blurted out. In front of everyone, she introduced Tang Yi like this. Tang Yi objected, but he couldn't resent her, so he had to come down. Su Tang drove towards the location, and finally locked the direction of Tang Yi in a position on the street. Tang Yi Su Tang got out of the car and ran towards him. Tang Yi is almost 18 years old. He is one head taller than Su Tang. His figure is very thin, and the school uniform on his body looks a little empty. As soon as he saw Su Tang, he immediately smiled and showed his white teeth. "Sister." When Su Tang saw that he was fine, his worries dissipated, and then asked, "What field are you looking for?" "Be careful, I'll tell your parents." "It's my parents." Tang Yi took out a handful of roses from behind and handed them to her. "Sister, I gave it to you. Don't tell my parents that I skipped class today, okay? Don't you know who Mu Zhuoting is? I broke up with him peacefully, and you are not allowed to care about this matter." "What a peaceful breakup. I heard from the nanny that he was messing around outside and disliked you." Tang Yi took a look at Su Tang, and then swallowed back the words. Su Tang took the flower. "No matter what, I don't want to have any contact with him." "You can't care about it, understand?" Seeing that Su Tang was really angry, Tang Yi immediately nodded obediently. Then he suddenly smiled brightly. "In fact, it's a good thing for you to break up. That Mu Zhuoting doesn't look like a good person. Originally, I thought I was going to beat him up. But you're right. It's not a good thing to have a relationship with him. So I changed my mind." Su Tang was afraid that he had some tricks again. If something really happened, she couldn't explain it to the Tang family. I'm afraid it would also affect Tang Yi's college entrance examination. Although the Tang family is very powerful in Xinchuan, the whole family is very low-key. They are also very strict with Tang Yi's studies and will not do anything favoritism. "What's the idea?" Su Tang asked immediately. "Do you still remember that your parents chose a blind date for you before?" Tang Yi took out his mobile phone. At that time, they listed a booklet, repeatedly compared and selected, and finally determined dozens of objects for you. However, you were with Mu Zhuoting at that time, and this matter had to be done in the end. I still have an impression. Naturally, Su Tang couldn't accept a blind date at that time, and he didn't read the booklet, let alone know what kind of people Tang's parents had selected. Tang Yi smiled happily. "So isn't it just right now? Among these people, there are more than 2 people who have better conditions than Mu Zhuoting. I also did a private investigation, and there was nothing wrong with these people's personal morality and the relationship between men and women. You little brat. Su Tang reached out and knocked on his forehead, and Tang Yi bent down to let her knock. I'm almost 18. I don't know anything. Tang Yi handed his mobile phone to Su Tang. Come on, you choose someone who is taller than Mu Jotting, more handsome than him and richer than him. Later, he will take him to the banquet. Isn't he found back this time? The mobile phone came to Su Tang, and Su Tang's delicate face smiled helplessly. Tang Yi was really childish. She pushed her mobile phone back, but caught a glimpse of the photo on it. Show me. Su Tang found that Guo Mochen was actually ranked first among the blind dates given to him by the Tang family. Right. I just said that there are some handsome people who are taller than Mu Jotting. Tang Yi hurriedly gave her the mobile phone. Su Tang took a careful look and found that Guo Mochen's photo really ranked first. Su Tang said. This is not good. Tang Yi interrupted her at the first time. Everyone else is okay, but this is not. Chapter 30 Guo Mochen's White Moonlight. Su Tang is very strange. Why is he the only one who can't do it? Didn't I do a survey? I asked someone secretly. It is said that he has a white moonlight, and he has liked him for many years. Usually, he is not close to women, and there is no opposite sex around him at all, just because he has someone in his heart. It took me a lot of effort to understand this. Tang Yi's words fell into Su Tang's ears, and her heart was suddenly hit. I remember the first day I went home with Guo Mochen. In the cloakroom in his bedroom, women's clothes appeared in rows. There were all kinds of styles, including the styles of previous years. And the accessories he asked her to choose in the safe, some of which were even styles from 1978. He buys so many clothes and accessories every year, which can be imagined the importance of that woman. Su Tang's fingers were twisted together unconsciously. Sister, are you listening to me? Tang Yi stretched out his hand and waved in front of her. Su Tang's thoughts were interrupted by him. What? I mean, this man has someone in his heart. His standard for finding a wife is likely to be according to the white moonlight. Isn't that looking for a stand-in? His words woke Su Tang up suddenly. Guo Mochen's clothes are very suitable for her, and the accessories are also in line with her style. However, how long have she and Guo Mochen known each other, and how long have they been married? How can it be such a coincidence? And the wedding dress, she clearly remembered that the clerk said that it was Guo Mochen who had prepared it for 4 years and kept it in the store. So her suitancer, his kindness and indulgence to her, it turned out to be like this. So that's it. Sister, you didn't listen to me again. Tang Yi protested discontentedly. Su Tang held back her tears and smiled. No, I'm listening. Tang Yek said, then choose a new one quickly and see if there is a match. Su Tang is in a bad mood. Su Tang. Su Tang looked in the direction of the sound, and Guo Mochen's car quickly stopped on the side of the road. He opened the car door and walked quickly in the direction of the two. It can be seen that he came in a hurry. Guo Mochen strode to Su Tang and asked, have you found someone? I found it, thank you. Tang Yi looked at Guo Mochen in surprise. Isn't it? He and others arrived as soon as he said it. You. Tang Yi didn't know how to call him for a moment. Sister, do you know him? Su Tang and I are married. Guo Mochen said, are you going to find Mu Jotting? Su Tang hurriedly explained, no, he didn't go. It's alright. When Tang Yi heard that the two got married, he was shocked and speechless. After a long time, he said, are you married? How is it possible? How can it be impossible? Guo Mochen saw Su Tang holding a rose in his arms and asked Tang Yi, did you send it? How can you get married? On the blind date list, Tang Yi was the first to exclude Guo Mochen. Guo Mochen only regarded him as a brat like him, and he was also interested in Su Tang in his original intention. He looked at him lazily. Kid, have you finished your homework? Sister, how can you get married? Tang Yi is about to jump. Su Tang was ups and downs and said to him, don't care about my affairs. I have my own ideas. Seeing that Su Tang's face was a little serious, Tang Yi did not dare to say more. Now that it's okay, I'll take you back to school first. Don't run out in the future, or your parents will be worried. Tang Yi has just said a lot of bad things about Guo Mochen, and he really doesn't want to stay with Guo Mochen at this moment. I take a taxi back to school. No, go to my car. Guo Mochen's tone was calm, but his attitude was not allowed to be quiet. Tang Yi could only get into his car obediently and was sent back to school directly by him. Before leaving, Guo Mochen stopped Tang Yi. Come back. What are you doing? Tang Yi is not happy. Since you call Tang sister, just call me brother-in-law honestly. Otherwise, just call her teacher Su in an orderly manner. Tang Yi hummed from his nose and looked at Su Tang resentfully. It turned out that Su Tang didn't even tell Guo Mochen about his relationship with Su Tang. Seeing Tang Yi enter the school, Guo Mochen looked at Su Tang. This child is so rebellious that he has to call his parents. I know it. Su Tang lowered his head. If he goes back to school, he will be all with him. Guo Mochen saw that she looked depressed and thought that her mood was because she was looking for someone. Don't worry, okay? The back of Su Tang's hand was hot and covered by Guo Mochen's big hand. The coolness in her heart lingers. Tang Yi has always been straightforward and can't lie to himself. So what he said about Guo Mochen can't be false. How many of Guo Mochen's feelings for himself are because of himself, and how much is because of the white moonlight in his heart? Seeing that Su Tang couldn't calm down, Guo Mochen took her over and stroked her spine to comfort her. Good boy, it's okay. His girl was too kind. Guo Mochen tightened his arms distressedly, as if to embed her in his body, in his bones and blood. Su Tang wanted to ask him if what Tang Yi said was true. But when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed back silently. The warmth she drew from Guo Mochen eased her mood at the lowest point in her life. The answer given by Guo Mochen will only make her fall into another kind of embarrassment. Instead of being sad, it is better to deceive herself and others and get this moment of comfort. When I married him, I agreed that I would take what I needed to deal with my family's contract marriage. Why do I have to ask for more and more? What position and qualifications does she have to question Guo Mochen's love is not pure enough? She shouldn't be too greedy. Su Tang's tears sank into Guo Mochen's suit. Back to Jiayu Mansion, Su Tang's face has returned to normal. It's just a throbbing from the bottom of my heart. It's different. I'm going to take a shower first. Before taking a shower, take a look at what I have prepared for you. Guo Mochen wrapped his arms around her waist and took her to the cloakroom. Su Tang's heart was suddenly stabbed. I'm a little tired. Let's see later. I broke your clothes that day. Who asked me to pay compensation? Guo Mochen remembered her delicate cry that night, and his voice became a little hoarse. He refused to let her go. He opened it and had a look. Su Tang opened the door of the wardrobe and entered the whole wardrobe with a whole wardrobe of underwear as thin as cicada wings. All kinds of colors and styles are available. Her face suddenly turned red, and even she couldn't tell whether it was because of shyness or anger. Guo Mochen's low voice came into her ears. It's all to compensate you. Tonight, choose your favorite one first. Chapter 31, Don't Bite My Stuff. Su Tang's fingers on the doorknob of the wardrobe were tightened to look a little Snow White. In Guo Mochen's eyes, her appearance was like a beautiful stamen waiting to be picked, which made his heart soft. If you don't choose, I will help you choose. The man's voice is ambiguous. Su Tang's face seemed to drip blood, and he casually took out one from it, just it. Guo Mochen smiled. This one is really good. Su Tang thought that he would have insomnia. But the double consumption of energy and physical strength still made her fall into a deep dream. When I woke up, the bedside was empty. Her heart was also empty. She looked at the ceiling and lost her mind for a while. It was not until she felt wet in her ears that she realized that she had shed tears. Su Tang sat up and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. Guo Mochen just came in with soup. The man was wearing a nightgown and tied his belt casually, and the perfect abdominal muscles showed faint traces. Reaching out and brushing her tears, Guo Mochen smiled. Does it still hurt? This girl is a coquettish girl who likes to shed tears wherever she touches her. Delicate and flirtatious. No, Su Tang shook his head. Where did he go? Let me have a look. Guo Mochen held her in his arms. He had taken medicine once before. If it still hurts, take it again. Hearing his words, Su Tang tightened her pajamas. I really don't need it. Medicine is a good medicine, but it is completely extravagant to let Guo Mochen just take medicine quietly. If she takes the medicine again, I'm afraid it's not the medicine, and she won't have to go to work today. Seeing Su Tang's concerns, Guo Mochen whispered and assured, just check and take medicine, huh? Su Tang looked at him, and the warmth of emotion was hidden in the man's eyes. Through his dark and bright eyes, Su Tang couldn't see anything else. Who on earth did he love? Through the figure of who she loved, Su Tang had no clue at all. Su Tang lowered his eyes. Guo Mochen pinched her chin and kissed her gently. I said it was just medicine, now you believe it. Su Tang blushed and bit her lip gently. The man's lips were rescued from between his teeth with his fingers. He whispered, don't bite my stuff. After Guo Mochen left, Su Tang took a shower again and changed his clothes. When I opened the cloakroom, there were so many clothes that I was dazzling, and each one was a little dazzling. Su Tang finally chose the clothes he brought from his mother's house. When she arrived at the company, in the tea room, Su Tang heard the gossip about Xu Meishan. Have you heard that Xu Meishan resigned and applied for a visa to a small country? It is said that she went there to recuperate. Does that small country have a good medical environment? Why haven't I heard of it? I don't know. It's weird. Su Tang, have you heard about Xu Meishan? Su Tang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Although it was a little strange that Xu Meishan resigned at this critical moment, it had nothing to do with her after all, and Su Tang didn't want to pay attention to it. When she was about to get off work, Su Tang received a WeChat message from Guo Mochen, telling her that she was going to attend an economic meeting in the evening and would work overtime and come back very late, so that Su Tang didn't have to wait for him. Su Tang responded, well, get along with him less, and she will be less stressed. Otherwise, she doesn't know how to face Guo Mochen and herself. She called Liang Sijia. Xiajia, are you going out for dinner tonight? Liang Sijia hesitated. I've already eaten, and I have to work overtime in the evening. Let's do it another day. Well, let's do it another day. Su Tang was a little moodless. Liang Sijia met Tang Yi in a hotel wearing a cap and sunglasses. Sister Jiajia, this way. Tang Yi, who was dressed in the same way, waved at her. Liang Sijia and he sat down in a seat in the corner. Su Tang just called me to ask me out for dinner, and I was afraid that I would be exposed. Then you have to keep your mouth shut. Tang Yi told him. You said that Guo Mochen has white moonlight and doesn't pay attention to his private life. Liang Sijia was very angry, so who did he look like a saint to show? Tang Yi whispered, I also found out a long time ago, and I don't know whether it is accurate or not. You said that if he is really that kind of person, wouldn't my sister Tang Tang have just come out of the wolf's nest and entered the tiger's den? Yes. Liang Sijia was worried, but Su Tang said that she and Guo Mochen were only married by contract, which would not last long, and would end in a year at most. It would be great if it was really like this, but I look at them as if they are really playing. Tang Yi said, I'm just afraid that sister Tang Tang will be sincere. It's too simple for men to hurt women. Girls are always vulnerable in this world. So what are you going to do? Liang Sijia gave him a look of appreciation. First, let's test what Guo Mochen's character is like. If it really doesn't work, let me change sister Tang Tang's husband. There are so many tall, handsome, and rich men. Tang Yi has a large list in his hand. SHH, take a look. Tang Yi said to the door. Liang Sijia looked at the door. In the past, a girl who looked 7 or 8 times similar to Su Tang came in. Her behavior, demeanor, and movements were deliberately imitating Su Tang. At first glance, it was really difficult to distinguish between true and false. Liang Sijia and Tang Yi can tell the difference between her and Su Tang at a glance, but it is not so easy to distinguish them in the eyes of outsiders. Where did you find the person? An unconvened actress. Her makeup skills are enchanted. The key is that her figure is indeed very close to my sister Tang Tang. Did you ask her to find Guo Mochen? Yes, if Guo Mochen really has a white moonlight and takes someone as a stand-in, he can also see this one. Liang Sijia always feels that such a test is neither safe nor comprehensive. But since Tang Yi has arranged it, it's okay to have a try. After tonight's economic meeting, the organizer arranged a reception and invited the participants to participate. As this time the main participant in the economic conference, the Guo group represented by Guo Mochen, occupies a very important position in the meeting. Mr. Guo, there will be people at the reception that want to talk to you about cooperation alone. Lu Xu told Guo Mochen the selected candidates. If you want to cooperate with Guo's group, it is not without a threshold. Even if you attend this economic meeting, only a few people can finally talk to Guo Mochen. Guo Mochen picked up a glass of red wine and shook it gently. I saw too, and you will deal with the last few. Okay. Lu Xu responded, and it was not surprising that Guo Mochen gave him more work. Since the marriage, Guo Mochen is no longer a working machine. He is always on time or even leaves work early, and the rest is left to him to arrange. Lu Xu curled his lips and said, is it really so good to get married? Chapter 32 Guo Mochen's fault is not suitable for Su Tang. Lu Xu didn't ask this question, so naturally, he couldn't hear Guo Mochen's answer. But he could see something obvious from Guo Mochen's expression that could be called rippling. Several young women looked at Guo Mochen frequently. A beautiful woman with long curly hair boldly came over and greeted, Mr. Guo, drinking alone? Why don't I be with you? It just so happens that a friend here sent me a good year of Cabernet Sauvignon. There's something else to do. I'm sure. Guo Mochen refused politely, but his attitude was cold. The beautiful woman shrugged her shoulders and retreated knowing the difficulty. Let's do it next time. Guo Mochen drank the red wine in the glass and was completely uninterested in all the women present. Picking a gap, he went to the balcony to make a phone call. The phone was connected, and the moment Su Tang's voice came, a smile appeared on his lips. Are you home? No, I'm accompanying my grandmother and my mother. Su Tang's voice was low. My grandmother missed me very much. I stayed here for one night. I probably won't come back at night. Guo Mochen pondered for a moment. Okay, then I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. I'll go straight to work tomorrow morning. You don't have to bother me. Guo Mochen heard the faint alienation in her voice. It seems that he is deliberately avoiding something. He raised his hand and pressed his eyebrows heavily. Maybe he thought too much. Su Tang just wanted to accompany his family. When Lu Xu saw that he finished calling, he came over. Mr. Guo, Mr. Ling is here. Let him come over. Lu Xu responded. Guo Mochen stopped him. You can get off work first. Lu Xu was surprised how to arrange the people behind. I'm free today. Guo Mochen said that since Su Tang didn't get home, Jiayu Mansion didn't mean much to him. It's better to stay here and deal with the work. Although Lu Zhu, however, unexpectedly, he didn't say much. In the past few years with Guo Mochen, it is common for Guo Mochen to work overtime all night. When he is busy, he eats and lives in the company. He has long been used to it. Su Tang does have some escape meaning. I'm afraid that when I'm with Guo Mochen, I will become too greedy, and I'm afraid that I will miss the love he gave me. I'm more afraid of my uncontrollable heartbeat and throbbing. She watched TV with her grandmother. Her grandmother took her hand and said happily, look at how much they love each other. You and Mo-chen should also be like this. Su Tang smiled and handed the hot milk to her grandmother. After meeting the heads of several companies in a row, the red wine in Gu Mo-chen's glass was full and empty, empty and full. By the time the party was over, he was already quite drunk. Luo Shu had already left, and the manager of the party came forward and said, Mr. Gu, I'll arrange someone to take you home. It's okay. Just find a room for me to stay for one night. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time. It was already early morning. The hotel where the reception is located is much closer to Su Tang's company than Jiayi Mansion. He doesn't want to go back. In recent years, even if he is 1 point closer to Su Tang, his sense of comfort will be 1 point stronger. When the manager saw him like this, he hurried to arrange it. Liang Sijia and Tang Yi were at the door of the hotel, waiting for a fight, but there was no result. Did you say that Xie Yuru is already in Gu Mo-chen's bed? Tang Yi asked. Xie Yuru is the uncontrolled actor who looks like Su Tang. No way. Liang Sijia didn't want to admit that Gu Mo-chen was such a person. But she has been up for hours. Tang Yi curled his lips and said that what should have happened long ago. Liang Sijia sighed for a long time. Don't talk nonsense, wait for the result. Upstairs, Gu Mo-chen took the room card and walked towards his room. Feeling that someone was following behind him, he paused. Xie Yuru was ecstatic and worried. She waited all night and finally gave her a chance, but she was afraid that she would suddenly break in and annoy Gu Mo-chen. But anyway, this business is very cost-effective, and the figure and appearance of the man in front of him are impeccable. She has met many top-class male artists, such as a group actor in the crew or a stand-in for big stars. Those super-looking male artists who are sought after by thousands of people will be compared in front of Gu Mo-chen. If Gu Mo-chen debuts, there will be nothing wrong with those people. After looking at Gu Mo-chen's appearance all night, Xie Yuru felt that her heart had been washed and sublimated. Gu Mo-chen stopped, and she didn't dare to continue to move forward. Gu Mo-chen continued to move forward and closed the door when he got to the room. After taking a shower, he lay down to rest. Xie Yuru had already got the universal room card from Tang Yi. When the time was almost up, she secretly swiped the room card and entered Gu Mo-chen's room. Then, in Gu Mo-chen's room, there was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and Xie Yuru's painful voice, mixed together. Tang Yi and Liang Sijia finally waited for Xie Yuru to come out. However, it was not walked out, but carried out by an ambulance. What's going on? Tang Yi was dumbfounded. Liang Sijia asked, call her quickly and ask her. Tang Yi immediately dialed Xie Yuru's phone. Xie Yuru's voice was painfully crying. When I went in, he fell asleep. As a result, I approached him and was knocked to the ground by him, and he also twisted my shoulder. You have to add money? Tang Yi. Liang Sijia. Tang Yi suddenly remembered something. I remembered it. I had inquired before. Gu Mo-chen has always not allowed strangers to be too close to him. As long as they are too close, he will instinctively be aggressive and hurt people. How do you know everything? Liang Sijia is strange. He is a high school student. Where did he inquire about Gu Mo-chen's news? Tang Yi was born into the Tang family. Naturally, the people around him were extraordinary, and there were many sources of information, but he did not explain. Liang Sijia exclaimed, oh no. What? Do you think Su Tang and Gu Mo-chen will sleep in the same room these days when they get married? Will Su Tang be hurt like this by Gu Mo-chen? In case Su Tang has never lived with him and accidentally touches him while he is asleep, will he also be sprained in the shoulder? Liang Sijia was full of worries. Yes, I have to tell my sister Tang Tang right away. Tang Yi couldn't care about the matter of testing Gu Mo-chen this time, so he quickly edited the message and sent it to Su Tang. As he sent it, he said, it seems that Gu Mo-chen is more suitable for my sister Tang Tang. Why does this man have so many problems? After saying that, he didn't wait for Liang Sijia's response. He raised his head and saw Liang Sijia frowning and looking at him. What's wrong with you, sister Jia? After asking, Tang Yi followed her line of sight and looked over. He saw Gu Mo-chen standing in front of him, and his dazzling black eyes were shocking. Chapter 33 Don't move. Gu, Mr. Gu. Tang Yi's momentum disappeared in front of Gu Mo-chen. What did you call me last time? Gu Mo-chen's tone was cold and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Tang Yi was even more powerless by him. But if he is asked to call Gu Mo-chen brother-in-law, he will beat him to death. Liang Sijia stood in front of Tang Yi. What a coincidence, Mr. Gu. If there is nothing to do, Tang Yi and I will leave first. Wait a minute. Gu Mo-chen's voice made Liang Sijia and Tang Yi's steps stop unconsciously. People can go first, and I will keep this account first. It seems that Gu Mo-chen knows everything. After he said that, Tang Yi and Liang Sijia ran away quickly. Gu Mo-chen hooked the corners of his lips slightly, also for Su Tang's sake, and he didn't care for the time being. But there is no next time. Su Tang was a little surprised when he received Tang Yi's news. Is Gu Mo-chen like this? However, she remembered that when she was with Gu Mo-chen, she seemed to have never noticed this. Every time she had close contact with him, she did not cause any special reaction from Gu Mo-chen. However, on the other think, it may be because he has many similarities with his white moonlight that he is different from others. Su Tang lowered her eyelashes, and her long eyelashes covered the emotions in her eyes. She had an outing interview in the morning. After coming out of home, she went straight there. This time's interview is a 7th and 8th line artist. There is no starring work, only a supporting work, which has been popular recently. Therefore, the place of the interview is not private, that is, the entertainment company just finds a corner in the company and starts. At the same time, there are many other unknown artists from the same company who are being interviewed. A figure attracted Su Tang's attention. The clothes the man was wearing were very familiar. Su Tang remembered that it should be the set that Huo Qingqing bought. That dress is very expensive and a very famous brand. Many people should wear it. However, in order to highlight the characteristics, Huo Qingqing specially asked the clerk at that time to quietly embroider the word Q in an inconspicuous position. In addition, the niche accessories that Su Tang bought with Huo Qingqing were also on the man, so Su Tang recognized them at a glance. It turns out that this is Huo Qingqing's secret boyfriend. But when he saw his face clearly, Su Tang was still stunned. Doesn't Ji Zetian have a girlfriend? Miss Su, shall we continue our interview? Being reminded by the interviewee, Su Tang came back to his senses. I'm sorry. After the interview, Su Tang immediately called his colleague. Last time you said you took a picture of Ji Zetian having a girlfriend or the daughter of a local tycoon. Are you sure? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Photos are also available. However, Ji Zetian is very confused now, and these things are worthless. If you want to see the photos, I'll send them to you. If you have his fans around you, you have to remind him not to be too real. This artist has a lot of guts. Su Tang soon received the photo. In the photo, Ji Zetian was hugging a woman and kissing her passionately. Su Tang confirmed the time with his colleagues, which was exactly what he took last week. Last week, he kissed another woman and was dating Huo Qingqing at the same time. It is almost certain that this person has stepped on two boats. Su Tang couldn't decide how to tell Huo Qingqing about this matter. Back to the company, Song Qiang smiled mysteriously at her. Your husband came to see you and is waiting for you in the conference room. My husband? Is it Guo Mochen? You don't want it, but there are many people who want to queue up. Song Qiang joked, go ahead, don't be in a hurry for today's interview manuscript. Now is the lunch break, and most people have gone to dinner. A do not disturb door sign was hung on the door of the meeting. Su Tang pushed open the door of the office and saw Guo Mochen sitting on the sofa, holding his face with one hand and his eyes closed. After falling asleep, the man feels a little less oppressive than when he is awake, and he looks a little harmless. What remains unchanged is the perfect jawline, which is clear and clear, adding a little impeccable handsomeness to the originally flawless side face. Thinking of Tang Ye's words, strangers approaching him will trigger his aggression. Su Tang was thinking that she had been married to him for less than half a month. Is she a stranger? She approached and bent down slightly to touch Guo Mocha's cheek. The man who slept deeply opened his eyes, and the anger in his eyes flashed by. Before he could see Su Tang clearly, he had already sensed her breath, reached out and held her in his arms, and buried his head in her shoulder. She was not there last night, and he was not sleepy at all in the hotel. If he had known that even if she didn't go home, he should have gone back to Jiayu Mansion. At least there was her smell in the bed, and he would not let him open his eyes until dawn. There was her breath in the conference room, so he succeeded in taking a nap here alone. What's the matter with me? Su Tang asked softly. He was not aggressive because of his approach, but Su Tang did see the anger in his eyes the moment he opened his eyes. It shows that the information Tang Yi learned is basically true. I didn't trigger his attack, which should be the reason I guessed. How could he attack his white moonlight? Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do, Mrs. Guo? In the last three words, Guo Mochen bit the word very heavily, especially emphasized. The man leaned very close, and the burning breath sprayed between Su Tang's neck. Su Tang moved uncomplacedly, and Guo Mochen clasped her waist. Don't move around. Her face turned red. This is in the office. What on earth is he doing? I'm going to work. Su Tang pushed him. Guo Mochen's mellow and textured voice had a little patience, a little longer. Su Tang remembered and was held down by him. If you do this again, I can't guarantee whether I will eat you here. Su Tang really didn't dare to move. A number of colleagues have passed by outside the conference room, and there is a faint voice of speech. Su Tang didn't remember whether she chose the do not disturb side of the door plate when she came in. If someone breaks in, she is secretly nervous. Guo Mochen pinched her chin and kissed her lips directly. No matter what kind of little expression she falls into Guo Mochen's eyes, it is an inescapable flirtation and desire. If she hadn't been worried that she would ignore him in such a place, Guo Mochen did have the impulse to correct her on the spot. Su Tang's fingers gripped his shirt tightly, and her heart beat so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. She couldn't even tell whether it was because of nervousness or excitement. Someone came towards the conference room, and the footsteps came closer and closer. Let go of me quickly. Su Tang burst into tears. She doesn't want to be the annual gossip protagonist in the company. Chapter 34. I'm about to be jealous. Guo Mochen let go of her, but did not let her go completely. Fingers gently rubbed her red and swollen lips. After a while, he said, "What's on your mind these 2 days?" No, Saw Tang immediately denied it. Guo Mochen's eyes looked at her face, but after all, he didn't see the clue. He whispered, "I feel like I haven't heard you call me husband for a long time." Saw Tang also realized that when she had something on her mind, she couldn't hide it. She said in a low voice, maybe she was too busy these 2 days. "Call your husband to listen to it." Saw Tang pursed her lips slightly, and the footsteps outside were closer. She wanted to escape immediately. But he was caught to death by Guo Mochen. "Call me husband, and I'll let you go." Guo Mochen is very free. Saw Tang was worried that he would be seen sitting on Guo Moche in the next second, and quickly shouted, "Husband." A trace of satisfaction appeared on Guo Moche's handsome face. He stretched out his slender fingers with distinct joints and pointed to his face. This beautiful face is so angry that people and gods are usually indifferent and reserved with no expression. But when teasing Saw Tang, he is always so bad, and the dark surging in the bottom of his eyes is also the affection that Saw Tang can't understand. Saw Tang had no choice but to kiss him on the face. Just as she was about to leave, she was buckled by the man, and he kissed her lips heavily. The sound of footsteps stopped at the door of the conference room. Saw Tang's heart was about to jump out. At the moment when the door was pushed open, Guo Mochen accurately let go of Saw Tang and sat on the sofa, with emotion in his eyes fading, as if everything just now was a fantasy that did not exist. It was Yi Xiao, a colleague of the content department. She pushed the door and saw Saw Tang and said with a smile, "Saw Tang, are you meeting a customer? Then I'll come over later." She quickly closed the door and left. Saw Tang's heart fell to the ground, and her breath was smooth again. Guo Mochen stood up and pecked her lips. "Will I pick you up in the afternoon? I have to work overtime in the evening. Don't pick me up." The man's expression was slightly stagnant, and he quickly returned to normal. Saw Tang doesn't need to work overtime at night. Instead, she learned that Ji Ziqian would show up in the bar at night. It's reliable information from a colleague to her. She wants to check the situation for Huo Qingqing. After entering the bar, she quickly changed into a waiter's suit, took the wine, and went to the private room where Ji Ziqian was. Halfway through, Saw Tang was stopped. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Saw Tang looked back and saw that it was Huo Qingqing, which was too coincidental. "Sister-in-law, do you still work part-time after work?" Huo Qingqing is very strange. "No, I pretended to be a waiter to get some news." Saw Tang is not lying to Huo Qingqing. As a reporter, sometimes you really have to use some means to get first-hand information. Huo Qingqing thought it was fun, and her eyes turned. "I also want to be with you." "No, it's too dangerous." Saw Tang instinctively refused. The situation on Ji Ziqian's side has not been confirmed yet. How can Huo Qingqing be with us? When Huo Qingqing heard about the danger, he insisted even more. "You are in danger, so I will definitely protect you. If you don't agree, I can only tell my cousin. Otherwise, if something really happens, I will definitely be scolded to death by my cousin." Saw Tang blurted out a sentence, which instead became the reason why she could not refuse Huo Qingqing. Saw Tang had no choice but to help Huo Qingqing find a new set of waiters. Well, let her also take a look at the situation on Ji Ziqian's side, which also saved Saw Tang from the dilemma that she couldn't say. With Huo Qingqing together, Saw Tang found 2 masks. "Let's wear these. This is fun." Huo Qingqing put it on kindly. "But you have to promise me that no matter what you hear, you can't be surprised, let alone lose control of your emotions." Saw Tang was afraid that she couldn't stand the blow. "I know that you need to stay calm in your job. Don't worry, I won't drag you down," Huo Qingqing promised. Then the 2 people entered the private room with wine. The light in the private room is dim, and it can be seen that there are a large number of people. Some are playing cards, some are smoking and drinking, and it is lively and noisy. Someone saw Saw Tang and Huo Qingqing wearing masks and asked, "What are you doing? Are you afraid of smelling cigarettes and alcohol as a waiter?" "Sorry, our skin is a little allergic today. We were afraid of scaring the guests, so we wore masks specially." Saw Tang has already thought of an excuse. "Forget it, pour the wine." Saw Tang poured wine for them and looked for Ji Ziqian in the private room, but he never saw him. Huo Qingqing thought it was fun. Like the waiter he usually saw, he helped the guests pour wine and handed over cigarettes, which was very eager. "Why hasn't Ji Ziqian come yet?" One of them spoke. "He went to pick up Miss Huge. It must take a lot of time for the 2 of them to be flirting with me," a man said with an ambiguous smile. "That's for sure. Ji Ziqian and Miss Dada have such a good relationship that they have to love each other." Huo Qingqing, who was pouring wine on the side, paused when he heard the familiar name Ji Ziqian. She just called Ji Ziqian, and Ji Ziqian said that there was a notice tonight that he would not be available. She said she was going to support, but he refused because it was a non-public notice. He didn't come here to catch up with the notice. "Who is Miss Huge?" Saw Tang found Huo Qingqing's sluggishness and reminded in a low voice, "Pour the wine first." Huo Qingqing realized what she promised Saw Tang. Moreover, this Ji Ziqian may not be her boyfriend, Ji Ziqian. There are more people with the same name and surname. She lowered her head and continued to pour the wine when she heard a sound coming from the door and someone came in. The first to come in was a handsome man, wearing a luxury clothes and familiar accessories around his neck. If it was not the Ji Zetian that Huo Qingqing knew, who would it be? He hugged a woman's waist. The woman was dressed up beautifully, but she was a little older, looking like she was in her early 30s, 5 or 6 years older than Ji Zetian. Miss Huge. Miss. Everyone greeted one after another. Sit down. Miss Da sat down in the seat with Ji Zetian. Ji Zetian reached out and took a glass of wine and handed it to her eagerly. Miss Da took it and said with a smile, "Do you know what I like to drink?" "Of course, I don't even know what my beloved woman likes to drink, so didn't I become a scumbag?" The image created by Ji Zetian is a high-quality idol, a singer-songwriter, and an innocent handsome man who does not eat fireworks in the world. At this moment, a few words are very different from usual, and even a little greasy. But the others were very happy to coax. Miss Huge laughed, "Don't have two minds, so as not to get involved with scumbags. You have so many female fans that I'm almost jealous." Chapter 35 Goodbye, the next one is more obedient. There are so many female fans added together, and you are not the only one who looks good. Ji Zetian immediately flattered. "But I heard that your support will have a female fan who is very close to you, and she seems to be good looking." The matter between Ji Zetian and Huo Qingqing was carried out in secret. When he heard it, he was anxious. "It's normal for those fans to want to get close to me, but it's just their delusions. I never pretend to them." Miss Huge was coaxed happily. "I knew you wouldn't mess around." Ji Zetian picked up her face and kissed her passionately. The crowd coaxed. The wine bottle in Huo Qingqing's hand fell to the ground with a bang and smashed. Su Tang quickly took her hand for fear that she would get hurt. Huo Qingqing's hands were cold and trembling violently. She was pulled by Su Tang. She could hardly react for a moment. Her whole body was stunned and couldn't help shaking. Her mood is very bad. If it weren't for the dim light, others could have seen her abnormality. However, when the wine bottle was broken, some people still said dissatisfiedly, "What's going on? Hairy hands and feet." Sorry. We will compensate for this bottle of wine." Su Tang didn't want to have more trouble and apologized immediately. "Bad luck. Wearing a mask when you come in, you don't do things cleverly. You did it on purpose, right?" "That's right. What's going on?" Let her take away the glass slag on the ground with her hands. Today, many of the people in the bar are people who know Miss Big and Ji Zetian, except for a few companies. Most of the artists are behind-the-scenes people in the entertainment industry. Some of them are very irritable and don't have to worry about their public reputation. They don't give in to each other at all. Miss Huge was disturbed by Yaxing, and her tone was not very happy. Let her take it away with her hand, and forget about tonight. Su Tang immediately said, "Miss Huge, I'll give you one more bottle of wine. It was indeed our mistake tonight. Please allow us to clean with a rag." Before the huge lady opened her mouth, Ji Zetian took the lead and said, "Why are you so annoying? How do you clean it?" "You clean it. Just use your hands." Huo Qingqing looked up and stared at Ji Zetian. She pinched her palm and really wanted to smash another bottle of wine in her hand on his face. But she restrained herself. Such a man is not worth it. Seeing that she still refused to do it, Ji Zetian urged in a bad tone, "What, deaf or broken hand? Forget it, they also have no intention." A man who had been sitting in the corner and had no sense of existence said, "Forget it this time." He stood up and walked to Su Tang and Huo Qingqing. Miss Da also felt very boring and said, "All right, let them all go." Su Tang took Huo Qingqing's hand and helped her up. Huo Qingqing's whole body trembled and her whole body was weak, but she held her head high. The man came over to help Su Tang help Huo Qingqing and sent them out. "It's okay. You go and have a rest first." His voice was very beautiful. Seeing Huo Qingqing's appearance, he thought she was scared to death and specially told her, "Thank you very much." Su Tang thanked him and helped Huo Qingqing to sit down at the entrance of the stairs. Only then did Huo Qingqing cry out and scolded, "Ji Zetian, you bastard. What a big bastard. If I knew that he was with others, I would not accept that he added me on WeChat and confessed to me." Su Tang put his arms around her shoulder. "It's not too late to know now. It's better to be hidden than to be hidden all the time. Sister-in-law, he is really too much. Wearing the clothes I gave you, I flirted with other women. Do you know? All our fans think that he is talented and that he can't get any good resources in the company, so his debut is the peak, and no new works have come out for a long time. That huge lady is the daughter of the boss of his agency, but he told me that he has been suppressed in the company." Huo Qingqing was sad and angry. "If I hadn't heard him flirting with Miss Huge with my own ears today and saw them hugging and kissing each other with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that he was such a person. He wants resources, and I was going to introduce them to him. But in front of me, he kept saying that he would rely on his own efforts to fight for it. He would never take shortcuts and must fight for what he deserved, so I didn't even dare to tell him my true identity. As a result, a man's mouth is a liar. Everything is just his setup." The more Huo Qingqing complained, the more angry he felt than sad. I was going to invite him to dinner tonight and ask him what his plans are for the future. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask my cousin to help him quietly. He told me that there was a notice to rush, and he didn't even want me to support him. Oh, I really saw through it. She pulled Su Tang, sister-in-law, thank you for letting me see this. You are so young, beautiful and cute. It is his own loss that Ji Ziqian does not cherish you. Su Tang wiped her tears for her. Huo Qingqing laughed, that's right, why should I be sad because of losing a scumbag? I should be happy. Now I can like a better-looking man. Yes, there are thousands of men in the world. If this doesn't work, let's change it. Su Tang remembered these words that are particularly popular on the internet. Goodbye, and the next one is more obedient. That's it, break up, the more we divide, the more we have. Shen Jingyan, who stood aside, quietly glanced at Guo Mochen, who was as gloomy as a prelude to a storm. If he had known, he would not have told Guo Mochen that he had seen Su Tang and Huo Qingqing here. Tonight, he asked Guo Mochen to go out for a drink. He had a good drink. He just came out to answer the phone, but he saw Su Tang and Huo Qingqing passing by in waiter's clothes. Shen Jingyan didn't dare to neglect. He immediately went to the private room and called Guo Mochen to come with him. When the two came over, they didn't hear much else, but the last few words were accurately caught in my ears. Su Tang's speech is clear, and the pronunciation of each word is very standard, and she also has her own unique beautiful ending. Originally, the pronunciation was very enjoyable, but because of the content, Shen Jingyan broke out in a cold sweat. He held his forehead and couldn't hear anything. The emotions in Guo Mochen's eyes surged and rolled, like a whirlpool to suck people in. He approached Su Tang step by step. Su Tang, who was wiping Huo Qingqing's tears with his fingers, suddenly stopped and looked up along the reflection in front of him. Cousin. Huo Qingqing immediately stood up and stopped all her emotions. I didn't dare to tell my family about Ji Ziqian before, and now I don't want to talk about it. Su Tang stood up and saw behind Guo Mochen. In addition to Shen Jingyang, who was a little familiar, several other men and women followed him. I don't know whether Guo Mochen is willing to make his relationship public in front of his friends. Su Tang followed Huo Qingqing and shouted, Cousin. Chapter 36 Cousin, a natural couple. The word cousin is tantamount to adding insult to injury. Guo Mochen nodded in a gentle voice, Cousin. It's good. Su Tang squeezed his lips. It seemed that he really didn't want to mention the relationship between the two in front of his friends. She explained, Qingqing and I came for an interview, that's why I dressed like this. It turns out to be Brother Chen's cousin. Why don't we have a drink together? The girl behind Guo Mochen greeted directly. This girl is a friend brought by Shen Jingyan's friend. Naturally, she doesn't know who Su Tang is. Shen Jingyan didn't break it. He touched the tip of his nose and said, let's go together. Su Tang glanced at Guo Mochen and nodded, okay. She and Huo Qingqing were pulled to the private room by the girl in front of them. Huo Qingqing was in a bad mood. As soon as he went in, he picked up a bottle of wine, filled it with himself, and poured a big sip. Su Tang whispered, drink less. Didn't we all say that we should put it down? I'm saying goodbye to the past. Humph, a scumbag is not worth it. Huo Qingqing drank another big cup. When others saw that she and Su Tang were both Guo Mochen's cousins, they were naturally happy to join them. Huo Qingqing drank happily like this, but instead won everyone's unanimous applause. Guo Mochen patted Shen Jingyang on the shoulder. Shen Jingyang understands, walked to Huo Qingqing, and said with a smile, it's boring to drink like this. Why don't we play cards and drink the loser? Do you dare to come? What's the point of not daring? Huo Qingqing put down the wine glass and came on. Su Tang looked at Shen Jingyang gratefully. Guo Mochen walked to Su Tang and looked down. I have something to ask you. Su Tang had to get up and follow him to the balcony. I promised her that she would not tell anyone about Qingzhen. If you want to know, wait until she wants to tell you. Su Tang was afraid that he would ask too much, and he couldn't stand it, so he directly put the words in front of him. Guo Mochen smiled, do you think I want to know about her? So what do you want to know? Su Tang asked. I want to know what it means. There are thousands of men in the world. If this doesn't work, let's change it. Or you can explain it to me. What do you mean by bye-bye? The next one is better? It literally means. Su Tang said uncomposedly, how could she have thought that Guo Mochen would listen to this? Guo Mochen approached and stretched out his arm. After Su Tang was forced back, he was surrounded between his arms and the wall. She is one head shorter than him, so she can only look up at him. Guo Mochen looked down. Well, I understand the literal meaning. What does cousin mean? Su Tang felt that this man was a rake. She had never met his friends, and he had not introduced her to his friends. She just didn't want him to be embarrassed. Why do you want her to explain instead? The man's breath was approaching, and Su Tang couldn't avoid it. Well, what does cousin mean? Guo Mochen is a millimeter away from her. Su Tang didn't know how to explain for a moment, and the next second, he was directly kissed by Guo Mochen. Su Tang said nothing. The balcony was connected to the private room, only separated by a glass door. The appearance of the two people will easily be seen by the people inside. Her fingers twisted restlessly and were clasped by Guo Mochen. Her bony fingers rubbed her slightly clenched fingers, one by one with her. When Su Tang was out of breath, Guo Mochen hooked her waist and said, "Go to the car." Before Su Tang realized what it meant, he took the person into the box. "Brother Chen, come and play cards." Someone greeted Guo Mochen. "My cousin is a little sick. I'll send her back first." Guo Mochen took Su Tang away half hugging. Brother Chen is so kind to his cousin, and he also sent it in person. It's hard to see when Brother Chen is so nervous. Everyone was talking softly, and only Shen Jingyang coughed softly, continued to play cards. Su Tang was taken to the car and was about to ask Guo Mochen if he was going home now. Before he could open his mouth, his kiss forced him back into his throat. Then, Su Tang realized what it meant to go to the car. At the critical juncture, Guo Mochen whispered in her ear, "Cousin, what does it mean to be a natural couple, huh?" Su Tang responded to him weakly and had no intention of refuting. Su Tang didn't know how he returned to Jiayu Mansion. In the next 2 days, she couldn't go out of the door of the master bedroom of Jiayu Mansion. It was not until she called her husband again and again until her voice was hoarse that Guo Mochen let her go with satisfaction. Fortunately, these 2 days are weekends, so she doesn't need to work overtime. Su Tang's bones were torn ached. She didn't get dressed until Guo Mochen had something to go to the company. Thinking of Huo Qingqing, she immediately called Huo Qingqing. "Sister-in-law, you have a cold. Why is your throat so hoarse?" Huo Qingqing asked. "I have a little cold." Su Tang had to follow her words. "Then you have to take some medicine and get well soon." "I'm all right. How about you?" Huo Qingqing's voice was refreshing. "Me? I'm still very angry. But what I have is the way to relieve my anger is that I have exposed all the things about Ji Zetian in the group of the support association. Now, many people have unfanned. Unfortunately, I was careful with him, leaving little evidence, which could not give him a fatal blow." Su Tang envies her ease and cheerfulness. "In this case, that's it. Some fans are very irrational. I'm afraid they will expose you on the internet." "Yes, it's even now." Huo Qingqing said. "I barely took a breath." "You're right. Bye, bye. The next one is more obedient." Hearing this sentence, Su Tang's face was full of heat. Guo Mochen regretted this sentence. I don't know how many times he said this sentence last night. Every time he said it, Su Tang would be punished more fiercely. She can't hear this sentence at all now. After the phone call, Su Tang's stomach was empty and she went to the kitchen to look for food. Housekeeper Zhang was busy in the kitchen. When he saw Su Tang, he smiled. "Tang Tang is hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to cook it for you right away. I just need to drink some soup." Su Tang has no appetite. "Okay, wait a minute." After Su Tang saw that housekeeper Zhang had arranged the people, he poured something into the pool. The brown liquid smells a little medicinal. She asked, "What is this?" "Mochen's traditional Chinese medicine." "What kind of medicine? Is Mochen sick?" Housekeeper Zhang said, "Don't you know that Mochen has insomnia and often can't sleep all night? These medicines were prescribed for him by an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and he has been taking them continuously for many years." Su Tang really didn't know that she slept well during the time she was with Guo Mochen. Occasionally, when she was too tight by him to wake up, Guo Mochen also slept well beside her, so she didn't know that Guo Mochen still had insomnia. "Then, why did you pour it down now?" Su Tang is strange. Chapter 37. Those who are moved first will lose the whole market. Housekeeper Zhang laughed. "Of course. It's because it's not needed these days. He said he slept well during this period, so he didn't drink. These medicines are reserved according to the amount of the day, and those that can't be used will expire." "I see." Su Tang saw that there were still a lot of packaged traditional Chinese medicine in the refrigerator, which were refrigerated in portions. "Do you need to prescribe after eating these?" "I can't open it." Housekeeper Zhang looked regretful. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctor had passed away. He was too old to be over 100 years old when he left. "Huh." Su Tang was slightly surprised. "Can the original prescription work?" Housekeeper Zhang shook his head. "No, the old traditional Chinese medicine said that the composition and dosage of drugs should be constantly changed according to the changes in the human body." But she immediately laughed again. "But I guess it's not a big problem. Since you married Mochen, he has never had insomnia. With you, these drugs should not be of much use. It doesn't matter whether you can have these drugs in the future, right?" Su Tang pursed his lips, not sure whether it was his own fault. She asked, "Aunt Zhang, did Mochen's favorite girl have such an effect on him?" Housekeeper Zhang was stunned for a moment and didn't want to talk more. He changed the topic. "No, what's the matter? Don't think nonsense. The soup is ready. Come and drink the soup." Su Tang took the soup bowl and only felt heavy. The rain in early summer comes and dissipates quickly. Su Tang sat in the cafe, looking at the blue sky, and the coffee in her hand slowly became warm. Liang Sijia appeared at the door and waved to her with a smile. "Tang Tang." She ran over and first grabbed Su Tang's hand and checked her arm and neck. She was relieved to see that there was no trauma. Tang Yi said that Guo Mochen would be aggressive when outsiders approached him. I was afraid that something would happen to you. Liang Sijia sat down and asked for a cup of coffee. Tang Yi is a child's word. Do you believe it? You have to say that the information that Tang Yi often hears is very accurate. Sometimes it's better to believe it. Su Tang shook his head and said, at least I have never seen Guo Mochen attack people. Ah, is this speaking for him? It seems that you two have a good relationship. Liang Sijia said, but Tang Tang, men's mouths are deceitful. I don't want to spoil your fun, but we also have to be on guard. In love, girls are the most likely to lose. Su Tang smiled, I understand. Don't worry, I won't be moved. That's good. However, a man like your husband is still good to sleep with. He is tall, handsome and rich, and considerate of you. If you don't move, you won't lose at all. Remember, love is like chess. Those who move your heart first will lose the whole game. 1 year has come, and I have nothing to do with him. The smile on Su Tang's face was very calm. At that time, we can find a man with 8-pack abs together. It should be good-looking, beautiful, and the height should not be less than 186. Su Tang was amused by her. Okay, you won and me won. 1 is not enough, at least 3. After meeting her best friend, Su Tang was in a much better mood. After sending Liang Sijia back, she went back to her mother's house. Xu Wenqing was very happy to see her come back. Have you eaten yet? I've eaten, Mom. Don't be busy. I just came back to see my grandmother. Grandma fell asleep. Xu Wenqing whispered. Did you sleep again? Xu Wenqing's eyes were red. Recently, she has been sleeping more and more. The doctor said that it was also a good thing to fall asleep. When she was awake, her body pain was more painful. Su Tang's eyes also blushed. Xu Wenqing hurriedly comforted her, but every time Grandma woke up, she was very happy and hugged the wedding photos of Yu and Mochen. Su Tang was much relieved. He sat by his grandmother's bed and accompanied her. Have they ever come to visit? Su Tang asked. Xu Wenqing knew that she asked about their eldest uncle and second uncle's family. Just your aunt often come to see and help. No one else came. Su Tang's face was a little cold, but he didn't say anything. Some people's conscience can't be brought back by words. Su Tang called housekeeper Zheng to ask the name of the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor she prescribed medicine for Guo Mochen. It's called Huang Yaozhen, known as Li Shijin in the new era. Huang Yaozhen. Su Tang remembers that the name is very familiar. After thinking for a moment, I remembered that I had a friend I knew, who was Huang Yaozhen. Now that the emperor has passed away, his apprentice can naturally help, at least he can have a try. I called Tang Mochao. Doctor. Tang, can I ask you a question? Tang Mochao's laughter came. Cousin doesn't even call doctor. Tang. Sorry, I was too easy to say. You ask, you know everything without saying anything. You have a lot of research on traditional Chinese medicine conditioning for insomnia, right? Su Tang asked. Haven't you slept well recently? Tang Mochao's tone was concerned. It's not true. It's a friend of mine. Tang Mochao responded, you can accompany her to have a look, or at least let me know what the symptoms are. Traditional Chinese medicine pays attention to the right medicine, otherwise I dare not take medicine easily. Okay, then I'll come with him somewhere. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mochao pinched his eyebrows. He thought that Su Tang would no longer pay attention to him. At the beginning, Su Tang accompanied her grandmother to the hospital for traditional Chinese medicine treatment, and Tang Mochao knew her. At that time, she was only a first year, and she was very young. At a glance, Tang Mochao put her in his heart. Later that year, he pursued Su Tang fiercely and did not give up, even if he knew that she had a boyfriend. Su Tang always avoided him later. It was not until the spring festival that year that he saw Su Tang at the family banquet that he knew that she was the cousin he had just found. The two were also a little embarrassed when they met, and since then, Su Tang has avoided her even more. In the past 2 years, Tang Mochao has already accepted the reality and devoted himself to his work. He rarely asked questions about Su Tang's affairs. Hearing her voice again, the ripples in the bottom of my heart rose, and then I could only calm down quietly. During dinner, Su Tang observed Guo Mochen's face. Men are handsome and extraordinary, and the lower jawline of the side face is clearer than many people's life plans. From his face, it is difficult for Su Tang to find the traces of his insomnia, only indescribable reserve and coldness. But the medicine in the refrigerator in the kitchen is real. The food doesn't suit your appetite? Guo Mochen asked. No, I heard from Aunt Zhao that you can't sleep. The concern from the girl made Guo Mochen's eyebrows soothed. He said, not recently. When he is with her breath, he always sleeps well. It was like this many years ago, and it is still like this now. Chapter 38. He hates the people of the Tang family. That is to say, I did have insomnia. Su Tang smiled. I know there is a very powerful Tang Mu dynasty, Dr. Tang. Guo Mochen looked a little cold. I don't like people surnamed Tang. The student you did last time is already an exception. Su Tang's smile condensed on the corners of her lips. Why? Because of the person I hate. I am very close to the Tang family in Xinchuan. The enemy's friend is the enemy, do you understand? In the Tang family in Xinchuan, Guo Mochen's tone was cold. Generally speaking, when it comes to the Tang family in Xinchuan, it refers to the Tang family where Tang Jingcheng is located. It is also Su Tang's original family. Guo Mochen hates them. So, even if you know that Dr. Tang is Huang Yaozhen's apprentice, you don't want to see him, do you? Su Tang figured it out. Guo Mochen saw tears in her eyes, and his voice softened a little. I don't need to take medicine anymore. As long as you are here. As long as Su Tang doesn't leave, all his problems are not a problem. Su Tang clenched his fingers. He hated the Tang family, but she did. Huo Qingqing made an appointment with Su Tang for dinner. Su Tang gladly went to the appointment. Sister-in-law, thank you very much for that day. Huo Qingqing has returned to normal and wanted to invite you to dinner a long time ago. You are so kind. Huo Qingqing smiled. Anyway, don't refuse me when I invite you to dinner in the future. The two chatted while eating. When it came to Guo Mochen, Su Tang thought for a moment and asked, Mochen, did he have severe insomnia before? Yes, it was a long time ago. It lasted for many years. I have been seeing a doctor all the time. But I heard from Lu Shu, his special assistant, that he has been in good spirits recently. It should be because I married you. Then do you know why he has insomnia? Huo Qingqing thought for a moment. In fact, I don't know exactly. I'm a few years younger than him, and my family regards me as a child. Speaking of which, I am about the same age as you. You are both married, but they think I am still a child. However, I know that my cousin has a very bad relationship with the Guo family. It should be related to them. And in the past, his cousin. When she came to this point, she thought of something and shut up. Su Tang asked, what is he? It's nothing, sister-in-law. Eat this beef quickly. It's not delicious when it's cold. Su Tang put down her chopsticks and said softly, Qingqing, if you treat me as a friend, I hope you can tell me. Sister-in-law, I said the wrong thing. It's really nothing. Forget it if it's okay. Huo Qingqing was really angry when she saw her, but she didn't dare to tell Su Tang about Guo Mochen's white moonlight. White moonlight means the past, and the present is the most important thing. Huo Qingqing took her hand. Sister-in-law, my cousin likes you very much, and everyone can see it. My family hopes that you can live a long time, and I think so too. Su Tang lowered his eyes. When Su Tang received Zhao Yuyu's call, he had just finished an interview. Zhao Yuyu's biological mother's voice was a little cautious. Tung, you haven't come home for dinner for a long time. Will you come back for a meal in 2 days? If I have time, I will come over. Okay. Zhao Yuyu was very happy. If possible, let him follow him. Naturally, he refers to Guo Mochen. Su Tang has been married for a while. Zhao Yuyu has never met anyone, and she doesn't know who she is. Su Tang has always been estranged from them, and Zhao Yuyu did not dare to ask more, for fear of making her daughter unhappy. Well, he is quite busy. I'll try my best. Su Tang knew that it was impossible for Guo Mochen to pass, so he answered with some confidence. Zhao Yuyu just thought that she didn't want to come over and said, it doesn't matter. It depends on your convenience. She has always respected Su Tang's thoughts for her daughter's apology and love. She doesn't force what Su Tang doesn't want to do. Su Tang didn't want to know what she knew, and she didn't ask much. Su Tang understood Zhao Yuyu's mood and squeezed her lips. After putting down the phone, Xu Wenqing called. Su Tang took over. For Xu Wenqing, she was much more familiar and more natural. Mom, are you off work? I just finished my work and I'm about to go back. Remember to eat. Don't worry about your stomach when you are busy writing manuscripts. By the way, durian is on the market these 2 days. I'll buy 2 for you and send them to you. No, Mom, I'll buy it myself. You buy it home and eat it with your grandmother. Xu Wenqing smiled. I don't like to eat this. If I see the good one later, I will buy it and put it at home first. If you see it yourself, don't be reluctant to buy it. Eat whatever you want. Su Tang said, okay, I will. After hanging up the phone, Su Tang happened to see fresh durians sold in the fruit shop. Xu Wenqing always remembers asking her to buy durian to eat. Su Tang couldn't bear to live up to her mother's kindness and went forward to pick a good one. The durian bloomed, and each petal was full and ripe. Su Tang smiled with a smile between her eyebrows. The clerk put the durian in the box, wrapped it in a fresh bag, and put 2 layers of bags before handing it to Su Tang. Even if you take our package to the subway, ordinary people can't smell it. Su Tang smiled. She drove by herself, even if it smelled a little. Jiayu Mansion is large. If Guo Mochen doesn't like the taste, she can also choose a corner to eat by herself. While thinking about it, someone greeted her, Su Tang. The 2 girls patted Su Tang on the shoulder. It's really you, Brother Chen's cousin. Su Tang recognized the 2 girls, one named He Huan and the other named Yi Tingxi. When she and Huo Qingqing went to arrest Bao Jizixian that night, they were in Guo Mochen's private room. He Huang pulled her and said, come and play with us. There are so many people today. I still have something to do. I won't go. Su Tang doesn't know them well and doesn't plan to go there. No, brother Jingyang will come tonight, and brother Chen will also come. It will be very lively. Yi Tingxi said, shall we go together? With your cousin here, are you still afraid of Shen Mu? Su Tang thought about it and agreed. He Huan and Yi Tingxi were very happy and took Su Tang directly into the private room of the bar. There were already several familiar faces in the private room. Knowing that Su Tang was Gu Mochen's cousin, they were polite to her and earnestly asked her what she wanted to eat and drink. Su Tang didn't eat much at night. She just drank a lot of tea with the interviewee, so she asked for a fruit plate. Immediately, someone ordered a huge fruit plate for her and sent it to her. Su Tang found a corner to put down the durian. Fortunately, it was carefully packaged and no one around him smelled it. He Huan handed Su Tang a knife and fork. Seeing the necklace around her neck, he smiled and said, Brother Chen is so kind to you. He wears all the necklaces he designed for Bai Yuguang. Chapter 39 I have a taste. Su Tang frowned slightly. What did you say? The necklace was given to you by Brother Chen, right? This necklace was made by Jenny, a well-known designer, according to Brother Chen's design drawings. Jenny is my cousin. She told me a long time ago that this necklace is precious because the material is difficult to find, and it is still designed by Brother Chen. Thinking that Su Tang was really Gu Mochen's cousin, He Huan had no reservations at all. In fact, as a friend of Shen Jinyan's friend, she doesn't know much about Gu Mochen. If it weren't for her cousin Jenny, she happened to know about this, and I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to say much about Gu Mochen. However, she happened to know about this matter and wanted to deliberately brush her sense of existence in front of Su Tang. She couldn't wait to tell her. She didn't notice Su Tang's face at all and continued, but how could Brother Chen wear it for you? It should be because you are the cousin he values, right? Yes, Bai Yuguang will return it to her when she comes back. Su Tang's tone was very cold, her fingertips were cold, and the exposition of her heart was also cold. Will you come back? I don't know. We haven't seen anyone. I just heard that Bai Yuguang has been liked by Brother Chen for more than 10 or 20 years, and he is a very important person. Su Tang's voice floated so that he couldn't hear it. Really? What else was He Huan saying? Su Tang couldn't understand a word. Shen Jinyan held the steering wheel casually and said with a smile, it's true. He Huan said that his sister-in-law was with them. Su Tang is not familiar with them. How could he drink with them? Gu Mochen frowned. But there is no need for an answer. He also guessed it, but anyone who is a little closer to him is the object that people around him want to make friends with. Last time Su Tang said that it was his cousin, and naturally, those people would pay attention to it. As for Su Tang, thinking that these people are friends with him, he will naturally not refuse too much. Gu Mochen said coldly, some of your friends should also be a little measured. Shen Jinyan said with a straight face, I'll tell them later. So will you go with me now? Go Su Tang is here. He will definitely go there. Su Tang was stunned and in a trance when he heard the door of the private room open. Immediately, a group of people who were playing cards and drinking together stood up to say hello. Mr. Gu Brother Chen. Brother Jingyang. Su Tang looked up and looked over. Gu Mochen was wearing a suit, and the cut wrapped his flat and strong shoulders, outlining a more and more superior figure. As soon as Gu Mochen entered the door, he saw Su Tang sitting on the sofa. Obviously, the girl was not adapted to such a lively environment and showed a little pitiful demeanor in the crowd. He was about to walk towards Su Tang when he smelled the durian in the private room. Gu Mochen's eyebrows were cold and solemn, and his sharp eyes were stained with layers of anger, who ordered durian. Seeing that he suddenly became angry, everyone was a little at a loss and looked at each other. He Huan whispered, I don't have it. No one should order it, right? A man's voice said. Su Tang was about to open his mouth when he saw that Gu Mochen had walked in the direction of the durian, accurately found the durian, and turned around to go out. With a strong anger on his body, the door was closed with a bang. Then with a heavier bang, something fell into the trash can. Someone asked in a low voice, Brother Chen hates the smell of durian, don't you know? How can someone still buy durian? I don't know, but I didn't buy it either. Now I know. It's terrible. It turns out that he is like this when he loses his temper. Su Tang's heart, with the two loud noises, hung up and down. Then, it was deeply buried. After all, I and he are across the gap. She picked up her bag and said, everyone, I really have something to do. I'll go for now. Everyone was in panic and didn't want to keep her. They just said goodbye to her and told her to slow down. When she went out, Gu Mochen was coming back after washing her hands. Seeing her, Gu Mochen asked, are you uncomfortable? She doesn't like the smell of durian. Smelling it will not only cause a headache, but also a red rash. An hour later, he bought durian for her to eat, which made her cry and burst into tears. Later, Gu Mochen never ate durian again, and he didn't even have such a taste around him. Well, I feel a little sick. I want to go back to rest. I'll go back with you. They are all waiting for you. Go ahead. I can go home by myself. Gu Mochen grabbed her wrist. Fool, who would want to stay here when you are not here? His sweet words always easily hit Su Tang's heart. But are these for her? Su Tang didn't say anything and let him take her hand and go out with her. Su Tang didn't say anything, and Guo Mochen stopped her. What's wrong? I'll accompany you to the hospital. I'm a little tired from work. Just go back and have a rest. Guo Mochen picked her up. Su Tang's body was suspended in the air and exclaimed, Guo Mochen, I'll go back to rest with you. When she arrived at Jiayu Mansion, Su Tang didn't have the heart to talk. Since I was already sick and tired, I just took a shower and went to bed early in the morning. During this period, she didn't get enough sleep every night. As soon as Su Tang lay down, she really fell asleep. When she woke up in a daze, she opened her eyes and saw Guo Mochen looking at her. Go to bed early. Su Tang said that seeing that he hadn't taken off his coat, he thought he had only slept for a while. It's already morning. Is it better? Is it morning? Su Tang rubbed his temples. Guo Mochen held her hand, and his handsome face was worried and nervous. Su Tang thought, no wonder he had changed his clothes. Su Tang nodded, it's much better, but I'm a little tired. It will be fine if you sleep well. The doctor also said so. Guo Mochen's mood relaxed obviously, saying that you didn't have enough rest time. I need to pay attention to something these days. Su Tang blushed slightly. Guo Mochen brought the breakfast beside him. Eat something. It's a very light little wonton, which Aunt Zhang is now made. He came to feed, and Su Tang opened his mouth and ate. Sometimes he feels that he is the person he cherishes. But back to reality, it is an illusion after all. Is it delicious? Guo Mochen asked. It's quite delicious. Su Tang answered truthfully. I'll try it. Su Tang was biting in her mouth, and the man came closer, kissed her, and snatched the small wonton from her mouth. The smell of the fragrant little wonton disappeared, and there was only the man's aggressive smell of hormones between his breath. The smell on his body is very good, cold and loose, which makes Su Tang irresistible, and it is easy to be captured and fall. After a long time, the little wonton disappeared. Guo Mochen let go of her and nodded, it's quite delicious. Chapter 40 Divorce, come back to me. A bowl of small wonton disappeared in the mouths of Guo Mochen and Su Tang. Guo Mochen couldn't stay any longer, for fear that the doctor would say again that the rest time given to Su Tang was not enough. He tidied up his clothes, you sleep a little longer. I'll go to the study to deal with some work. Su Tang was not sleepy now. He got up and went downstairs, and took down the bowl of small wontons by himself. Housekeeper Zhao asked, Tang Tang, are you feeling better? It's alright, Aunt Zhang. It's okay if it's okay. I'm scared to death. Mo Chen was very worried when he came back last night. He went to a doctor and asked someone to make medicine. Fortunately, the doctor said there was no big problem. However, Mo Chen didn't sleep all night and has been guarding you. Su Tang whispered, didn't he rest all night? He didn't change into that formal dress. Did he not take it off last night? Yes, I said I would guard, but he didn't listen. But it's okay. Don't worry about him. He's in good health and can hold on. Su Tang lowered his head slightly and didn't make a sound for a long time. After housekeeper Zhao finished speaking, he went to get busy. Tang Mochao just called, and Su Tang picked it up. Tang Tang, you said you would bring your friend to have a look. When exactly? Tang Mochao asked, I'm going abroad in a while, and I'm afraid you can't wait. I'll leave the time for you tomorrow night. What do you think? It's okay. But my friend is too busy to come in person. Can I come by myself? I'll tell you some symptoms. In fact, I'm the best. But if it really doesn't work, you can tell me, and it's not impossible. Tang Mochao retreated and said, let's meet tomorrow. Su Tang hung up the phone, asked the housekeeper Zhang about the previous use of drugs, and silently remembered his usual observations of Guo Mochen. I think it should be almost there. When he is about to leave in the future, these are also regarded as a return for his goodness to himself. It's good that we don't owe each other. In the afternoon, Su Tang will go to the company to hand in yesterday's interview. When she got downstairs to the company, she had just parked the car, and she saw that Mu Zhuoting's car was not far away. Since the last incident, Mu Zhuoting has never bothered her again. She thought that Mu Zhuoting would not come again. Who knows that I will still meet him? Su Tang's eyes were slightly cold and she watched him walk towards this side. Tang Tang, let me say a few words to you. Seeing Su Tang's face full of guard, Mu Zhuoting's heart was stabbed. I don't think we have anything to say. Mu Zhuoting was a little depressed and whispered, I won't embarrass you. Let's have a chat. It was lunchtime, and people came and went in the underground parking lot. Su Tang didn't want to be seen and pulled him. Simply put, you say it. Divorced Guo Mochen and came back to me. Mu Zhuoting opened his mouth in a lonely voice, but very firm. Su Tang looked at him indisbelievably, who do you think I am? I know you are fine, that's why you say so. During the period when I was separated from you, I missed you all the time and suffered from the days without you. Tang Tang. Mu Zhuoting's voice was dumbfounded. He drank a lot of wine for days and found that even if he was drunk, sleepy and asleep, he could not expel Su Tang from his mind. In the dream is her shadow, and when I wake up, there is also her figure in front of me. She was so beautiful, like a fragile porcelain doll, but he didn't cherish it. Now, I don't want to let go of anything. Mr. Mew, please respect yourself. Su Tang shook off his outstretched hand. Even if I was not married and not with Guo Mochen, it was impossible for me to return to you. Mew Jiaoting didn't believe it. He said, do you know who Guo Mochen is? He doesn't really love you at all. He used to like a woman for many years. He studied abroad a few years ago, and many people saw them together. He doesn't love you, he just loves the shadow of that woman in you. Stop talking. Su Tang interrupted him. Mew Jiaoting took out his mobile phone. I found a picture of them at that time. Look at this back, how much does it look like you? He put his mobile phone in front of Su Tang. Su Tang didn't want to look and couldn't ignore the back of the girl beside Guo Mochen. Did you see it? This is Guo Mochen. Su Tang, I have slept with other women, but I have only loved you. Guo Mochen may be clean and good to you, but what he loves is not you. Shut up. Su Tang shouted to stop him sternly. She bit her lip and forced her tears back. My business has nothing to do with you, don't care about it. Mew Jiaoting said in a low voice, Tang Tang, I'm waiting for you. He left, but Su Tang couldn't think. He leaned on the car and tears flowed down. When I broke up with Mew Jiaoting, I didn't feel so painful. She doesn't understand. She has been in pain once. Why doesn't she have immunity yet? Song Xiang handed a piece of information to Su Tang. Seeing that she didn't look very good, she asked with concern, isn't it uncomfortable? It's okay. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. My husband is so handsome. Don't make a fuss for too long at night. Song Xiang joked. Su Tang smiled and brought the information here. This is the person she is going to interview today. The interviewee is a female lawyer. Su Tang interviewed her once last time. Recently, she completed a sensational divorce case, and Su Tang is going to conduct an in-depth interview with her. The interview was about to be in the office of the female lawyer. When Su Tang came, she was still busy and asked her to sit down and wait for a while. Miss Su, these materials are all related to interviews. You can have a look first. The assistant of the female lawyer said. Su Tang picked it up and looked through it carefully. When she saw the last few pages, she found several templates for divorce agreements. Some of the clauses are written in detail and carefully divide the distribution of property and the upbringing of children between men and women. The last one is much simpler, because there is no common property and no children, and the content of the agreement is very concise and professional. Su Tang's heart moved slightly and said to the assistant, what procedures do you need to find a lawyer to write a template like this? Is this it? The assistant took a look. This is very simple. If you need it, I can give you a copy. Su Tang pursed his lips and thought for a long time, and said, okay, please give me 3 servings. Prepare 3 copies in case the Civil Affairs Bureau or other institutions need to keep the bottom so that there is no danger. The assistant immediately printed 3 copies for her. Su Tang took it in his hand and looked at it for a while before he put it in his bag. After finishing her work, she returned to the office and filled in all the parts she needed to fill in on the agreement. At that time, Guo Mochen only needs to sign his name. Marriage is simple, and there are not many procedures for divorce. After arriving home, Su Tang put the agreement in the drawer of the dressing table. Chapter 41, Guo Mochen's Possessiveness. In a high-end shopping mall, 2 men with very eye-catching height and appearance appeared, attracting the attention of many customers. The 2 of them walked inward as usual, not caring about the eyes of passers-by at all. However, the bold girl actually came forward to ask for WeChat, and was scared away by Guo Mochen's cold face. Shen Jinyan said, Brother Cheng, if I had known that you were coming to visit, it would have been better to clear the place. It doesn't matter. I won't be able to hang out for a long time. So what exactly do you want to buy? It's important. You didn't find a designer to do it. It doesn't matter. You came in person again. Choose a birthday gift. Guo Mochen whispered. Shen Jingyan remembered that tomorrow was Guo Mochen's birthday, but after the change of his childhood, he hasn't celebrated his birthday for many years. Every year, Guo Mochen spends this day alone. So even he almost forgot. Brother Chen, are you talking about your birthday? Shen Jingyan asked. Yes. That gift. Can't be bought for yourself, can it? Give it to Su Tang. Guo Mochen looked down and thanked her for having me by my side. Shen Jingyan was slightly surprised. Guo Mochen had returned to his senses and strode forward. Halfway in the selection, Guo Mochen received a call from Mrs. Guo, come home for a meal tomorrow. Mrs. Guo has always been serious and has many discord with Guo Mochen. But at this moment, it is rare to whisper. Don't reply. Guo Mochen refused decisively. He hung up the phone directly. Mrs. Guo's ears were buzzing, and there was nothing she could do with him. Finally, Guo Mochen chose the gift. When Guo Mochen entered the bedroom, Su Tang had just finished taking a shower and was taking care of her skin in front of the mirror of the dressing table. It's said to be skin care, but in fact it's just some simple lotion. Her skin is naturally fair, as smooth and tender as a baby, as if she can pinch water with a light touch. Guo Mochen's throat knot slid slightly and hugged her shoulder from behind. I didn't ask you to rest more at home. Why did you go out during the day? I have something to do at work, and I'm fine now. Su Tang said softly. Guo Mochen stroked her skin, and the touch she got was as sweet and delicate as jelly. Su Tang raised her head and looked at him. The handsome face in front of her enlarged, and her red lips were easily captured by the man. Between the ears and temples, the man's kisses and touches were extremely gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her a little. But on the contrary, his aggressiveness and possessiveness seemed to be endless. Su Tang was picked up by him and could not escape his grip at all, and could only be left to him. When the affection was deep, Guo Mochen whispered, "Wait for me tomorrow night, and I will pick you up to go home." Su Tang could only utter a messy word from between her teeth. Because he promised Guo Mochen to go home at night, Su Tang called Tang Mochao to ask if he could change the evening meeting to the afternoon. "No problem, shall I pick you up then?" Tang Mochao asked. "No, I'll come by myself. I drive very fast." She is always unwilling to cause trouble to others. Tang Mochao smiled and agreed. As a close disciple of Huang Yaojun, Tang Mochao was quite acquitted in traditional Chinese medicine, and was also very knowledgeable in Western medicine. He was a rare expert in the combination of traditional Chinese and Western medicine. He was dressed in a decent suit and a white coat, with a straight figure and extremely sharp eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Su Tang was taken into his office by his assistant, and he was looking down at the documents. When he raised his eyes, he saw that it was Su Tang, and the coolness in the bottom of his eyes faded. "I thought you would never come to me again," Tang Mochao joked. "Excuse me, doctor. Tang, I'm here to trouble you now." Tang Mochao heard that she couldn't call her cousin. She shook her head and smiled. "Sit down first. What do you want to drink?" "Just boiled water." Su Tang said that I have something else to do later, and it won't take too long. She avoided suspicion, and for this reason. Tang Mochao did not continue to chat, knowing that she was married now, and maybe she didn't want to talk to him about these things. Tang Mochao gets to the point. "What's wrong with your friend?" Su Tang will bring what he learned from housekeeper Zhang, what he saw, and Guo Mochen's prescription before. Tang Mochao looked at it for a while and said, "Is this medicine my teacher's prescription?" "Right. Guo Mochen. How do you know?" "The person who can make my teacher's prescription, especially when the teacher himself is sick, also prescribed such a prescription. Except for Guo Mochen, there is no one else. So he is." Tang Mochao understood after a little thought that the young lady of the Tang family would never choose someone worse than Mu Juoting if she was not with Mu Juoting. Guo Mochen is a suitable candidate. Tang Mochao said, "The teacher can only press cure medicine for him to condition. It is difficult to break the root, so I can only try it first. I think Guo Mochen's condition is still psychologically caused." "What you mean? Do you need to cooperate with other treatments?" "His heart disease is so serious that the effect of a single traditional Chinese medicine is not great. As the old saying goes, if you solve the bell, you still have to tie the bell man. Maybe if you find the right point, the disease will be cured without medicine." Su Tang remembered the housekeeper Zhang and said that when he was there, Guo Mochen rarely had insomnia. If his white moonlight comes back, does it mean that his mental illness is completely cured? "Tang, if possible, let him come to see me by himself," Tang Mochao said. Interrupted by his words, Su Tang smiled. "Okay. How could Guo Mochen come to see Tang Mochao? He said he hated anyone in the Tang family." "Well, thank you. I'll go first. I still have to see my grandmother." Su Tang got up. After seeing her grandmother, she had to rush back. Guo Mochen agreed to pick her up today. "Then, I can only be with you," Tang Mochao said while taking off his white coat. Then he handed his mobile phone to Su Tang. "This is the record of my call with Aunt Xu yesterday. I made an appointment to get some traditional Chinese medicine for Grandma this afternoon." The phone call was indeed made yesterday. Before, Tang Mochao also helped his grandmother get medicine from time to time. How can Su Tang refuse him again? She nodded. "Then take my car." Tang Mochao sat in kindly. Su Tang drove halfway and saw a flower shop. She stopped the car and said, "I'm going to buy some flowers. I'll be with you." Tang Mochao knew that she would come to buy flowers every day. I remember what she said before was to commemorate a deceased aunt surnamed He. "Brother Chen, is this enough?" In another flower shop, Guo Mochen personally chose a larger bouquet of precious varieties. When I looked up, I saw Su Tang and another young man picking bouquets. After Shen Jingya asked, he also saw such a picture, and suddenly looked at Guo Mochen's face nervously. Chapter 42. When will the divorce agreement be prepared? Su Tang picked flowers quietly and meticulously, with a calm expression. The man who followed her looked at her with a pampering look and followed her step by step. Probably Su Tang had been looking for a kind of flower but couldn't find it. The man took out one from the side and handed it to her. Su Tang smiled happily. "I'm just looking for this." "I knew it." Tang Mochao reached out and rubbed her hair. Su Tang wanted to avoid it, but she never avoided it. She smiled. In the eyes of others, her little actions are flirting and cursing between couples. After paying the money, Su Tang took the flowers into the car. Guo Mochen witnessed the whole process, and Shen Jingyan felt that the prelude to the storm was just like this. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen, are you still picking?" "That's all X." Guo Mochen's face was calm and he couldn't see any emotion. Taking the flowers back to Jiaoyu mansion, the housekeeper Zhang smiled and said, "Mochen bought the flowers himself." Guo Mochen threw the flowers on the table, and housekeeper Zhang saw that he was in a bad mood. The flowers of Jiaoyu mansion have always been delivered by special people, and they are early from all over the world in the early morning. It's rare to see Guo Mochen explain that he will bring flowers back today. How can he still be angry when he brings them back? Although housekeeper Zhao has taken care of Guo Mochen for many years, he did not dare to hit his muzzle at such a time, so he could only deal with those flowers silently. Guo Mochen tore off the tie and called Su Tang by the way. The phone rang, and Su Tang picked it up quickly. "Where is it?" Guo Mochen asked. Su Tang glanced at Tang Mochao next to him and didn't dare to tell the truth. He made up a well-intentioned lie, "In the company, I'll go to my mother's place to see my grandmother later." "Really?" A sneerful smile appeared on Guo Mochen's lips. Su Tang always felt that he had an unspoken meaning, and he was not sure. He could only say, "Yes. Then I'll pick you up there. If you are busy, I can come back by myself." Guo Mochen responded, "Okay, then come back by yourself." He hung up the phone and pressed his eyebrows fiercely. Today is his birthday. He hasn't had a birthday for many years. Only after regaining Su Tang did he have a sense of ceremony for such a day. The gift he bought for her was put on the dressing table. On his birthday, the person he thought of most was still her. Guo Mochen opened the drawer and threw the gift into it. When he was about to close it again, his eyes were attracted by a document inside, and the huge words of the divorce agreement on it pricked his eyes red. Su Tang returned to his mother's house with flowers and Tang Mochao. "Tang, did you also buy flowers?" Shu Wenqing said that I also went to buy it just now. "Today is the anniversary of your aunt's death, and these begonias are her favorite. Well, since auntie's house and cemetery have been demolished, there is no place to worship, so I can only miss her at home." Su Tang placed the flowers in the direction facing south, which was the direction where auntie used to live. Shu Wenqing couldn't help sighing, "Why is such a beautiful and strong woman so miserable? After your auntie died in a car accident, her son disappeared, and I don't know where the child is now, okay?" Su Tang lowered his head and thought of the little teenager in his memory. She was too young to remember many details clearly at that time, but she always remembered his bright black eyes. Thinking of this, Su Tang felt that the black eyes seemed to be a little familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere later. But it should be impossible. Since auntie passed away, the little brother has not been reported at all, as if the world had evaporated. Some neighbors said that he might have been hit and killed by a car at that time, and some neighbors said that he was sent to an orphanage. Su Tang refused to believe that the little brother would be fine. He must have a brilliant life. Even if he can't remember them, Su Tang doesn't care. As long as he is doing well, it will be fine. "Dusk, sit down quickly." Shu Wenqing greeted Tang Mochao. Su Tang was facing the balcony. Tang Mochao waved his hand, signaling Shu Wenqing not to take care of him. Shu Wenqing gently went to make tea for Tang Mochao. Thinking of the old people in the memory, my eyes are moist. Knowing that Su Tang and Tang Mochao were busy, Shu Wenqing quickly cooked a few quick dishes. "Tang, Mochao, eat some simple to satisfy his stomach." "Okay." Su Tang took a deep look at the balcony before sitting down and holding up his chopsticks. It was still early after dinner. Tang Mochao took her grandmother's pulse and pre-sewed some traditional Chinese medicine for conditioning. "I'll ask Flash Delivery to deliver the boiled medicine tomorrow." Shu Wenqing is grateful, "Thank you for your trouble. There are machines and specialized people in the hospital to make medicine, which is very convenient. The medicine you boil is more effective than the one you boil at home," Tang Mochao said. Coming out of the house and walking out of the unit door, Su Tang thought about going home early. But Tang Mochao drove to pick him up by himself, and it was a little too rude to let him go back by himself. Tang Mochao saw her concern and laughed. "If someone asked me to drink nearby, I'll just walk there." "Well, thank you for today's matter. There is nothing to be grateful for. This is my duty as a doctor." Tang Mochao patted her on the shoulder. "Go back quickly and drive slowly." After seeing him off, Su Tang walked towards his car. She looked up and saw Guo Mochen standing against the car door at a glance. The man is tall and straight, with a waist and long legs, which is very eye-catching, but his face is less indifferent as in the past, and it is difficult to hide a trace of anger in his nobility. Su Tang guessed that it was because he saw Tang Mochao. He didn't like the Tang family. Su Tang understood. She walked over slowly and whispered, "I said I was going home, and you came here specially." Guo Mochen's thin lips sneered, "I won't come, will you come back?" "Mochen, I came back today to see my grandmother. Dr. Tang is Grandma's doctor. He was treating Grandma long before I knew you." Su Tang explained carefully. At this moment, Guo Mochen's eyes were red, and the blood was burning in his eyes. Tang Mochao's affairs were already a small matter before the divorce agreement was written. He sneered, "So, he is more suitable for you than me, and he will take care of your family's feelings better than me." Gormochan. Su Tang is angry. Am I such a person in your heart? Yes, I hope not, too. But Su Tang, when did you prepare the divorce agreement? Su Tang was confused. Did he see the divorce agreement? He usually never moves the dressing table, so Su Tang chooses to put it in the safest place. Has he seen it? From her eyes, Gormochan only saw the determination to leave, without the slightest reluctance left. Her eyes stung Gormochan, and the blood spread in his eyes. Chapter 43. Sign now. Su Tang thought that Gormochan should have seen the divorce agreement. Anyway, it's a matter of time. Su Tang pretended to be relaxed. We didn't agree when we got married. We stayed together for a year and then separated. There is no difference between early preparation and late preparation. Su Tang. Gormochan laughed back angrily, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Have I ever said that getting married is a lifelong thing? Su Tang raised the corners of his lips. Really? But I never thought about it. I dare not expect extravagantly. If it weren't for her alone, she would rather not. Have you never thought like this? Gormochan held her wrist. When you want me, your body doesn't react like this. Gormochan. Su Tang struggled and wanted to get rid of his grip. Gormochan kissed her lips fiercely. Without his permission, the marriage would not end, and Su Tang could not go anywhere. Su Tang tried his best to break free. The corners of Gormochan's lips hurt, and the rusty bloody smell penetrated into his mouth. His injured eyes hit Su Tang's eyes, and she regretted that her mouth was too heavy. But what is he like this? Why don't you let her be free from the agreed marriage? What's the difference between sooner or later? Gormochan looked down at her. His eyes were gloomy, covering her all, and seemed to swallow her up. Su Tang looked straight into his eyes fearlessly, and a tear slipped down from the corner of her eye. His most precious porcelain doll is never willing to watch her shed tears. She asked in a low voice, "So how can you let me go?" Gormochan let go of his hand, and his voice was hoarse and broken. Why must he leave? Gormochan, we are never the same people. There will be no happiness if we are reluctant to be together. Su Tang gritted his teeth, word by word. Gormochan closed his eyes and let go of her completely. Really? Won't there be happiness? But every time he wanted to pick her up, the joy surging in his heart was only experienced when he was young. When he saw her, he would be very relaxed and relaxed. When he wants her, he will feel that he has the whole world. When she is here, even if the two of them don't do anything and don't talk, he will feel warm. In those long nights, only by holding her can he sweep away the loneliness and not fall into a hopeless, desperate situation. She filled the huge emptiness in his heart, and for her, is it just a burden? Su Tang looked at him seriously. You can sign now, or I can also agree and sign when the time is up. Gormochan pressed the tip of his tongue fiercely against his cheek. Sign now. Su Tang sent his car away. She sat back in the driver's seat of her car weakly. For a long time, Xu Wenqin called and asked her if she had arrived at Jiayu Mansion. Su Tang whispered, "It's here. You and Grandma should go to bed early." After hanging up the phone, Su Tang called Liang Sijia. "Can I stay with you for 2 days? What's the matter? Did you quarrel with Gormochan?" "Wait, I'll pick you up." Su Tang drove the car out of the community and waited for Liang Sijia at the street. Liang Sijia came by taxi. After coming over, she drove Su Tang to the co-pilot and drove back to her apartment by herself. She is a single apartment. She used to live alone, and there was no problem with many Su Tang. Pouring a glass of milk for Su Tang, she asked, "Did he bully you?" "No, he saw the divorce agreement I asked someone to write, and we quarreled." "Just see it. Didn't you get married by agreement?" "I was going to get a divorce when it expired." Su Tang smiled and said, "Yes, I think so too. He can't stand it now, but it's a man's self-esteem. Believe it or not, if the agreement is written by himself, he will not have any emotional fluctuations." After Liang Sijia finished speaking, she looked at Su Tang's red eyes. She reached out and hugged her. "Don't be sad, it will be fine in 2 days." Su Tang thought that this time is different, and it may be difficult to get better. But she lived up to Liang Sijia's kindness and smiled. "Yes, it will be soon. Gormochan's divorce agreement should also be signed and sent to me soon. At that time, it will really be a mess. Well, the sooner you solve it, the better." Su Tang was afraid that the more he procrastinated, the more he dragged his heart in. As for Grandma's side, I should be confused for a while. After seeing Gormochan go upstairs, housekeeper Zheng didn't come down and couldn't help muttering. Su Tang didn't come back. Gormochan asked her to carefully arrange the dinner, which had already been cooled down. Those flowers are blooming, but there is always an indescribable loneliness. Housekeeper Zhang went upstairs and knocked on the door, but no one responded. She pushed away and saw Gormochan sitting on the balcony, and the wine bottles in her hand were scattered all over the ground. There was a childlike helplessness and pain on the handsome side face. "Mochan." Butler Zhang called him distressedly. "Don't worry about me." Gormochan's voice was dull and low, and his drooping eyes had no focus. "I'll call Tang Tang. Don't worry about it." Housekeeper Zhang was stopped and had to retreat quietly. Looking at this posture, are the two quarreling? She ignored Gormochan's advice and called Su Tang. Su Tang has fallen asleep, with a little unconscious nasal sound. Hearing the words of housekeeper Zhao, her heart ached slightly, and then she said, "Why don't you call the Huo family or Shen Jingyan? I really can't do anything about it. Tang Tang, Mo Chen has never been like this. He will get better soon." Su Tang hung up the phone. After putting all his mind into work, Su Tang's mood is much more stable. The top priority now is to find a place to live, so that Xu Wenqing and Grandma don't have to worry. On the phone, Liang Xizia said, "Where to live? Live on my side first. I'm worried that I'm living alone. Then I'll stay for a while. What's the difference between us?" Song Xiang came over and said to Su Tang, "Su Tang, you did a good job in the previous interviews. I'll give you a big list." "What is it?" This year's National Economic Summit was held in Xinchuan, and many celebrities from the economic and financial circles attended the meeting. No matter which one is interviewed, it is a good release material. You have to help me finish this. No problem, leave it to me. After Su Tang got the information, he made a lot of preparations. Seeing that the company in the meeting had Go's group, she hesitated for a moment. Will she see Go Mochen in the past? Yi Xiao, a colleague next to him, asked, "Is there any trouble?" "No, I just saw that there was a Go's group. I was afraid that their senior management would participate, and I was worried that I couldn't do it." "You worry too much. The senior management of Go's group is not enough to attend the National Economic Conference. Especially Mr. Go above them, people from all over the world may not participate, so don't say that." Chapter 40 for Private Issues. Yi Xiao sighed, "We have been interviewed for several years, and we don't have the honor to meet Mr. Go." When she said that, Su Tang was relieved. "That's right. Go Mochen won't attend any meeting." On the day of the meeting, Su Tang passed by early in the morning. In the busy meeting, there are enough materials to collect. I saw that there were people coming and going in Go's group, but most of them were directors and managers, and there was indeed no particularly high-ranking people. Naturally, Go Mochen did not appear. In the past 2 days in the company, his aura was terribly low, and he looked completely away from strangers. The employees who cooperated with his work were all trembling and dared not say a word. Shen Jingyan also received a call from housekeeper Zhang, saying that Go Mochen was not in a good mood and specially came to ask him to have a meal together. At the door, he heard Lu Shu say that he was busy, and Shen Jingyan sat outside and waited. While waiting, I casually looked through the working group to understand the situation of the National Economic Conference. His subordinates sent a lot of photos to Shen Jingyan for a look. Shen Jingyan flipped through it casually and didn't pay much attention to it, until he saw Su Tang in a women's suit and an interview card on his chest in the photo. "Brother Chen, are you really not going to have lunch?" Shen Jingyan pushed open Go Mochen's door and went straight in. "If you want to eat, the whole canteen of Go's group can be given to you." Go Mochen didn't raise his head. Shen Jingyan said, "It's boring to eat without you. Are you too idle?" Go Mochen squinted at him. "Yes, I'm just a little busy, so I want to go to the economic conference." "You go." Go Mochen just wants him not to bother himself. "By the way, let's see if you can ask her for a coffee or something when you meet your sister-in-law." Go Mochen's eyes deepened slightly, and Shen Jingyan took out the photo. "Look, she is interviewing over there." Go Mochen was unmoved. "So I went?" Shen Jingyan got up in a posture. "I'm just done. I'll go with you." Shen Jin said with a smile. "I just said that people still have to combine work and leisure." Many companies and personnel participated at the site of the National Economic Conference. There are also a lot of employees in media companies who come to interview. Everyone wants to get better materials and write more detailed reports. Su Tang's current interview information was sufficient. She was about to leave when there was a noise at the gate. The door opened and 2 young men came this way. The 2 men, one cold and reserved, and the other sunny and handsome, attracted a lot of attention. Su Tang looked over and saw Go Mochen and Shen Jingyan coming this way. Many people also found them and rushed over there. Those 2 seemed to be senior executives of the company. "Go there quickly, and you should be able to interview a lot of information. It would be better if we could do a separate interview." The media personnel who came to the scene today may not know Go Mochen and Shen Jingyan, but they know their temperament and clothes that these 2 people must not be ordinary people. What's more, such a handsome man, even if it's not for work, it's exciting enough to go to their WeChat alone. Su Tang didn't want to see Go Mochen, so he immediately turned around and left in the opposite direction. But there were so many people rushing towards them that she couldn't squeeze out at all. Instead, she was pushed forward with the flow. "Sir, would you like to add a WeChat account?" The bold girl has been the first to ask Go Mochen for WeChat. Su Tang couldn't squeeze out, but got closer to Go Mochen. Go Mochen obviously saw her and looked at her side. Su Tang pursed his lips, and his eyes just looked at him. Go Mochen reached out and took the business cards handed over by several girls, hooked his lips. "Okay." There was a hint of badness in his smile, and Su Tang just wanted to get out of his sight quickly. "What are you squeezing?" "I want to queue up for interviews." A reporter from a media company pushed Su Tang. He was strong, and his hands were particularly heavy. Su Tang was pushed back by him. Fortunately, there were many people, so he didn't fall down. Immediately, someone accused the male reporter, "There are so many people that it is normal to crowd. How can you do it? It's not normal. She has a lot of things to do and can squeeze." The male reporter is not willing to show weakness. He didn't have enough materials to interview today, and he couldn't get first-hand information. Tomorrow's front-page headlines will have nothing to do with him. Now when I see Guo Mochen and Shen Jingyang appear, I naturally don't want to show weakness. Guo Mochen's eyes became cold and he explained to Shen Jingyang. Shen Jingyang gave a second of silence for the reporter. Su Tang came back to her senses. Guo Mochen had already arrived in front of her. Other reporters are asking, can this gentleman accept an exclusive interview? Su Tang can't dodge at the moment, so he can only follow his professional rules and ask, can I accept an exclusive interview? No, Guo Mochen answered firmly. Su Tang blushed slightly and heard him say, unless. Unless what? Su Tang asked. Except now. Guo Mochen's voice was in Su Tang's ear, so far and so close. When Su Tang followed Guo Mochen into the separate living room, countless envious and jealous eyes came from behind him. The male reporter who pushed her just now was driven out of the scene by the security guard. She couldn't help asking, what's wrong with that reporter? All the materials of today's interview were taken away, and I can't participate in any interviews related to Guo's group or economic meetings in the future. Guo Mochen's voice was cold. Su Tang remembered that the reporter seemed to be a professional economic reporter. Guo Mochen almost took most of the reporter's livelihood by doing this. A pity for him? He asked. Su Tang shook his head and did whatever he wanted with the advantage of height and physical strength. Even if he didn't meet Guo Mochen, he would suffer sometimes. When he arrived at the living room, Guo Mochen tidied up his sleeves and sat down on the sofa. His legs were overlapped, and he couldn't hide his noble and coldness. Su Tang didn't know what to ask for a moment. Isn't it an exclusive interview? Guo Mochen raised his wrist and glanced at the time. I have limited time. Su Tang did not prepare the relevant interview content of his identity, so he could only play on the spot. The questions she asked were very professional, and it could be seen that she had done her homework. But between the opening and closing of the red lips, the demeanor was natural, as if it had no impact on her mood because of what happened between the two people. She hasn't been home for a few days. Doesn't she have any personal problems with him? Su Tang was asking a question, and a large shadow covered her in front of her eyes. She raised her eyes and saw the man standing right in front of her at some point, looking at her condescendingly. I haven't been home for a few days. Is that all you want to ask? Guo Mochen asked. Chapter 45 Fall in Love with a Man's Thinking. Su Tang pursed his lips. Mr. Guo, Jiayu Mansion is no longer my home. This sounded harsh. Guo Mochen looked down at her. Su Tang, remember that we haven't divorced yet. Mr. Guo said the other day that he would sign the divorce agreement now. It has been several days since you talked that day. I think Mr. Guo should have signed it. So my question now is Mr. Guo, when will you give me the divorce agreement? Su Tang looked up at him and did not avoid his gaze. Guo Mochen pinched her chin. Su Tang. His fingers trembled slightly, and there were huge waves in his eyes. Su Tang was very calm. Mr. Guo, give me a time, and I can pick it up myself. In your heart, what does marriage mean? It means that my grandmother in the hospital bed doesn't have to worry about me. Mr. Guo, I said this to you at the beginning. So marriage is a child's play and divorce is also a child's play. For you, marriage is a tool, isn't it? Guo Mochen whispered and was hoarse. He used his fingers hard, and red marks appeared on Su Tang's chin. Her skin is always like this. If you touch it gently, it will leave traces, and the overly white red marks are especially obvious. Su Tang didn't make a sound. Guo Mochen leaned closer to her, and he was too far away from her. Su Tang turned away her eyes and didn't look at him. She doesn't want to fall into feelings with no way out and no future. Su Tang. Guo Mochen only wants her to give an answer. Su Tang looked straight into his eyes. Mr. Guo, when will I come to get the divorce agreement? When Su Tang walked out of the venue, the sun outside was dazzling. Liang Sijia ran over. Tang Tang, you're finally done. Let's go to a fun place in the evening. I want to go back to sort out today's interview in the evening. I'll sort out the same tomorrow. Go away. If you miss this village, there will be no store. Su Tang had to get in her car with Liang Sijia. Guo Mochen sat in the living room with dark and deep eyes. Someone pushed the door and came in. He looked up for a long time and saw Mrs. Guo and her father Guo Changping standing in front of him. Guo Changping said, I thought you wouldn't come to this kind of meeting. Guo Mochen didn't answer, but his expression was much calmer, and the sense of alienation in his eyes increased. Mrs. Guo's hair had already turned grey and sat down in front of him. It's rare to see you. Since it's such a coincidence today, you should also prepare for going to Tang's house. Don't go. Guo Mochen's tone was cold and stiff, and there was no room for maneuver. Don't you know what kind of family the Tang family is? Who doesn't want to have anything to do with the Tang family who runs a company in Xinchuan? I found out earlier that the Tang family found their long-lost daughter, who is younger than you and has reached the age of marriage. You don't like what I introduced to you before, so you have no reason to refuse this, right? Mrs. Gore is extremely controlling, and as soon as she opens her mouth, she is in a commanding tone. Even if she knows it in her heart, Gore Mochen has grown up and is no longer old enough to obey her orders. If you like to marry so much, you might as well go by yourself. Gore Mochen has no problem with the Tang family, but he has absolutely no sense of closeness and identification with the Tang family, which is very close to Mrs. Gore and Zhang Mali, Gore Changping's new wife. You. Mrs. Gore was angry. Gore Changping reconciled. Mochen, don't be angry with your grandmother. She is also for your good. For my own good. You are really for my good. In those years, my grandparents' family was framed and innocent. You were worried that it would affect you, so you drove her away on the grounds that my mother could not give birth. Later, I found out that she gave birth to me, and you came to take me away, causing her to die under the wheel that you came to rob me. In the past years, when my grandparents couldn't take care of me, you sent me abroad and spent more than 10 years like house arrest. Now, you want to control my marriage. Which of the things you have done is good for me? Gore Mochen's voice was very calm, as if he was telling someone else's story, but the coldness in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Mrs. Gore and Gore Changping both know that they are at a loss. This one by one is indeed their irreparable faults. Mrs. Gore's voice is old, so the girl's grandma introduces to you now all have a family background that can help you. Grandma also hopes that you can live a more relaxed life in the future and make up for you. There is no need for that. Gore Mochen's voice was so cold that he could seep frost and snow. Think about it carefully, Mochen, Grandma and Dad won't hurt you now. Gore Changping said solemnly. Shen Jinyan walked to Gore Mochen and whispered, Brother Chen, shall I go first? It can be seen that he is in a very bad mood, and Shen Jinyan did not dare to provoke him for a moment. What are you going to do? Find a place to drink. Gore Mochen closed his eyes slightly to cover the storm in the depths of his eyes. Okay, then I'll find a better place. Su Tang was taken to a banquet by Liang Sijia. Halfway, she also changed into a professional women's suit and a long skirt under Liang Sijia's arrangement. If you pull your hair a little, it will look gentle and touching, which is very suitable for the elegant long skirt on the body. Liang Sijia brought her a glass of red wine and said, Come on, this is the lowest degree. What kind of party is this? Su Tang looked around and found that there were young men and women everywhere. Men wear suits and leather shoes, which are graceful, while women are all dressed in long skirts and dresses. The whole banquet looks very grand. The blind date conference. Su Tang puffed, and the red wine in his mouth spewed out. Don't be too surprised. This is not an ordinary blind date conference. If my mother hadn't urged me to come and have a look, I won't get the admission ticket yet. I heard that all the celebrities from all walks of life came today, and there were also people with heads and faces in the family. Many parents also followed them to watch. The specifications are very high. But I haven't divorced yet. Su Tang said. Did Gore Mochen say that he would sign a divorce agreement? Did you say you would give it to you soon? Su Tang remembered that he met Gore Mochen today, but he didn't say the exact time. Anyway, you have already agreed on the divorce, that is, the matter of missing that piece of paper. Seeing that Su Tang was still hesitating, Liang Sijia hooked her chin. Su Tang was very awkward. Speak when you talk, don't touch people's chins. Gore Mochen touched it, but I couldn't. Liang Sijia smiled happily. Beauty, look into my eyes and listen to me. Su Tang had to look at her and listen to her. We women, don't be suppressed too deeply by bullshit morality. We should use men's thinking to fall in love, that is, give up when we encounter difficulties, stop loss when we feel uncomfortable, hesitate when it comes to interests, and have a better comparison. Chapter 46 Dog Man, what? Poof. Su Tang laughed, so bright that her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. Memorize these 4 sentences, you know? Liang Sijia told her. Well, I not only memorized everything, but also did it physically and did it all. Su Tang raised his finger to guarantee. Liang Sijia is very satisfied. All, you sit down for a while, and I'll get something to eat. Su Tang sipped the red wine in the glass. It was empty, and a familiar voice came, Tang Tang. She looked up and saw her father, Tang Jincheng, in front of her. Tang Jincheng was in his early 50s, and the years added a little elegance to his tall and handsomeness. Dad. Su Tang stood up, and the word dad was still a little jerky. Tang Jincheng was already satisfied and asked with a smile, Why did you come here today? I came with my friends. Su Tang explained softly. Then you and I will go to sit over there. Introduce some friends to you. Su Tang was not mentally prepared and whispered, I want to wait for my friend here. Well, I won't bother you for now. I'll come to see you with your mother later. Tang Jincheng did not force it. Su Tang nodded gently. Tang Jincheng looked at his daughter and didn't know how to make up for her lack of feelings for so many years. He reached out and patted Su Tang on the shoulder. See you later. Liang Sijia was taking the cake over there. Seeing the situation here at a glance, she rushed back quickly. Tang Tang, are you all right? She put down the cake and asked, "It's all right. The man just now looked very old. I just saw him coming with his wife. Why did he touch you?" Liang Sijia's face was filled with righteous indignation. "Dog man, what? Jia, don't scold him." Liang Sijia was surprised. "She didn't scold like this. He is my father." Liang Sijia was even more surprised. "It turns out that you are not your own father's daughter, so aren't you? Where did you think about it? It's not like that." Su Tang's background has never been mentioned to anyone except his mother and grandmother before. But there is no need to deliberately hide it from Liang Sijia. She told the matter briefly. Liang Sijia opened her mouth wide. "It turns out that you still have such a background. So did I curse the wrong person just now? I haven't thought about whether to live with them or not, so I didn't mention it to you. I always feel that getting too close to them will make my mother sad." "That's right. Aunt Xu has worked hard to raise you for so many years, which can't make her heart cold. But your parents look good too." The two were talking when Zhao Yiyi came over. Just now, Tang Jingchen met Su Tang. He was afraid that he would not be able to handle his relationship with his daughter, so he immediately asked his wife to come over. As soon as Zhao Yiyi heard that Su Tang was there, she couldn't sit still, so she came immediately. "Tang Tang." Zhao Yiyi came forward and took Su Tang's hand. Liang Sijia recognized that she was the person who was with Tang Jingchen just now. Unexpectedly, she was Su Tang's biological parents. She immediately greeted her. "Hello, auntie." "Hello, I know you, Tang Tao's friend." "Yes, auntie." Zhao Yiyi smiled. "Why are you so free today?" "Auntie, because Tang Tang is going to divorce soon, I will accompany her to see if there is a better man." "Jia." Su Tang stopped her in a low voice. Zhao Yiyu was slightly stunned. "What's going on? Did that man bully you?" "No, Mom, we broke up peacefully." Zhao Yiyu was so worried that she couldn't care about expression management on her elegant face. "How many days have you only been married? You find him and I'll tell him." "Mom, you don't have to take care of this matter." Seeing that Su Tang's attitude became tough, Zhao Yiyi was really afraid of hurting her daughter's heart. "Okay, I don't care, I don't care." She immediately turned to the front. "I don't care. Today, you and your father also came with your friends. There happened to be many men with outstanding character and talents at the scene. Can I introduce you to him?" Liang Sijia connected. If there is an aunt's introduction, it must not be wrong. Su Tang was a little helpless. Liang Sijia asked with a smile, "Do you remember what we said just now?" She smiled and said, "Okay, then there is a mother." Zhao Yiyu listened to her willingness, not to mention how happy she was, and went forward. Liang Sijia whispered, "It's just an acquaintance, and there are a lot of pieces of meat. I'm just afraid of trouble." Su Tang said, "It's not troublesome. If you don't want to talk, don't talk, and if you don't want to add WeChat, don't add." Su Tang had to follow him. When he arrived at Tang Jingchen, Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Husband, don't you know many talented young people over there? Introduce our daughter to know each other." Tang Jingchen didn't ask why. When he heard his wife say this, he immediately agreed. "Okay. Tang Tang, come here." Su Tang stepped forward. Tang Jingchen held his daughter's palm and patted her gently. "What kind do you like?" Guo Mochen's face appeared in Su Tang's mind, and she tried to dispel his appearance in her mind. But the man's appearance seems to have magic, rooted in her mind, and deep-rooted seems to be completely irremovable. "Tang Tang." Tang Jingchen looked at her gently. "Dad, I'm a little tired. Why don't we forget it?" Su Tang said softly. Liang Sijia looked at her with a sly-spiring look. Su Tang smiled apologetically. She was really not in the mood to meet other men now. "Are you tired? Then go to our room for a rest," Tang Jingchen said. Zhao Yiyu nodded immediately. "I asked the guest room to bring some Tang Tao's favorite pastries." "Jia, will you also accompany Tang Tao there?" "I won't go, auntie." Liang Sijia saw the love of the middle-aged couple for Su Tang. And they also seemed to want to find opportunities to get along with Su Tang as much as possible. She still doesn't want to be this light bulb. "Sorry, Jia," Su Tang said to Liang Sijia. "It's okay. You go to rest first. I'll go here to look for food. There are a lot of delicious food over there." Liang Sijia was originally a foodie. After saying that, people had already run to the buffet area. Su Tang went to the room with Tang Jingchen, and Zhao Yiyu was still explaining to the waiter which pastry should be hot and which should be slightly sweet. Tang Jingchen was held by his daughter's arm, and his face was full of smiles. "It has been almost 3 years since I knew that Su Tang was my daughter, and my daughter rarely had such intimate moments with me." He wanted to ask his daughter why she came here tonight and whether she quarreled with her newlywed husband. "I'm afraid of ruining the warm time of father and daughter at this moment, so I can only ask nothing." The elevator opened, and the two walked in. The box reserved by Shen Jingyan was on the upper floor of the hotel. When he and Guo Mochen came in, they saw Su Tang taking Tang Jingchen's arm into the elevator at a glance. "I go." Shen Jingyan's shock blurted out. Chapter 47 The Old Affairs of the Gu Family. After saying that, Shen Jingyan hurried to see Guo Mochen. Obviously, the picture just now was too obvious, and Go Mo-chen also saw it at a glance. The storm in his eyes, which had calmed down, surged again at this moment, gathering in the bottom of his eyes. Tang Jincheng looked satisfied, while Su Tang lowered his head slightly and couldn't see the emotion. Brother Chen. Shen Jingyan has never experienced such a situation, and he doesn't know how to deal with it for a moment. Tang Jincheng and Su Tang just entered the room, and Zhao Yiyi also came in. She brought in the food herself and put it on the coffee table. Should I eat something first or rest for a while? Zhao Yiyi asked in a soft voice. Su Tang felt guilty. He was just in a bad mood, so he dragged them to delay here. I'll take a rest by myself. You guys go to business first. Zhao Yiyi whispered, in fact, I'm not busy. I'm just coming with my friends. Of course, my daughter is the most important. What's more, Liang Sijia just said that there was something wrong with Su Tang's marriage, and she had been ups and downs in her whole mother's heart. Shen Jinyan was shrouded in Go Mo-chen's low pressure. Following Go Mo-chen, he was so suffocated that he couldn't breathe. Go Mo-chen asked, what floor is it? 8th floor. Shen Jinyan doesn't know whether it's right or wrong to book this bar today. Why did you book it here? No wonder Go Mo-chen has been in a bad mood these 2 days. It turned out to be like this. He didn't dare to show his aura. At the door of the bar on the 8th floor, Go Mo-chen did not go in, but turned around and left. Brother Cheng. Go Mo-chen went straight into the elevator and reached out to press a number. Just now, Tang Jingchen and Su Tang entered the elevator, and the elevator stopped on that floor. In the elevator, he made a phone call and easily asked what number of hotel room Tang Jingchen had booked today. Standing at the door of the room, Go Mo-chen's steps stopped. His fingers were pinched into fists, and the tip of his tongue was against his cheek. In the end, he knocked heavily on the door with red eyes. Strange, who will be at this time? Zhao Yiyu said as she opened the door. Go Mo-chen's anger condensed in his eyes and on his fists that smashed the door. The door opened, and what appeared in front of him was the face of an elegant and pure middle-aged woman. All his anger is stagnant at this moment. Looking into the room, Su Tang and Tang Jingchen were eating pastries, and Su Tang was pouring tea for Tang Jingcheng. She put down the teapot and looked up. She was facing Go Mo-chen's blood-colored eyes. At this moment, there was a flash of panic and guilt in those eyes. Mo-chen? Zhao Yiyu knew Go Mo-chen. Why are you here? Mom, let me talk to him? Su Tang stood up. Go Mo-chen's pupils widened for a moment. Her name is Zhao Yiyu's mother. As far as he knows, Zhao Yiyu and Tang Jingchen have only one son, who is not very old. In addition, they also have a daughter who was exiled and just recognized. That is, Mrs. Go wants to introduce the girl he knows. So, Su Tang. Zhao Yiyu saw something from Su Tang's eyes and asked her, so Mo-chen and you? Mom and Dad, Go Mo-chen is the man who married me. Tang Jingchen and Zhao Yiyu were very surprised. Originally, they thought that the partner Su Tang would marry was introduced by Xu Wenxing. After all, Su Tang had a very good relationship with his adoptive mother. Go Mo-chen also completely realized that Su Tang was the daughter recognized by the Tang family. A complicated emotion appeared between his eyebrows. Tang Jingchen frowned slightly and said, well, I want to talk to Mo-chen alone. Tang Jingchen arranged for someone to prepare another room. In front of him, Go Mo-chen put away his former arrogance and coldness and sat down opposite him. Tang Jingchen said, you must have guessed that Su Tang is my biological daughter. Yes. Go Mo-chen remembered his abrupt just now, and a touch of shame appeared. I know you have always had problems with the Tang family. Do you know that she is my daughter, so you have a conflict with her? Tang Jingchen was elegant, but he spoke very directly and asked straight to the point. It's not. Go Mo-chen told the truth. Su Tang has always disliked me to take care of her affairs, so I didn't care about this marriage. But now I have to take care of it. My daughter in Tang Jingchen can't be bullied. Go Mo-chen remembered that Su Tang had an affair with him, probably when he said he hated the Tang family. Go Mo-chen's regrets gradually abounded in his heart, and a touch of pity occupied his heart, which made him a little uncomfortable. He said, Uncle, my opinion on the Tang family. I think you know why. It's rare for Go Mo-chen to respect himself like this, and Tang Jingchen's temper also eased a little. I know you don't like your father and your stepmother. Su Tang's mother used to have a good relationship with your stepmother. But later, after knowing that she was the third party who interfered with your parents, Su Tang's mother had long been estranged from your stepmother. Go Mo-chen listened carefully. Because of his stepmother's relationship, he had indeed always had a grudge against the Tang family. Mrs. Go had always intended to arrange him with the daughter of the Tang family, completely treating his marriage as a chip. Go Mo-chen was even more disgusted with the Tang family. Now that I heard Tang Jingchao's words, I knew that Zhao Yiyu had little to do with her stepmother for a long time. And Su Tang is the daughter of the Tang family. Tang Jingchen took a sip of tea and put down the teacup heavily. Think about it. If you really can't accept Su Tang, let her go as soon as possible and don't drag each other. Uncle, I'm serious about Su Tang. Tang Jincheng glanced at him, which was less than seeing such enthusiasm in his cold eyes. In my impression, Guo Mochen's reserved appearance is the unique loneliness of a teenager. It's really rare to be like this today. In this case, it depends on what Tang Tang means. If she doesn't mind you, I naturally respect you as a father. However, if you bully her, Tang Jincheng's voice has a hint of majesty. He didn't finish the rest, but Guo Mochen knew that he could do what he said. The Tang family, which has an unshakable position in Xinchuan, is unique. Tang Jincheng and Guo Mochen went to the next door. Zhao Yiyu asked Su Tang softly, "So you quarreled with Mochen? Mom, do you know Guo Mochen well?" Su Tang didn't answer and asked back. "I have known his parents for many years. He has also known a lot of things about him over the years." Zhao Yiyu sat down and said in detail that Guo Mochen's maternal grandfather, the Huo family, was in power at that time. His mother Huo Jingzhu married his father Guo Changping, which was also the right family. Later, the Huo family was framed and investigated all the time. The whole power was handed over. As soon as his voice fell, Huo Jingzhi suffered. Mrs. Guo forced her to divorce on the grounds that she was late in giving birth. Chapter 48. He didn't allow me to send Durian up. When Su Tang heard these things for the first time, he couldn't help but worry about Guo Mochen, and then what? Then, Huo Jingzhu moved out. At that time, the Huo family could not protect themselves and could not take care of her. She could only live alone outside temporarily. Later, she found out that she was pregnant with Guo Mochen, and she was the only one who gave birth and raised children. Although she was not short of money as her identity, it was so difficult to take care of the child alone. Then didn't she go back to find Guo Changping? Su Tang asked. At that time, Guo Changping had married Zhang Mali. Jin Zhu is the temperament of Miss Tianjing. How can he go back to find him? At that time, I had a good relationship with Zhang Mali, and it was only later that I knew that she was a junior. Long before Guo Changping and Jingzhi divorced, they were together. Alas, being hurt and let down not only accompanied Jingzhi, but also must have accompanied Mochen's whole childhood. Su Tang pursed her lips and said nothing. So Mochen hates me and the Tang family, and I have nothing to complain about. Who let me say a few words for Zhang Manli at that time. Later, after knowing that she was a junior, I gradually became estranged from her. So that's it. Su Tang finally knew why Guo Mochen had such emotions when he mentioned the Tang family. Zhao Yiyu continued, Mochen, a child, was really bitter when he was a child. He was almost 8 years old. Originally, his life with Jingzhi had returned to calm, and the Huo family's affairs had also turned around. It was clear. Who knew that Mrs. Guo found this grandson at this time and wanted to take her home to continue the incense? Of course, Jingzhi disagreed. But Mrs. Guo, who is rich and generous, directly arranged for someone to rob Mochen home. Jingzhi, a woman, is not the opponent of so many big men. At that time, the group of people directly snatched Mochen and took the car. Jingzhi went to chase the car, but was caught under the wheel, and the fragrance disappeared. And that day was Mochen's birthday. Huh! Hearing this, Su Tang couldn't help exclaiming, and the tears in his eyes couldn't cover up. Zhao Yiyu also wiped her tears. Mochen went back to Gu's house and kept wanting to escape. As a result, Mrs. Gu sent him abroad directly, giving him no chance to leave at all. At that time, the Huo family's own affairs had not been resolved, and there was no way to take Mochen away. Later, the Huo family went abroad to find someone, and Mrs. Gu repeatedly transferred people. How could the Huo family find them? In order not to disturb Mochen's life and let him have a relatively peaceful life, the Huo family can only give up temporarily. The Huo family had been arguing with the Gu family for many years because of the Jingzhi matter, but in the end, only a few drivers were punished, and Mrs. Gu was unharmed. Su Tang bit her lip, and she suddenly asked, Mom, when Mochen's mother lived alone outside in the past, did she use the pseudonym he? How do you know? Zhao Yiyi has a good relationship with Huo Jingzhi. She also visited their mother and son several times at the beginning. However, Huo Jingzhi is very tough. On the one hand, she is nurturing Guo Mochen, and on the other hand, she is also working on the affairs of the Huo family. She can't see too much love. Zhao Yiyu has nothing to help her, so she can only visit her occasionally and invite her to dinner. When I was a child, there lived an aunt in our next block, named He Jingzhi, and her son was called He Chen. Su Tang also heard Zhao Yiyi's words just now, and then connected with the aunt when she was a child. Aunt He, who always behaves calmly and elegantly, and the very handsome little brother He Chen stayed in Su Tang's memory for many years. Although some memories are blurred, she has never forgotten them. It's just that when I didn't expect it, Aunt He was Huo Jingzhi, and the little brother was Guo Mochen. Zhao Yiyu was surprised. It turns out that you have known them so early. Su Tang nodded gently. It turns out that He Chen is fine. He is still alive. It turned out that Aunt He passed away like this. We didn't know what was going on at that time, thinking that the car accident was an accident. I thought He Chen also. It seems that you and Mochen are also fate. We met when we were young, and after so many years, we can be together again. Zhao Yiyu comforted him softly. If he still had a preconceivence against me, I would explain it to him. In fact, he doesn't have a type of you. He only has a sense of Gore's family from the beginning to the end. Su Tang didn't understand it before, but now he completely understands it. Zhao Yiyu was sentimental for a while and remembered something. She said, by the way, Tang Tang, my mother originally asked someone to design several kinds of jewelry for you, which she intended to keep for your wedding. It happens that the designer is also here today. Why don't she come and try it on for you to see if there is anything that needs to be improved? Is it convenient now? There is nothing inconvenient. This suite is reserved for me and your father for a long time. You can stay here and do whatever you want. Su Tang nodded. Zhao Yiyu went to contact the designer. Su Tang remembered when she was a child, and long-standing memories surged into her mind. He Chen was 3 years older than her. When he was 8 years old and she was 5 years old, she was fully able to remember things. However, the two have known each other for a long time. Su Tang heard from Shi Wenqing that He Chen had already lived there when she was born. When He Chen was a child, he was not very talkative, but he always passed by Su Tang's community every morning and went to school with her. He goes to primary school and she goes to kindergarten. At that time, he was much taller than children of the same age. Su Tang was still small, and his short arms and broken legs could not keep up with him. Sometimes he will dislike her slow walking, but when she wrinkles the tip of her nose and is wronged, he will stop and wait for her. The neighbors in the community like to joke and ask He Chen if he likes to take Su Tang with him when he grows up and wants to marry Su Tang as his wife. He Chen blushed and didn't answer. He took Su Tang's hand and ran far away. Su Tang asked him, what is a daughter-in-law? It's the person who will be together forever. Would you like to? He Chen asked her. Su Tang tilted her head and thought for a while, with a crisp voice, I want to be with my parents forever. But if it's brother Chen, I'm willing. He Chen rubbed her head, okay, I'd like to. He raised her finger, pull the hook, remember what you promised me. Su Tang can only remember some of these childish jokes. I don't know if Gore Mochen remembers. She lowered her head and thought, her heart was full of swelling and complicated emotions. Zhao Yiyu came in and said, the designer will be here soon. I asked the waiter to bring some durians for you to eat. Thank you, Mom. The waiter knocked on the door and came with empty hands. Where is the durian I asked you to bring? Zhao Yiyu asked. I just met Mr. Gore downstairs, and he didn't allow me to send durian up. I'm here to tell you specifically. Chapter 49 Legal Husband and Wife. Which Mr. Gore? Zhao Yiyu asked. The waiter didn't know Gore Mochen either. He only heard others call him Mr. Gore. He obeyed his advice when he saw that Mr. Gore was extraordinary, and people with a lot of status also gave him a little courtesy. It's Mr. Gore, who is very young, about 1.86 meters tall, and wears a black suit. In addition, I also heard someone call him Brother Cheng. The waiter reported one by one. Okay, I got it. You go out first. Zhao Yiqi frowned slightly and thought about why Gore Mochen didn't let people send durian in. Su Tang said, Mom, forget it. I don't want to eat now. Gore Mochen is also strange. Zhao Yiyu said that you didn't like durian when you were a child, but you liked it very much later. You didn't tell him, did you? I didn't like to eat when I was a child. I heard from Miss Shi that you hated the smell of durian when you were a child, and you would get red rashes after smelling it for a long time. Later, I gradually fell in love with it. Hearing Zhao Yiyu's words, Su Tang also vaguely remembered that he really didn't like durian when he was a child. Something flashed through his mind, but Su Tang couldn't grasp what it was for a moment. The designer came over. I asked her to come in first. Zhao Yiyu said. A woman in her 30s came in, wearing casual wide-leg trousers, looking very professional. Mrs. Tang, Miss Su Jenny, please bring the necklace I customized before for Su Tang to try. Okay. Jenny held a box in her hand, put down the necklace that had been designed early, and put it on Su Tang. Su Tang's neck is slender and her skin is fair. Wearing a diamond necklace is very suitable. Jenny couldn't help admiring, Miss Su, this necklace suits you very well. Thank you. Su Tang looked at herself in the mirror and looked carefully, and a smile appeared on the corners of her lips. Jenny smiled and said, Su, the young lady is more delicate and touching than in the photo. What kind of accessories are shining on you? Zhao Yiyu smiled. I remember I didn't show you Tang Tao's photo. It's not Mrs. Tang, it's Mr. Gore's photo given to me. Jenny said that many of the accessories I designed for Mr. Gore before were specially customized for Miss Su. Zhao Yiyu didn't expect such a thing to happen. In this way, you have made a lot of accessories for Tang Tang. There should be dozens of pieces. Many years ago, Mr. Gore entrusted me to help. Su Tang looked into her eyes from the mirror. Are you sure the person in the photo is me? Why are you not sure? Jenny said, I can show you. Mr. Gore entrusted me to help make accessories. In fact, photos were not needed, but I always felt that I still had to make minor modifications according to the customer's neck and wrist, otherwise the best effect could not be achieved. So from time to time, she would ask Gore Mochen for photos. Her professional ability is also convincing. Guo Mochen agreed every time. She respects the privacy of customers in these photos, so naturally, she will not show them to outsiders. But there is no concern for the person concerned. Jenny handed the mobile phone to Su Tang. Su Tang closed his eyes and clenched his fingers. He was not sure whether the result was the same as he expected. It took her a long time to open her eyes. The photo on the mobile phone came into her sight. The person in the photo was not her, but who else? The first photo is actually the same as her in high school. The last few photos are her photos in college. There are not many photos, but it captures her charm in each period very well. She was stunned. When did Guo Mochen take her photo? Jenny said with a smile, I was shocked to see so many photos of Miss Su, but I didn't expect that you were not photographed. Su Tang is in a mess now. A lot of information poured into my mind from all directions. Many people say that Guo Mochen has Bai Yuguang. He buys clothes and designs accessories for Bai Yuguang every year. No one can subvert her status in his mind. However, the photo Jenny took out was herself. These messages were integrated in the mind, gradually forming a kind of clear cognition. Miss Su, let's try another set of jewelry. Jenny suggested. Excuse me, can we try it next time? Su Tang got up, put on his skirt in advance, and walked outside. Su Tang quickly crossed the corridor, entered the elevator, and quickly walked back to the banquet site just now. She turned her head and looked around for the familiar figure. Su Tang didn't find the person he wanted for a long time, and he was a little anxious. Where are the people? Normally, he didn't leave so soon. Guo Mochen was coming down the stairs of the banquet site when Su Tang's figure suddenly came into his sight. She held her skirt and looked anxious and panicked. Su Tang. Guo Mochen called her name. Su Tang followed the reputation and saw the man's straight figure appear in front of him. She walked quickly to the stairway and stopped nervously. She pursed her lips and looked at Guo Mochen, and the faint light flashed in the man's dazzling black eyes. Guo Mochen walked towards her step by step and stood in front of her. Tang, I'm sorry, I didn't know until today that you are the Tang family. His voice was full of pity and guilt. He shouldn't have told her about the Tang family so arbitrarily before. Su Tang looked up at him, so now? Do you still hate the Tang family? Starting from today, no. Is it so easy to dissolve hatred? Su Tang asked, tightening his fingers. It's not easy. Guo Mochen responded to her softly, because the Tang family now has the people I care about most. Looking at the crystal clear tears in Su Tang's eyes, Guo Mochen took her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Su Tang put her hands on his shoulders and burst into tears. Zhao Yuyu and Tang Jingcheng, standing not far away, looked at the scene in front of them with satisfaction. Well, since my daughter likes it herself, we don't need to introduce anyone to her. Zhao Yuyu is very satisfied with Guo Mochen himself. Tang Jingcheng nodded. Liang Sijia, who was eating the cake, turned her head and saw Guo Mochen and Su Tang. She was stunned. No way, Su Tang turned her head and threw away those for sentences. She looked at Su Tang with undisputable eyes. After saying goodbye to Tang Jingcheng and Zhao Yuyu, Guo Mochen took Su Tang to the parking lot. Shen Jingyan also reacted after such a meeting and went to Tang Jingcheng with a wine glass. Uncle Tang, I respect you. In the past, because of Guo Mochen's relationship, he was also very estranged from the Tang family. Tang Jingcheng raised his glass of wine. Liang Sijia followed to the parking lot and grabbed Su Tang's arm. Su Tang, are you going home with him? Su Tang and I are legal husband and wife. We are still legal best friends. Chapter 50. Does she want to marry the emperor? Guo Mochen laughed, raised his eyebrows and looked down at Su Tang, but said to Liang Sijia, Su Tang and I have a license. What about you? Liang Sijia's words were concluded for a moment, and she ate this dog food first. Forget it, take Su Tang back. Tang, don't forget my apartment. I will always reserve a bed for you. Liang Sijia's words are full of threats to Guo Mochen. Su Tang returned to Jiayu Mansion, which he had left for several days. Everything here still has a familiar atmosphere. She saw some withered flowers in the dining room. Guo Mochen also saw those flowers. It should be that he didn't say anything, and housekeeper Zheng did not dare to deal with them at will. I'll have someone deal with it tomorrow, he whispered. Su Tang remembered that it was his birthday a few days ago, and it happened to be Huo Jingzhi's death anniversary. Because of her relationship, Guo Mochen's birthday should also be very slaggy. So he came to pick her up to celebrate her birthday together. And she only remembers about the divorce agreement. Su Tang turned around and hugged him heavily, husband. Guo Mochen hugged her, and his heart was filled with these two words. Su Tang tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss him, learning how he treated her, and kissing his thin lips to please him. She was a little jerky and busy. Guo Mochen leaned over and bent her, and her heart softened by her. He picked her up directly, let her sit on her waist, and carried her upstairs. When she went upstairs to close the door, Guo Mochen took the initiative and put her on the bed. Su Tang fell into the soft bed, as if standing in the clouds. I don't know when it started to rain outside the window. Su Tang's ear was the sound of wind and rain and Guo Mochen's gasp. She seemed to be pushed into the sea and drifted with the waves. She was pulled back and forth by the waves of the sea, and she couldn't go ashore or fall. She shouted to him in a low voice, "Brother Chen." That's what she called him when she was a child. She hadn't called him for many years. She shouted again, but she felt very familiar. Guo Mochen was stunned for a moment. So she remembers what happened when she was a child. Nearly 20 years have passed, and those old things in the past have become clearer and clearer in Guo Mochen's mind. She was too young at that time, and he thought she didn't remember much. Su Tang was so tired that he closed his eyes. She faintly heard Guo Mochen talking to her. He whispered, "I'm sorry that I haven't come back to you for so many years. I promised to be with you all the time, but I didn't do it. I have made you suffer all these years. I'm sorry that I wasn't with you when my uncle passed away. I'm sorry for the important nodes of your life. I'm not here. When I came back from abroad 4 years ago, I came to see you at the first time, but it was still a step late. You were already with Mu Juoting. I'm sorry. At that time, I thought not to destroy your happiness was the best for you. I thought you would be happy. I'm sorry that it's 4 years late to find you again." Guo Mochen's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. In those years abroad, he had a very hard time. Material sufficiency could not wash away the mental damage. Relying on the belief that he wanted to return to Su Tang, he had been insisting on it. After returning, because of his hesitation, Mu Duoting was given a chance to hurt Su Tang. If he is more decisive at that time, Su Tang's life will be happier. Su Tang had a lot of long dreams. In the dream, she wore a floral skirt and tied a bow, and ran like a bird behind Guo Mochen. Halfway through, she fell down and cried aggrievedly. Guo Mochen turned around and picked her up, carefully wiped away the tears on her face, and carried her forward. She stuffed the lollipop in her hand into his mouth. "Brother Chen, here you go." Guo Mochen laughed. "The candy given by Tang Tang is the sweetest." Su Tang was severely weak, and his lips were a little pale. Guo Mochen knew that he wanted her too much last night and lost his temper. In the past, he was afraid of losing, and wanted to confirm that she was by his side and belonged to him again and again in this way. "Tang Tang. Tang Tang." Guo Mochen patted her cheek. This time, unlike last time, there is not even a trace of blood on her face. "Aunt Zhang, ask the doctor to come over." Guo Mochen called housekeeper Zhang. Soon, housekeeper Zhang and the doctor came over. It was already dawn, but Su Tang hadn't woken up yet. The doctor took Su Tang's pulse and said a moment later, "Mr. Guo, the love between young couples is common. But you should also know how to restrain yourself." The nurse and the housekeeper Zhao both lowered their heads, as if they didn't hear anything. "So what should we do now?" Guo Mochen asked. "When she wakes up, take good care of herself for a while. During this period, it depends on yourself." Guo Mochen asked, "So how long do I need to abstain from?" He asked bluntly, and the knowledgeable doctors couldn't help coughing. "At least 3 or 4 days, but more attention is needed after that." "Well, please press the medicine." The doctor prescribed medicine and some food supplements, and housekeeper Zhao was about to pick it up. Guo Mochen took it in person and wrote it all down, and then asked the housekeeper Zhao to send the doctor. Although Su Tang was lying down and not fully awake, she heard a lot of words. She wanted to respond to Guo Mochen before and asked him not to call a doctor. But because she was too weak, her mind was clear, but her body could not move or wake up. She just wants to dig a hole and bury herself in it now, so as not to be known by the whole world. Guo Mochen looked back at her. Su Tang finally woke up reluctantly, and her face began to look hot. "Tang Tang, how are you?" Guo Mochen asked eagerly. Su Tang pulled the quilt to her face. "Don't ask, and ask her if she really wants to bury herself." Mrs. Guo was thinking about Guo Mochen and the daughter of the Tang family, so she specially called Zhao Yiyu. Zhao Yiyu received a call and listened to her asking such a thing. Thinking of Guo Mochen's suffering over the years and Hua Jingzhi's death, his heart became a little cold. As adults, we can't take care of children's affairs, and we can't take care of them. "Mrs. Guo, what do you thigh?" She didn't directly say that Guo Mochen and Su Tang were already together. Children should not become a tool for the marriage of two families, but should focus on their happiness. She likes Guo Mochen, but it doesn't mean she likes the rest of the Guo family. Mrs. Guo smiled and said, "Adults still have to worry about children's affairs. Otherwise, they will always be unable to settle down. Mochen is an opinionated child. I believe that he has his own ideas." Mrs. Guo listened to Zhao Yi's false surrender to the snake and hung up the phone. She was quite unhappy, even Mochen didn't like it. Did they want to marry the emperor, the daughter of the Tang family?